KR, I think they'd be quietly confident that they'd be able to just bring a bit of an upset. Maybe it'll be the match that gets their tournament going. Could see some sunshine. We didn't see a lot of the sun yesterday in Toyota. I know that the players certainly appreciate the ability to get out there in the sun. Currently, I won't say it's boiling, it's 5 degrees. And the maximum temperature today is expected to be 10. Hopefully we have more sunshine than we don't. Shakil Ahmed getting ready, get going. Zain Ahmed faces up. Here we go with day 6. Starts with a ball, I think stays just inside. What's been made of this new, I suppose, adjusted interpretation of the wide interpretation. So anything that touches the line, even a little bit of the line, should be okay, but that line won't move, just to try and get that consistency in the wide calls. But French umpires taking a little bit of time to get used to it, I think. Pretty well bowled, kind of straightens down the line a bit, but now a bit of hesitation. Go Kanasane's end, they'll scramble through. I think a leg by the first run of the day. All's well that ends well. Brings Kanasane on strike. I mean, both these two out there at the moment. You've seen them featuring prominently for the French national team. This is pretty well bowled. Right up in the block hole. All right, Kanasane goes to the skies first up and just going to get away from the field. That's Shazad Nazim that kind of throws on the run. I should also apologise. There is a slight issue with the connection today. Obviously, the first time we've been in Girona, we had some issues on Monday morning. If from time to time we do have the stream kind of jumping or something like that, we do apologise in advance. But I'm told right now, it should be working okay. This is right up in the block hole. And to wait for a single. Yeah, hello to Rob Thompson in the chat. Hello to Kroom as well. Kroom saying they had some hail yesterday in England. It's not really cricket weather, is it? We had some hail here last week, though. Also, I want to say hi to Stephen Kelg, who celebrates his 17-month anniversary today as an ECN member. All right, it's a nice swing of the bat from Zain Ahmed. Lifted up and out of here. Maximo! And we're away on day 6. Zain, he was kind of batting around about 8 or so for the French national team. But he's found his way up the order there and found his way to the top of the order of the Presidents as well. So 10 without loss after 1. Let's have a look at some numbers. Their Maximo rate 10.2. That means that you're getting more than 1 6 and over on average. Today, I think we'll pass 500 Maximos. And I think in this innings, we'll pass 6,000 runs. You can see those numbers. I suppose they're kind of something in it for the batters and the bowlers. I mean, 128 per 10 overs is a pretty high run rate. Wicket rate almost 6. So that tells me that they're comfortable with using their order. All right, Kanasane goes in the hook. Doesn't really get it, but fine legs up in the circle. So that'll be 4 runs. You can see there, that's Parchakan who comes on, tries the short ball straight away. If we can go back to those last stats as well. And you saw there, we've kind of had both the ability to have high chases, but also low defences. I think it tells you that there's actually strength in both the batting and the bowling in France. Well, this one is very high. It's going to be a handful this time in the morning, but it's well taken. Really nice catch there. Kanesane never quite found his timing this morning. And so, that man, Pachakan, he does it again. A long time to think about it, didn't he? But there is your first wicket of the day. Disappointment for Lingiswaran, who's going to go for 7. The score is 14 for 1 in the second over. Shazad Nazim with a very good catch. Under pressure. All these guys, they're very, very good hitters. They bat all the way down President 11. So just keep moving the line, taking the chances when they come. That's the key here. Hussein Afzal, a new batter. He swings and misses at the first one. Got a question here from Asika Rahman. Wants to participate in the European Series. Looks like he is in Bologna. What I can do, I can go find the link on the website. They can get you in touch with the Italian Federation. You can get involved in cricket, the better, I say. We certainly believe that here. Next one. A miss from Afzal. Yeah, participation really, really key, and I think we've seen that all the way along. More teams everywhere we go wanting to take part, which is a really, really good sign. Third time, he does get a fair bit of bat on that. He's going to scream to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Just gives himself a bit of room. He's got that habit, doesn't he? Pachakan, most of the time he pitches up. The odd short ball there. This time again, backs away to the leg side, but goes over off, and that'll run away to the boundary as well. Despite the efforts of the two fielders, great effort from PKR to cut off the boundary, but it'll be 4 more to Afzal. To the end of the over, 22 for 1 after 2. So it's a pretty even start and a pretty even table as well, actually. Everyone has lost a game. Just VSK still to win a game. So obviously they're in struggle town. Just sleeping giant down the bottom might be Mitri. We've only seen them on Tuesday with the 2 games. They look pretty strong. Hanging full toss first up. That's going to be crunched to the boundary as well. It's not a good start to the over. Shakil Ahmed coming back, but I suppose the line's okay. Not so much. He's bowled him. Well, there's your first stump rattling of the day. And it comes thanks to Shakil Ahmed. Zain Ahmed just kind of lost his form there, lost his shape, lost his head. Inside edge onto the wickets, and the second wicket falls 26 for 2. You can see there, he's trying to make something of it. He knew it straight away, didn't he, Zain? Just a good line of the ball, forces a mistake. It's also the kind of ball that Zain, if he hits it straight, he'd be confident he could get it up and down to the ground, but he'll have to make the disappointed walk off. In the third over now, 26 for 2. Also want to say a quick hello to Arslan Khan, who's tuned in. Great to have you with us. How is everyone this morning? getting there with spring in Europe at the moment. Seems like there's a bit of a heat wave a week or two ago. Snap at the moment. It's that ball miles down the leg side. He's going to put that away. Easy pickings. Maximo. Nasiri gets an absolute gift there. And I think we've got the bowler not really adjusting for the right-hander after getting Zain Ahmed with a ball on a similar line. But this is a right-hander, and that's going to be trouble. Just what you want when you first come to the crease. Hello to Terry Richmond. Great to have you. He's off to karaoke. Well, Terry, tell us your favourites. Either now or when you get back. Another one that's outside the leg stump. Another one that is just swept down to the ground. Maximo. Oh, well. Two Gundy balls here in a row. All that momentum builds up by getting the wicket of Zain Ahmed. You feel it's been undone now. PKR, they're a team, I think, with immense potential, and they were highly disappointed not to have a couple of games go their way the other night. They played on Wednesday. They had this kind of heartbreaking result against Sassel. I'll come to it in a second. This one played nicely by Nasiri. Leans on that through the offside. Yeah, they had this game against Sassel in match 15 where the match was decided by 5 runs, but there was a 5-run penalty. It was Talach. After 2 wickets and 2 balls, was too slow to get to the crease, cost him 5, and in the end, that was the exact margin. Having said that, they fought back really well to even get into that game. I've missed a few out there, but Ahmed will finish with 1 for 26, probably par figures. I'd say that 1 for 26 after 3. President 11 are 39 for 2. PKR had a good win over Mitri, though. When we first saw them in match number 12, and then the Night Riders put 113 on in match 14 against the Greeny Vipers, who chased it down with 6 balls to spare. 10, 12 and 17. Decent looking power play. I actually think even this game, that 39 for 2, is probably just a dead even power play. President 11 still given big favouritism. I just think they came in as big favourites. But yeah, 13 and over is pretty much par run rate. 2 wickets in the power play, probably also average. Zai comes in and gets the swing and a miss straight away. Out of Jamshid Nasiri. Right, well, that's going to be backwards. And Nasiri, he's going to get at least 4. I want to check on this one. That was dead behind. Maybe we've got this replay, maybe don't, because I went in an unexpected region. Let's have one more look at this. Just checking where it's gone, and yep, it has gone all the way. Maximo. It's a classic Baximo, really. Yep, the 6 has been signalled. Yeah, seemed to make it fairly comfortably. Everyone's kind of looking in the sun there, makes it a bit tough. Now, this is upish, but it's also into the gap, and that's going to be 4. That's the thing with Jamshid Nasiri. You just see that he's very, very comfortable keeping his shape and hitting through the line of the ball. Just kind of holds his ground there. I mean, it's not the worst ball ever from Wahid Ahmedzai. puts it through the offside and does it in a very stylish fashion. Again, good technique that he's got. Plays it with that straight back, punches it down the ground. This time it's only a single. '50s up as well for President 11. Good game so far. Right, Riders, if they're going to push up into the 5, I think these are the kind of games they want to be winning. And once again, Astal kind of loves that step away technique, doesn't he? And he's going to get a fair bit of bat on it. Again, not quite where he intended, but he will get 4. Can't be good, be lucky, as they say in the classics. Again, just want to say a little bit of an apology if the stream's a little bit jumpy this morning. Just a few connection issues at the ground. Remember, we're a fair bit out of the city. Coming to you from the first time. From the Druitt cricket ground as Afsal take one there. Siri will take the strike and takes us to the end of 4. It's 55 for 2. Afsal with that single will be facing up for the start of the 5th over. They probably want that 140 plus as a bare minimum, President 11. A lot of talent on both sides. PKR, they couldn't wait to get back on the park after that heartbreaking loss the other night. In case you didn't realise, fitting sounder here, Mr. Max Mo for ECN. Rico is off for the weekend, so I'll be taking you through the action. And what a bit of action this is at the start of the 5th over. Nassim comes in, it's shortish, it doesn't really get up, it's a bit slower, I think, than Afsal was expecting. You can see when he does like to kind of give himself room, he leaves himself open to this kind of dismissal. It's just too slow for him, he's through the swing. Not for the first time in this series, the middle stump is removed from the ground. And a 3rd wicket falls. So he kind of gets across, but then backs away again. And look at where his feet end up there. So it's just not in a really great position to hit that. And he didn't hit that. It was Nassim that hits the target. Presidents are 55 for 3 at the start of the 5th. This is the thing with these stumps that you have to set back up. It's like a 2-person job plus a bat. Never that fun when you first order this as new bat, helping the reconstruction of the wickets. New batter comes Naim downside. Perfect start there for Nassim. Also pretty good location here on the new batter. Be hoping they can turn this into something a bit more. To the PKR bowlers' credit, they have picked up 3 breakthroughs. I feel if they could just grab a couple of quick ones now, could be back in business. Chases this one downside. Start with a single down the ground. Yeah, first time we've ever been to France for an ECS, so that's a big moment for us as a network. There's an inside edge, hesitation. Jeez, that might have been out. I've been well out in bowler's end, but it was a longer throw. Yeah, it would have been out anyway. He couldn't hit the target. It's like a straight pull down the ground this time. Downside, we'll get another single. So, PKR, a pretty decent looking team presence. Obviously, a few more of the international players, but see that the standard's very even, very good here in France. Low ball, that one hangs, and he smashes it all the way. Maximal. It's might be interesting for height, this one, actually. Seemed to be coming down because it was a slower ball, but let's just have a little check and give us your analysis. Yeah, for me, it's probably dropping there, dropping just below the waist. Only just, a nice hit, and that will take us to the end of the 5th over. 64 for 3 after 5. Of course, it's already been a pretty big year. Believe it or not, we're now over 3 months into the season. And the funny thing is, in a lot of places in Europe, the season hasn't actually begun yet. But where we started with an ECS in Cyprus on the 17th of January. And the next day, we started a night series as well in Gibraltar. Balwak gets the ball here in the 6th. This one just worked away for a single. Kind of on an average run rate at the moment. President 11. PKR kind of confident of chasing in the 120s. Won't be easy though against President 11. Has some good options, particularly good spin options. This one is flicked away and a brilliant catch out there. Wow, Nasiri was good while he was there. 31, but now has to go. Just clipped away off the pads. Powerplay gets the breakthrough. But yeah, fielding makes such a difference, doesn't it? You hold your catches. Generally good things will happen. That's Javid Zadran out there. He's a bit of an impact player as well. Takes it to his right. And he's pretty impressed with himself, so he should be. As the 4th wicket falls, 65 for 4. And this will bring Ramatullah Mangal to the crease. Well, he's a guy we've seen playing a lot for France. A good young player. Had some issues with injuries. Does bat kind of 10 or 11 for France, but I'm telling you, this guy can hit the ball. At club level, see him batting the top 6. I think that's where he belongs. And he won't have to hit that. In fact, that's got away from the keeper, and that's going to be 5 for 3. It's not a good follow-up ball. A couple of times now. We've just seen PKR let Presidents off the hook after a wicket. That's Gundy. Really, you could argue the keeper. Talach should have been able to get off his feet there. No, it's not really his choice to have to go for that, but still. Disappointing follow-up from Kapawa. It's much better, but this one gets through the keeper as well. See a bit of the juice still. You hear kind of the comet tail on the ball as it goes across the surface. Again, I like having the stumps getting knocked out, but I do think an ECS cricketer probably prefer the base only because it creates more work, doesn't it, for everyone. Got a moment like that, for example. Just kind of slowly but surely working their way into the contest here, PKR. Another one outside, hits down the ground, but he'll only get a single. Think about an overthrow, but wasn't quite there. A couple of direct hits being wasted in the over. Power. Love a second. Pretty well bowled. Looks for a run that's never there, and it's a good length from Kabawak. Like it. The only thing that's let him down was that big minimo. down the leg side. So we had 2 runs off the bat in 5 balls this over. Last ball to 6th. Yeah, cramps him. Think about a run out. Doesn't need to. Bit of an inside edge onto the pad there. So that'll take us to the end of the over. And the score is 73 for 4 after 6. Yeah, what a good effort this is so far from Paris Knight Riders. Present 11. They'll be disappointed nobody's gone on with it, really. Look at the firepower in their batting lineup. All right, here we go with over number 7. Mohamed Saleh comes in and starts with the dots. This is a great period of the game for PKR. Again, this is wide. Sliced up in the air. It's handled on the bounce in the end. Slightly dodgy too, but they'll get there. Sorry, doesn't get back in time. Yeah, plenty of energy there at the moment from PKR. They feel this is their game where they might be able to work their way back into the tournament after that heartbreaking 5-run loss on Wednesday night. Looks like it could be over the head. It has been called. Pretty easy call there for square leg umpire. Umpires have been kept on their toes in this ECS, especially when you consider it's the first ever time we've had this umpiring crew on ECN. So certainly one area across the board I think it's improved a lot over the last few years in Europe. Mungal just built this down the ground, but he won't get it off the ground. Just a single. Slowly building here. Knight Riders up to 33%. Start of the day, 17%, according to the Super. A slightly slower one there, but just a single. Boundaries are kind of dried up here. And we had that minimo last over. I won't count that. But now we're talking kind of 10 balls since the last boundary. In fact, just 1 boundary in the last 18. Well, that's going to be a no ball. So caught or not caught, won't be caught. But for sure, this is high. And anything waist high or above on the full is a no ball. It's about as clear as it gets. So free hit coming up. Bowlers do get a first warning. If they bowl a high full pitch delivery like that, second time will be a second and final warning. Third time they won't be able to bowl anymore. Still be a free hit. There's a wide. Doesn't take the free hit out of play. Shout out to the umpires today. Got an important job to do. I know handling the matches today will be Asif and Niaz. Free hit still. That's going to run away for 4. He doesn't get away with it in the end. See how... One thing today is that just feel every time that PKR have where they want them, they let them off the hook. This one is just going to be worked for one. And that will take us to the end of the 7th over. 86 for 4 after 7. ECC is the Euros of Cricket. It will start on the 23rd of September. And I'm really looking forward to this with 32 nations, the most ever. And because we've gotten to so many countries now we're looking at 2 divisions. So the Challenger Division and the Premier Division. 11 teams will be competing for 2 promotion spots to the Premier Division in ECC 25. The bottom team out of the Premier Division will actually go down into the Challenger when the next year's competition rolls around. Join us for that 4-week window, the ECC, the Euros of Cricket live, exclusive on the European Cricket Network. All right, here we go with over 8. Hit down the ground. Downside. That's kind of hit a lot of balls in that region, but he hasn't really been able to get under too much. Good leave there, anything down the leg sides are wide. Hello to you, Paul. Saying it was a great day for French cricket yesterday. He didn't think anyone could compete with their near full strength Drouet, let alone chase. Yeah, that total of 161 that they set. It was crazy. This one is inside half of the bat, will beat the fielder. So with this field, we've got Akbar Shah bowling now. Just can't afford to get 2 leg stump, and Mangal will create a boundary on his legs. He's not going too far, but they respond straight away. Good old-fashioned race, but had to get home. Yeah, Rob said that he turned off that game. Drouet versus Balbignon after 7 overs. I know it's getting pretty late in New Zealand, but had to go back and watch it. It was a crazy finish, wasn't it? Decided to bowl Nisar last over, probably feeling 27 was safe. It wasn't. Slow ball. Very close to knocking out the stump. Downside, to be honest, I'd be considering making a tactical switch if he can't hit a boundary before the end of the over. Is it 1 4 in 10 balls and no 6s? And once again, I suppose he's getting to the other end, but you're looking for a bit more than that. Yeah, Paul talking about the bowling choice in the last over. We had Wahid Abdul who went for 19. He could have come back, for sure. But I mean, Nisar, he's a decent bowler as well. You've got to remember that. Mangal can't really get going here either. So this is a really good phase of the game for PKR. 94 for 4 after 8. Yeah, Mohammad Nisar's a guy that we've seen him bowling leg spin a lot. To be honest, I don't think it was that bad an over. It was some really good hitting in there. Also think that Nisar probably got the rough end of the stick with a couple of calls. Now, I think we are we seeing a tactical switch here? I think we are. I just think that's... Yeah, I kind of called it a couple of balls ago. So, Dowdsai has been retired out. He'll be out for 12. And he's been replaced by Amadullah Malikzada. And to be honest, Rahmatullah Mangal, feel like he's on notice as well because he's 10 off 10. Outside was retired for 12 off 11, so just looking for that batter that might be able to kind of give him that final burst here. So if it's not going to be Downside, then give someone else a crack here in the ninth. They shouldn't run out of wickets here. Fahim Pachakan is going to bowl the ninth. Just finalising that dismissal. 94 for 5 now. Just waiting for that to be entered correctly. Paul was asking about that game yesterday, the Drew bowling choices. Yeah, Wahid Abdul, I'm pretty sure he went for 9 in his first over. But look, he's an out-and-out bowler. But I mean, they had a decision to make. They might have felt that putting the pace on the ball might have created the opportunity for more boundaries. So you can understand that. I think everything is easy after the fact. 9th over. Bit late on this pull. We've seen 10th over bowlers come on just for the 1 over and it's gone well. Everyone probably sit and go, oh, that was crazy, what were you thinking? But yeah, we've seen established bowlers come back and go for big runs as well. He's a genuine bowler, I think. Okay, leg spins may be a bit of a risk, but the location was that bad. Just some good hitting, credit to the batter. Speaking of good hitting, well, it's about time as that is lifted up and out of the ground. Maximo. It's a large strike. It's exactly what they need late in this innings. 100 comes up as well now for President 11. Really getting on top of this one at all. Beaten for bounce. Ramatullah Mangal, watch out from the ball in the second half of this innings as well. I think he's one of the more talented pacers going around in Europe, never mind France. He can just keep fit. His brother Rohula, not in the side for this morning's game, his 12th man. Very talented player, so just kind of managing their resources right now. He's going to get 4 more, so just the kick they needed here. That's why they didn't want to retire out Ramatullah Mangal. They felt he had another gear to go to. Fighting score this. They have to bowl and field very, very well to defend it, President 11. It feels like a bit of a banana peel game for them. They're currently sitting 3rd with a 3-2 record and 13 points. I mean, 3-3 feels a lot different to 4-2. And this time, straight pull. That one's going to fly out of the ground as well. Maximo. Badly needed. See President 11 soaking up the sunshine, soaking up the runs in this 9th over. I do say it all happens in the 9th. Archer Khan, he's gone for 29 now with the ball remaining. Slow ball. There's the variation. Settle for 1 here. Mangal's got the hot hand, even with the fumble. He wants to strike and he'll get it. President 11, 112 for 5 after 9. And comment there from Paul saying that President 11 seemed like a bit more of a bowling team. I'm not sure of that. I mean, they are a good bowling team. But if you saw them the other day, Zain Ahmed put together a really stylish 97 against Salmi. Looked like he was going to get the ton actually at one point. And then in their games To be fair, they whacked 182 first game. Since then, 101 and 92, but against the two teams that were the ECL teams last year. So it's an interesting observation. I guess time will tell. It seems to me like they've got a long batting lineup. They're averaging 125 with the bat, which I suppose is a tick under the average of 128. But the thing is, they're only conceding 104. So that's a good point you make. Their bowling is strong. Big swing and a miss this time. Mangal misses out. As for the Paris Knight Riders, they'll be hoping that they can kind of turn this into a win. You see that President 11 still given heavy favouritism on the numbers. Again, good leave. Leave everything down the leg side. They can bowl to you. Paris Knight Riders, they average 120 with the bat and 120 with the ball. So, not really. Actually, they've got a very interesting kind of set of numbers in that all the scores for and against are between 111 and 121. And to be honest, this is looking that way as well, as this is going to be caught behind. And what a good last over this is from Akbar Shah. Giving nothing for nothing. And Mangal, but despite a bright 27, he's going to have to go 114 for 6. You see that. Ramatullah not really waiting for the decision. He came anyway. He was sick of leaving the wides. That's another one he could have left if he was smarter. He got a bit impatient, and that's why I think he whacks his pad on the way off. He goes for a pretty well put together 27. Got going when he needed to. 114 for 6. Yeah, the scores in games involving the Knight Riders make for quite interesting reading. Against Mithri, it was 112 to 111. Chase with 10 balls to spare. This has come out. 2 might be on here. Well, definitely get it now with the fumble. 113 they posted before the Guinea Vipers chased it. 115 off 9 overs, and then the last game was 121 to 116. To be honest, the only reason it was 121 is because of 5 penalty runs. Sassel got the win. Slow ball, and he slams it out of the ground. Zahiri, he's been good with the ball. Put a bat in his hand, and he doesn't let this side down here. Maximo! As Akbar Shah tries out that slower ball, but it's picked by the batter. Yeah, so the run predict was always kind of predicting around about the kind of high 120s, wasn't it? For a lot of this innings. Gundy ball, think of running. In the end, they say, don't worry about it. If you just pump to 6, you go again. Not worth the risk of having to introduce another batter. Well, this is going to be thick outside edge, loops away. Should be stopped. It is. Pretty good fielding. Better stop the 2, though. So 125 with the last ball to come. Can President 11 get the boundary and set 130s here? I think so. They're off to the races. Well, at least try to here. It's great backing up from Malik Zada. That's the reason they get the 2 in the end. They won't be able to try for a 3rd. So, yeah, credit to both sides there. I think it's a pretty even first half of this game. In the end, President 11, 127 for 6 after the 10 overs. So, look, it's a chaseable score. It's a defendable score. So you can't really hope for much more as we walk off. And we'll check out the highlights early on. We saw Zain Ahmed and Kanasane, a little bit of hesitation there. I mean, this would have been out. Kanasane had his wicket on the line. Zain Ahmed, though, he was able to strike a 4 and a 6, but he wasn't able to do more. Kanasane was able to kind of get a top edge away for 4, but he couldn't do a lot more either. So the opener's failing here in match number 26. Zain Ahmed, he would chop on after he lost Kanasane for 7. He chops on for 10. And really, just wasn't a lot of fluency in the innings, to be honest. We saw Husnain Afzal come out 13 off 8. Probably in Nasiri, he was the one that seemed to be able to get on top of the bowling for a while. See, Afzal misjudged that one off Naseem. First ball he bowled, and that knocked out the middle peg. That was a great catch out there by Javid Zadran. You feel that saved him a lot of runs because Jamshid Nasiri looked up and away. 31 off 10, and then kind of a bit of a malaise as Naeem Dowdzai could never really get going. There with Rahmatullah Mangal, who also, at one point he was 10 off 10. Dowdzai, eventually they would retire him for 12 off 11. Strategic retire out to get new blood to the crease. And despite losing Mangal late in the piece, it was a pretty good finish. Because actually after that retirement, we had kind of 13, 18 and 15 off the last 3 overs. So they get to a decent score. But still, a lot of work to do if President 11 are to defend this. So like I said, it's a score that both teams will feel at the halftime break that they can win the match. A bit of a utilitarian effort there. Nasiri top scores with 31, 27. Rahmatullah Mangal got going after a slightly slow start. Double figures also for Zain Ahmed at the top, as well as Husnain Afzal. And Naeem Dowdzai, who was strategically replaced, hoping for some late runs. Zahiri, actually, he came to the party with a big Maximo in the last over to take them up into the high 120s one, 27 for 6. As far as the bowlers went, well, actually used 7 bowlers in the end, and 5 of them took wickets. There's also the retired out in there. Shazad Naseem bowled 1 for 9. Kapoor 1 for 8. But yeah, a little bit surprised I don't go back to those guys. Akbar Shah was used at the death and took 1 for 23. We'll take a break then. Pretty interesting match here. First up of the day. We're only just getting started. We'll be back shortly and we'll watch the Knight Riders trying to drive their way to 128 for victory, or can President pick up a crucial win to move them near the top of the table. Vinny Sandu, he Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll take a quick break. Back in around about 10 minutes or so with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. And good news, some sunny skies in Paris here for the weekend to begin on ECN. It is day 6, and we're starting with match 26 between the President 11 and Paris Knight Riders. Story so far: Presidents won the toss and elected to bat. They put 127 for 6 on the board. That means that PKR are chasing 128 for the win. Of course, bonus point is in play, and with that total of 127, means that if Presidents could restrict PKR to 88 or less, they would take all the points. If the whole target, 128, could be chased in 7 overs, then the batting side, PKR, will get all the points. But it just seems one of those middle-of-the-road kind of targets to me. It's pretty much bang on with the run rate so far. Right, shake, rattle, and roll. Here we go with the second innings. It's going to start with a little drop kick over the leg side for 6. Well, how about that for a shot? Naseem doesn't wait to have a look at Iqbal Hussain and just taps him over the leg side for 6. Maximal. Still on his shot. Had to use the wrists because it was a long way outside the off stump. But a brilliant start. PKR. Paul was mentioning the first half. President 11. A bit more of a bowling side, he feels. The batting is definitely not weak. Mentioned that they've been restricting their opposition to 104 on average so far. Knocked away for a single. Naseem goes 6 and 1 to get us going. Wahid Ahmedzai to face up for the first time. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network here on a Saturday morning. Rico's off for the weekend, so I'll be taking you through all the action. If you want to get involved in the live chat, feel free. ECN European Cricket Network. Good ball. He's left the right hander a bit. Side already giving him to Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. Got to say, I love the kits we're seeing. I love seeing the French flag prominently placed on the breast of the President 11 shirts. Knight Riders looking pretty cool as well. Rico was saying, it reminds me of that old David Hasselhoff TV show. He just kind of pokes at it, but it will get away. Just gets over the infield, runs away to the boundary for 4. Returning to a pretty good start here for the Knight Riders. You can see that was a bit of a teaser. Maybe if it was straight at the line in the field, he would have had a play on it, but it's just too much for him to do. Hello to Nick as well, who looks like he's lurking as well. Come on, you lurkers. Come out and say hi. It is the weekend, so I can understand people being a little bit slow to get into it today. Of course, this is just the first of 5 matches on ECN Saturday. Again, likes to kind of back away this time. It is kept in the infield, just a single. One thing I said is pretty interesting about the President 11 bowling lineup is they have a variety of spin options. The captain, Dawid Ahmedzai, Mr. Universe, he's certainly one that we'll see. I've liked Sajjad Stanikzai as well, the wrist spinner. And then they've even got Zain Ahmed, who we haven't seen bowling too much, but he's a very useful left-arm spinner. On the side, this one will be called wide. They get what they need out of this first over with a ball to spare. Keep an eye on those percentages. Certainly improved their chances since the start of this KR. Started at 17% before a ball was bowled. Same. We'll get a dot ball to finish, but an even start. Knight Riders 13 without loss after 1. This is one of the easiest series ever to work out how many matches since the Golden Ball, because this is match 26. It means that we're 25 matches since the Golden Ball. Now, why is it so perfect? Because we had our first ever Golden Ball in a final last Sunday night. Hard to believe it's almost a week since that. How quick time flies on ECN. But that was an insane finish Hey, what did you think of the handbags at 12 paces at the end as well? And players leaving it all on the field. That was Marlow, who picked up their 5th consecutive ECS win at the Santarém Cricket Ground with a golden ball victory. Zaib the Rock sending the golden ball out of the ground to secure the win for Marlow. I think it's just right that we have a French golden ball, though. I suppose we kind of already have had a French golden ball because, don't forget, PUC defeated Dreux by golden ball in qualifier 1 at the ECL. But we never had a golden ball on French soil because this is our first time here. Zahiri, big left arm up to bowl the second. Right on the money, accurate. So I think something that has been lacking at times from some of the teams here in France. There's a lot of talent with the ball, but too many bad balls, too many inaccurate balls for the ability of some of these bowlers. This one's lifted up and lifted up nicely by Naseem. Maximo! What a shot. There's nothing too wrong with that ball from Zahiri. Just absolutely nailed it. Big shot. Two of those and over, kind of keep track. Off the legs. Well, you know, it does. Well, Zahiri may be spooked to be offside, but really, it's not a good ball. Take him any way you can get him. Zahiri, of course, took a hat-trick in match number 19, as mentioned in the chat. That was against Royal 94 on Thursday. 4 for 18 he scored. In fact, he took back-for-back fourfers on day 4. So far, he's gone for 7 and a kicked 4 early in his spell. His percentage is evening up. Come back from Zahiri. That left-handedness is a really handy attribute. President 11 just kind of need a turning point here. Seems like PKR have the momentum. Oh, thought he touched that. Obviously hasn't. I don't know if we've got to look at this. I actually picked up a little deflection, but I mean, Zahiri never reacts, so he mustn't have touched it. Let's see if it's, as this goes past the bowler. No, he hasn't got near it. And we have a look. This is actually all about whether the bowler touches it or not. Because if he touches it, it's out. But if he doesn't touch it, if the batter hits it straight into the stumps, then can't be run out. Right. The distance between the finger and the ball. Oh, that's pretty close. The umpire gives it out. I had a feeling that was out. I won't say the umpire was in perfect position, but to me, it hits him in line. I think it is straightening down the line. And there's the wicket. And it's Zahiri that gets the breakthrough. The steam will go. Let's have a look at this one. Swings a bit. Where does it hit him? Yeah, that's out. Even though he does get the pad outside the line in the end, but that's after the ball's hit the pad. And it's a good decision. All said and done. Naseem will go for 13. Gets them off to a bright start with a couple of Maximos. 24 for 1 after 2. Maybe we're going to have one more look at that, if possible. But I think the difference here, the little bit of curve down the line. Try and bring that up for you in a second. But right now, President 11, they want to go 4 and 2. And you can see they'll actually get to the top of the table with a win here. If they lose, then potentially they could still come to 14 points as long as they don't lose badly. Paris Knight Riders, though, they'll feel this is a real opportunity for them, especially after missing out in that heartbreaking game 15 the other night. Well bowled by Zahiri, though. Gets a very useful wicket. Parchakhan comes to the crease. We know he's a good hitter. Just have a look at that. It actually does straighten a bit. See how he actually moves his leg after the impact. I think it's a pretty good decision. Alexander gets the ball here and over number 3. Well, foot fielding attempt, but pretty good running from Ahmedzai. I'll get back for a couple. I would say sometimes that the fielding there's different techniques we see used. Some of these players, well, it depends where they've got. Obviously, this is a beautiful field, but some of the fields, even in Europe, not necessarily great for diving on. Now this one is smashed through the offside, and that's going to be 4. Kind of on the charge here. Look at him. Picks him like a spinner. And kind of opens up that offside, breaks the wrists. I'm just looking over some notes overnight as well. I realised was Zahiri getting back-to-back 4-fers. That's pretty amazing. We know that. But there's been a bit of a drought of 5-wicket hauls. This is a hit straight and hit pretty true. Maximo. Ahmedzai gets going. Night Riders love it. Well, they might. Slow ball there, I think. Just held back slightly. And he picked it and he hit it straight. Played the percentages. Bangs it towards the side screen. So Arafat Afghan was the last to take a hat-trick. That was in the ECL. First day Group B. Push and run. Get in fairly easily. And that was for Mechelen Eagles, the Belgian side against Hornchurch. Back on the 29th of February. So here we're talking a good kind of 7.5 weeks since we've had a 5-wicket haul. I feel like we might get one here in France. Didn't get any for the rest of the ECL. Didn't get any in Portugal. A few 4s though. Parchakhan gets going with a single. Very competitive game, this one. Hits through the line. This time they think against the run. Kind of sunny. Behind the stumps, that is work cut out from there. End of the power play. Pretty similar to the first power play of the day. 38 for 1 after 3. If you go back to the first half of this game, it was 39 for 2, as that will show you. So, a very, very even game. Has anyone got an early tingle here? I got a minor tingle. Just thinking that this game's been hovering and hovering and hovering for a while. But I think that the game could kind of depend on how well the Night Riders handle the spin. And we're going to get some spin here in the 4th over. Mr. Universe, no, and Ahmedzai to get us going. You know he loves to celebrate. He's an over-the-wrist bowler. He's pretty zippy through the air. Parchakhan facing up, start of the 4th. He's very animated as well. Unfortunately for Ahmedzai, he wins the moral battle but loses the scoreboard battle. He's a little under edge, played for 4. Might have even gone through the legs of the batter there. Not really intentional, but good enough for the Night Riders. Takes this on, doesn't really get it, he's gone. Great catching, and you can expect Ramdullah Mangal to hold most of them. You can see it's kind of a top spinner from Ahmedzai. He's got those variations, he's over the wrist. He probably carries on a bit here if we can get the replay of the bowler. And the catch is taken. He knows this game's in the balance. He's brought himself on at a key time. And he gets the wicket of Parchakhan, who goes 4 and out. Let's have a look at the way he bowls this as well. It comes over the wrist. Love these shots as well. Great shots by our friends at Spring Media. Comes over the top. A lot of overspin on that. So it hurries on. Doesn't really get too much of the bat on it. And nice catch by Mangal. See how he's able to kind of get his head and his whole centre of gravity down to the ball. And you can see President, they're up and about after that. 42 for 2. Javid Zadran comes to the crease at number 4. Waits on this, wants to run. Won't get it. No, this is the crossroads. This is where the rubber hits the road in this game. Because you're going to get Ahmedzai here. I think you'll probably get Stanikzai, the other wrist spinner, in the next over. Just full of energy, isn't he, Darwood? Really fun player to watch. Won't quite carry, but not able to find the pace. It's not an easy guy to hit back over his head, Darwood Ahmedzai. Because of that overspin, the ball's rushing onto you. Reminds me a lot of Abdul Kadir, the former Pakistani leg spinner of the 80s. Ahmedzai gets across. This is Wahid Ahmedzai facing Darwood Ahmedzai. Just a single. What a good over this is for President. Also got the captaincy duties here, Darwood. Love watching him playing for France. Everyone fell in love with him when he was playing for France, just with his energies. He's crazy. In a good way. This time, no control from Zadran, but he'll get one. Darwood with a brilliant over there. And after 4, it's 45 for 2. Just 1 for 7 coming off that 4th over. Darwood Ahmedzai, when we seen him at the Carlton Oval in a French shirt, he doesn't matter what he's doing, whether it's in the field or whether he's batting. Obviously, he's in mainly as a bowler. He's a guy that will give you every single ounce that he's got when he's on the park. And also very skillful. Right, as predicted, here's Sajjad Stanikzai. And he's going to start with a wicket, so the spin is winning so far. And they love it. One thing about this President's team, they really enjoy playing together. They celebrate their moments, and Stanikzai, as wickets as at the moments go, doesn't get much better than that as a start. This one hurries on, tilts back the middle stump, and the Knight Riders 45 for 3. Java just swings across it. Again, similar kind of bowler to Darwood Ahmedzai in that he bowls with a lot of overspin. He bowls with a lot of energy. And you can see Darwood among the first to get in there and congratulate him. So running repair job required. Stanikzai looks like a pretty good bowler to me as well. Not sure what his eligibility is, but yes, it does say that he's eligible to play for France. Hit down the ground and just out of the grasp of the fielder. Now, what a shot from Talach first up. Not this time. He does arrive in time, which is a good start, but brilliant shot first up. Likes it. I was a bit worried when he saw the fielder coming around. Let's just check that one more time. Where this bounces. Yeah, clearly over the line. You see it from that angle. Maximo for Talach. Again, you see a very kind of wristy swing. 6 and 1 to get Talach going. The 50s come up as well now for PKR, fighting back. Stanikzai, though, he's still young. This guy's 16 years old. He'll turn 17 in about a month. Yeah, he's very, very talented. I get freaked out when I see some of these dates of birth of some of these players. Stanikzai was born in 2007. This time, though, it gives a bit more loop, bit less pace, and it gets absolutely murdered out of the ground by Talach. Maximo. Well, the Empire strikes back. And the Knight Riders don't want to be speeding through these middle overs. Certainly not dying wondering here, Talach. More is wrong in there from Stanikzai. Into the over, so he does get a breakthrough. Does go for 15 though. A couple of Maximos in there. Score is 60 for 3 after 5. From the upcoming events, of course, we've got pressure as our next tour after this. We're back at the Drone Cricket Ground for some T20 internationals, featuring the Malta and Belgian national sides as well as the French national side. Estonia, first time since 2020. Netherlands, some high-quality cricket there as well. That's pretty close. He likes it. I liked it, to be honest, and he's gone. Well, Mr. Universe is on 100 metres. Got to admit, I liked it because it goes straight on. I don't think it was missing leg. It'll be an interesting replay. Darwood, he wasn't waiting around for an answer. He'd made up in his own mind that that was going to be given out, and eventually was right. Let's check this out on the replay. Again, doesn't really spin like a leg spinner. It goes straight on. Slow as we can here. Yeah, I mean, if there's no bat there, I don't see that missing. Hits him middle and leg. You can see where it hits him, middle and leg. That's not going to miss the stumps. That's going to hit the stumps. And Darwood, well, like I said, he had a bit of a glance. He just kept pumping out the steps. But, yeah, this is why we love watching this guy. Okay, it's a little bit naughty. Probably should wait for the umpire's decision. But he'll tell you, he was just burning off some excess energy. Wicket to start the sixth at 60 for 4. Taluch goes for 14. Here's Wali Khan. And this next ball just sneaked past. No numbers or a single. You gotta love the enthusiasm. Slides onto the pad. You know, we're talking about the President Lev being good bowling side. Just look at their bowling attack. Look at the variety and the skill they've got in there. Just a single this time. Make him work hard for it. Need to find a way to try and get back in this game. Knight Riders, fraction short, but again, such overspin. How did you enjoy that one from Darwood? He's great television. Last ball of the sixth. That's a brilliant spell. He's going to finish with 2 for 11 in this game where it's been pretty much a par game all the way through. But he has put his team well on top now. That's the end of the 6th over. 65 for 4. Yeah, I've got to say, I don't think you can have too many complaints with that LBW, because it's more or less it's a top spinner, right? So it probably pitches middle. I think it hits the batter middle and leg right on the crease. He had a really good look of where it hit the batter. And it wasn't missing. All right, Stanek's eye. So we go the full spin twins through 4, 5, 6, and 7, though. This is a bad ball to start. Wali Khan puts it up and out of the ground. Maximal. This is probably the difference between kind of where Stanek's eye is at compared to Darwood at this stage in his career. Wood just played a lot of high-level cricket, a lot for France. And Darwood he's 30 years old versus a 16-year-old. Hit straight, and the umpires have been under attack time in this series. Time to duck. Yep. Ball goes up, umpire goes down. 4 carreras. You can see him up there. See on the replay. He's bowled him. Oh, it's a great comeback from the young man. That was a genuine wrong-in. Big shout goes up. And for the President 11, they feel they're in charge of this game. I went for a 6 and then a 4 there. But then gets this one to turn back again. This has been an interesting slow-mo replay. You see Darwood The old dog, I mean, it's only 30. But have a look at it's the back of the hand, and it just left to right. This would be a great one from straight on, if we can see it. It actually gets that spin going, slightly left, right. So watch this. Back of the hand, a little bit left to right. That's such a good delivery. Well, he can't overbalance the seat. Look at that. Oh, that's pure. What a talent Stanek Zay is. Again, the accuracy is something I'm sure he'll get better. And I just noticed as well, such as Stanek Zay, he's been included in the French squad for the ECS. This is hit hard, and he's gone all the way. Maximo! Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't at the moment against Stanek Zay. Well, he's been left kind of holding the baby a little bit here. Still very much on, if the Knight Riders can have a good finish. Is that wrong again? Well fielded. Don't get a run there. So the new batter, Mohamed Javed, will be on strike. At the end of 7 out, it's 85. This is what's coming up in the second match of the day. President 11 staying on the park, taking on Balbignon. Balbignon, what a finish yesterday against Treur, chasing 162 off the very last ball. Balbignon, despite that heroic chase, they'll be happy to bat first after winning the toss in that one. Vitu, the hero yesterday. The captain will also be behind the stumps. Join us for that game starting in around about 35 minutes right here on ECN. Looks like a pretty similar President 11 side. Right, 3 overs to go, 46 needed. After the 4 overs, the spin, we go back to pace, and Ramatullah Mangal, pretty good guy to be able to bring on. First one hangs up in the air, hanging a long time. Bermuda Triangle, and a great effort. I mean, to be honest, I think he was the last person that I thought would be going for it. Zain Ahmed there. Check this one out in the replay. 2 outfielders coming around. He said maybe I can reach it. They leave it for him. I thought it was a bit lucky in the end that he doesn't push it across the line for 4. Get back for 2. Now this is hanging in here as well. Another great effort. It's a wipeout job. Mohamed Zay couldn't quite get there, but you gotta love the efforts. Again, 2 balls, no boundaries. Oh, Superman time. Ramatullah Mangal, he's a class act though. Steps the cross, actually gets a fair piece of this one. Maximo! Well, pace in, pace out. Wahid Ahmedzai saying this game ain't over. Wow. Get your seat stuff here, first game of the day on a Saturday morning. Oh, shot. Got plenty of it, but straight to the fielder. Oh, well, luck's in, luck's out. Ahmedzai got plenty of that, but he absolutely nails it straight at the fielder. And Sajjad Stanek Zay, again, the teenager, just coming off his 2 over spell. He is so cool. Takes it shoulder high. And yeah, Wahid Ahmedzai thought off the bat, that's screaming to the boundary, but the fielder couldn't have been any better placed. Bang. Well received. Excellent hands from the young man. He goes for a pretty well put together 34, and the score now 91 for 6. All right. Good Mohamed Saleh has a go. 14 balls left. Make that 13. Now you've got 2 batters that are relatively new to the crease. It's the guy, Ramatullah Mangal, who I'm sure they'll plan on giving him the 8th and the 10th. Almost done with the 8th. Got options as well, so they want to bring back. Probably Zahiri is the one I would bring back in the 9th. Big left arm. I took 1 for 7 in the 2nd. That'll be a wide. Remember the new regulations, it misses the whole line. It's a wide. Seems a big task considering the bowling's still to come, but you never know. It goes upstairs. And, saying that's the one for the over. Interesting one to see from side on. It's the last ball anyway of the over. Check it out here in the replay. No ball call. Must have been a second in the over. All right, so means we've got a free hit to come here. Last ball of the 8th. Hit back, and Ramatullah Mungal gets a boot on it. And Jarvid says, no thanks, I'll take it into my own hands. So Mungal with a pretty good over at an important time. End of 8, 93 for 6. Really enjoying this action. Should mention also Zahir Zahiri has been included in the ECI squad from President 11, as well as Sajjad Stanikzai. That was Iqbal Hussain as well for President 11. So, yeah, fair bit of representation. So I'm just counting in the ECI squad how many President 11 players there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 out of the squad. Out of the 13. Got all having the 9th here. Jarvid not really having a lot of team. Doesn't want to get off strike there. Right, this one, bit of an up and under job. But it's going to carry the line. Maximo. Badly needed, to say the least. Just hanging on here in the contest. Makes it 29 off 10. You can see that Jarvid, he believes he's the man. Not wanting to give up the strike. There's a wide. Just misses the mark. I just hope the batter will chase that. (28 off 10). Well, put it this way. We saw Balbignon take 28 off the last over. Right about 22 hours ago to win a game. Now short, hooked away, not controlled and gone. So Jarvid's going to have to go. Does bring up the 100. For PKR, but he can't get them any closer than that. Iqbal Hussain being brought back here in the 9th. A little bit surprised they didn't go back to Zahiri, but he does the job. I suppose that's the thing about having a lot of options as a captain. So Jarvid will have to go for 10, 100 for 7, I should say. 27, President 11 scoring means they made 28 off 9. It'll be Akbar Shah to come out. There's no time to waste. Wow, has luck. Just straight into the middle stump. They play straight. That's a little bit too straight. And both teams walk away at least with a point out of this. We know that. And the way President 11 are going, looking like they'll take 3. Both teams guaranteeing themselves a point. There's 2 points up for grabs for the win. Two to come in the ninth. Slow ball, beautifully bowled. But no justice, because that's going to go away for 4. Shark was definitely fooled by it. Kind of had to try and hold back his shot in the end, but all's well that ends well. Runs away for 4 runs. Love more of that. Big swing and a miss, so go to the last. PKR just stifled at the moment. 104 for 7 after 9. Hello to Ragnar Wilson. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're having a good morning as well. I mentioned how it was important that PKR got on top of the spin. And I think if you look at those 4 overs, okay, 4 for 43 combined. Matawa Damansai in particular was incredible with his wrist spin. They take those 4 wickets, but just keep the line moving as well. We'll go back to Zahiri. So they're not going to give Rahmatullah Mangala a second. Well, 24 to win off the last. We've seen it done. Zahiri, you wouldn't imagine he'd bottle it, but then the first one's going to be a big wide. It's a huge wide, to be honest. He just didn't swing at all. Just trying to pick up that LBW earlier, one straightened down the line. .23 off 6 end. Hey, we've seen 32 done off the last over. Zahiri, close it out. You can close it out pretty well. Saleh, he's going to go for a duck. As he tries to send this one into the car park. It comes up with nothing but fresh air. Presidents have been tested in this game, but looks like they passed the test. It looks like another frustrating loss on the way for the Knight Riders. Zahiri kind of lost the handle on the first one. Maybe expecting that there'd be a bit of swing there. It wasn't there, so he makes the adjustment. And the next one rearranges the stumps. Well, it might see Derek out for the first time this morning. 4-ball duck there for Mohamed Saleh. Maybe Derek's having a bit of a lie-in. That's okay. Zahiri 2 for 8. Let's bowl it. Shaquille, this isn't going anywhere either. Shaquille Ahmed, the captain, coming up for 10. Hoping the bowling took 1 for 26 in the first half of this game. Been a really good game though, tense. We won't get the nail-biting finish that we might have. But really entertaining spectacle. We're going to run here. What to do here? Think about it. Oh, I think this might be out as well. We'll have to check it outside on. The stumps are an absolute mess. Kanisane knocks 2 of them out of the ground. I'll be very surprised if Akbar Shah gets back here. They do take the 1, but look, here we go. He's gone. He's well gone there. Stump's actually up and out of the ground. That'll be 1 and run out. There's the wheels falling off a little bit towards the end here. See, they didn't even know what their plan was, to be honest. Kanisane just creates a bit more work for the umpire. Score now 106 for 9. As the last man strides to the crease. It's Kapalwak. Finish it here. Almost almost done, Zahiri. So Knight Riders just kind of shake this one off. They got a big day today. So I'll take on PUC in the middle game today. They'll also take on Balbignon in the last game of the day. So, okay, frustrating as this might be, they need to go away. Try and keep up beat. Still potential 8 points that they can win today. That's a great shot. That's a full toss, and that's smashed down to the ground. Maximo. There you go. I might want to check the height of this as well. I feel like it was just okay. And I think they've said it's okay. Yeah, fine. Anyway. Let's finish it off here. Well, almost finishes off by knocking the stumps over, but still, it'll be 14 runs the margin. PKR so close yet so far. In fact, once again, they end up with the score in the kind of 100 and teens. It'll be President 11, 127. Paris Knight Riders, 113. As we draw a line under match 26. President 11 with 3 points out of that. They go to the top of the table. PKR, they will walk away with a point out of that. I think there's a lot of mutual respect between the players. That was a very entertaining contest to start the day. I just want to say a quick hello to Shohag, and just reminding everybody else, the next match will start in 20 minutes' time. President 11 back on the park, hoping to go back-to-back, taking on Balbignon, who caused that boil over yesterday to knock over Dreux, chasing down 162 off the very last ball. Join us for that one starting in 20 minutes. I'll be right here to bring it to you as we'll go back and have a look at the highlights. And really, the team started pretty well for PKR. Was able to whack a couple of sixes. That was an interesting one. Didn't quite get the fingertips of the bowler. If it did, I think it would have been run out. This was the LBW. I got to say, it's hard to find anything wrong with it. Pitches in line, hits him in line. I think it was going on to hit. But then the spin came on, and Dawa Damadzai, well, you can't take the camera off this guy. He's a live wire. That was pretty good. Just wait for the LBW to come. At the other end, it was Sajjad, the teenager, that was able to strike, and a couple struck back on him as well as Talach went about trying to eat into this target. Ahmadzai gets this LBW, and he was off. He certainly made up his mind. Umpire has a good look and says, yeah, that's out. I don't know if Ahmadzai could even hear whether it was out or not. He was so far away by the time it was given. Ahmadzai did go for a few runs then. I know that he's kind of a work in progress, but that was a good run. Came back well. His second over did go for 17. He came back well after going for a 6 and a 4 to get that wicket. And then we saw a couple of real teasers. Wipeout job there from Zayn Ahmed. And then Howard Ahmadzai the very next ball. So you can see President 11. I feel they're a really good chance in this tournament. That was a nice catch by Stanek Zay after he finished his spell. He took that on the point boundary. Some late hitting, but really they were so far behind then. It would have taken a monumental effort to get them back in the game. And you got good bowlers to bring back as well. They still had good bowlers and never even bowled out. Zahiri came on to clean things up towards the end. In the end, 9 wickets would fall along the way. So we see all 11 batters for PKR. They're not quite able to chase down the 128. A good example of par on the board, but an above par attack. Being able to restrict the opposition to less. Looking at the scorecard, Wahid Ahmadzai was kind of holding the baby there, wasn't he? 34 off 17. Talach, Wali Khan and Mohammad Javed all contributing double figures in that middle to lower order, but couldn't quite get them across the line. Naseem at the top started them off with a couple of maximos, but just couldn't go on with it. He was done by a good bit of swing bowling by Zahir Zahiri. Speaking of Zahiri, he finishes 2 for 16, but for me, the best of the bowling was Mr. Universe, 2 for 11 off his 2 overs. Also, shout out to the teenage spin sensation Sajid Sanikzai with 2 wickets of his own. Iqbal Hussain took the other one. Ramatul Mangal there, chipping in with a 1 for 11. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in around about 15 minutes' time to take you into the second match of the day. It'll be the Presidents that hold centre court against Balbignon when we return. Match 27 just around the corner. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you shortly with more European Cricket Series France.
European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the True Cricket Ground time for the second match of our ECN Saturday coverage. Match 27 is on the way between President 11 and Balbignon. President 11 coming off a pretty good win in the first match of the day. Balbignon, first chance we get to see them on the park. Let's see what happens at the coin toss a little while ago. The Sheriff, Charles Croucher, had the two captains.
Balby needs to call. Heads is the call. And it's a head.
Well, looking good as always out there in the middle. And Balbignon, they will bat first, and certainly looking forward to seeing them. What a day they had yesterday. A win to remember, Europe Cricket Series kind of history, I suppose, as we saw Balbignon getting over Dreux in a last ball thriller. Tavalingham was brilliant at the top. It was Vithu that finished things off, though, with the maximum off the last ball. Watch out for the French representative, Cham Wanakur out there as well. And expect Jatusan to open the batting for Balbignon in a few minutes' time. For President 11, though, I did notice one change there with the Mungals swapping places. Ramatullah out of the side, Rahula comes in. So they're both very, very good pacers. So I don't think that weakens their team significantly at all. President 11, 44%, interesting, against Balbignon, who have 3 wins, a loss, and a no result in there, with President 11 now actually having a 4-2 record. They're on the top of the table at the moment, but yeah, potentially, depending on how this goes, potentially Balbignon could be on the top of the table at the end of this game. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with you on a beautiful day for cricket in Dreux. A fair bit of sunshine. Sun's just gone away for a little bit at the moment. Currently, still a bit of a brisk 7 degrees. Expecting 10 degrees as the maximum. Should get up to that. Tavalingham is out there with Satananta Sivam Jatusan. Okay, this should be a good game. Oh, let's roll. Iqbal Hussain to get us going. And he gets driven straight to Rahula, who's into the side. You already see that enthusiasm. I already mentioned the kind of team spirit from President 11 this morning. But Balbignon, let's not forget them. Yesterday, there was a fair bit of team spirit when that last ball disappeared to take them to the target of 162 against Dreux, 3 European champions. That's a nice shot. They just throws his hands at it, going, and gone. Maximo. Oh, well, welcome to game 27. That's a shot of a guy in form, isn't it? Balbignon. That's the name of the French word for people that live in the city of the area of Bobigny. Oh, opens the face and just gets it away from the fielder. Some Alexander there. Was entertained, but he couldn't quite get a play on it. It is semi-deliberate, but I wouldn't say he was 100% in control of where that was going, Tavalingham. It's got a bit big on him, didn't it? Almost fends it straight to that man in the circle. Very well bowled up in the block hole. Dug out, rolling away. Just pulls up in time. It's true. We saw the conclusion of it. Speaking of team spirit, all of the Balbignon players rushing, congratulating their captain out there in the middle. We mentioned Tavalingham's half century yesterday, but let's not forget that Jatusan, who hasn't faced a ball yet, he put together a pretty dynamic 58 off 19. back in match 22. Striking it better than 3 a ball. Barakzai was very good towards the end, 22 off 7. Fitu, 19 off 6. So 2 teams hitting this game with a lot of confidence. Golden cutter there. Missed out. Matavalingam. End of the first over. It's 12 without loss. Well, here we go. We have the ECI squads. Let's have a bit of a look. And yeah, I mentioned this earlier up front. I have 7 players out of this President 11 side in it. 7 out of 14. It might be 7 out of 13, actually. Hungary, I mentioned that Zishan is back in there for them. Vinod Ravindran, Prashar, they're a very good player. Sheikh Razik, Mr. Slick, Marcus Fontaine. Roman, interesting to see who leads the side. So Thiesen's back for them. And obviously, those 3 teams will be tangling in the which will be starting in exactly 1 week's time. One name missing from Romania that I noticed was Taranjit Singh. No Taranjit Singh in the Romania. Always Zahiri. Well, over number 2. First one just slides past the outside edge of Jathusan. So both these openers coming off half centuries yesterday. A little bit shorter, and Jathusan's after him. And he puts it over the rope. Maximo! Not really the plan. I think Zahiri just bowls this one. More or less keep the batter on his toes, but he's more than on his toes. Hello to Dave B. Looks like he's lurking. Hopefully you're enjoying the start of your weekend. Now it's in the air, but it's going to race away to the boundary. Jathusan gets into his work. We haven't seen a lot of swing yet from Zahiri. Nice gun barrel straight from the hand. And nice shot. And takes his chances, hitting it slightly in the air. Albignon with that kind of 3-1 record with the 1 no result in there. They did take 4 points out of 2 matches. They also failed to get a point at one of their matches against the Vipers. A bit unlucky in the no result. All right, that's in the air, hanging up a long time, and caught eventually. Well, I won't say it was 100% in the middle of the hands, but it'll do. And that's the youngster, Sajjad Stanikzai, that takes the catch. Looking reliable today. You can see again, not too much swing or anything, but just trying to pull the ball where he's fighting the angle. Well taken in the end. So, Satanantasivam Jathusan will go for 10, and the score's 22 for 1. So bring Paramaguru Aruna to the crease. Albignon actually played 2 matches yesterday. They played 21 and 22. Really put away Parasami in the first game of the day, then backed it up with that last ball thriller over Drew. Aruna pushes and takes off when he sees the ball go past the bowler. Aruna gets going. Ties him up, not really serious LBW appeal. That'll be the end of the over though. In the balance, 23 for 1 after 2. A bit overcast now at the ground. There's always the chance of the odd passing shower. But it generally does pass. Now we're seeing the table, and really not too much in it at all. Remember, the top 5 teams will make it to finals day on Friday. The other thing is the top team actually gets a free pass to the final. So the format that we're using, we're trying a few different Final 5 formats, but this format has the top team go straight to the decider. Alexander comes on to bowl the third. So the difference between finishing first and second in this format is actually huge. So if you finish first, yeah, you're straight through to the final. All the other teams, they have to win 2 matches against each other just to get to the final. So there's a 2 versus 5 kind of eliminator. There's a 3 versus 4 eliminator. Let's see if that cops on, but I think he'll be fine. It's a 2 versus 5 and 3 versus 4. And then those 2 winners will play, so probably 2 versus 3 if it goes to plan. And then, only then do you make the final. And the first team's just been sitting laughing the whole day, watching you try and knock the stuffing out of everyone else. This one is hit to the offside. We can see the enthusiasm there. Talking about Dawud Ahmedzai, I haven't seen him captain before this week, but he certainly leads by example. Big down leg side. Oh, pretty tight actually on the run out. Off sidearm sling. I wonder if this would have been out. A quick release throw. Oof. Tight. A little bit short, and Aruna is going to turn on and get 4. Nice shot. Just kind of going with the angle there. Aruna comes to the party with his first boundary. Yeah, maybe we haven't quite seen the best of Paramaguru Aruna yet. Trusted in this number 3 position. Obviously think highly of him. It's really wide though, down the leg side. Chris Smith is asking about his random question from the other day. You'll have to remind me, Chris. I'll do my best. Last ball, the power play. That's well. Might as well go at him. Oh, that was tight as well. Bowler couldn't get behind the stumps. I think it had to be direct though. Takes the shortest route possible. That would have been gone, I think. Would have been just been out. Great view from our wonderful media partner, Spring Media. End of the third, though, 31 for 1. Power play for me, probably won by Presidents there. Around about kind of 40 is the power play, I think. All right, this is where the leg spinners kind of really took over in the last game. Ahmedzai, Mr. Universe. Well, seatbelts on. This will be exciting. Maybe a slow-mo of this, the way he bowls this. Getting an overthrow. They shouldn't have got that, but Darwood, probably there's a few choice words there. But have a look at the way the ball comes out of Darwood's hand. Comes out of the back of his hand, and it really, look at this one here. This comes and hurries on. It more or less comes straight over the top, you see? And that's why it kind of skids on. Great view from our crew at Spring Productions. It's a little bit short, though. And that is in the air, and it's almost kept in. Great effort out there. But it's going to be 6. Maximal. Oh, well. Ahmed out there. Have a look. Does he take off from the fielder play? I thought he did. He does when he first contacts it, but he just doesn't get enough of a hand on it to push it back. Ahmedzai, probably the one thing he's lacked over the last year or so is he hasn't really been turning the ball sideways. So the batters, some of them, have kind of trusted that they can play through the line of the ball. I'd love to see him try and develop that kind of like an away spinner and a genuine wrong-un rather than just having anything come over the top. But there we go, right on cue. Watch out, here he is, Mr. Universe. He will be celebrating like nobody else. And that looked like the genuine leg spinner. I just called for it. It actually seems to go a little bit right to left. It's an interesting slow-mo as well if we can watch it out of the hand. But yeah, Ahmedzai comes up with the goods. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt here about the stumping. Just kind of goes on the drive. Can't really deal with it. But yeah, have a look at how this one comes out. Is it different? Is it a little bit more? See, it is. See, a little bit more of the right to left spin. Just a little bit. And just enough, actually, to get Aruna. Great pictures once again. And there's that trademark Mr. Universe celebration. And so, 39 for 2. Okay, Chris, thanks for the random question. It says, what do I think of the ECB? Because that's the English board. Swapping to kookaburras for first-class cricket from the Duke balls. First part of the question. And do I think the reversal would or could happen in Australia? Okay, first question first. I think it's good because I think the feedback's been really good from the English about the kookaburra balls. Because it just basically means that you're replicating, I mean, most of the cricket now is played with kookaburra balls around the world. Right, end of the over here. 40 for 2 after 4. Nice over there from Dawud Ahmedzai. I just looking at the feedback from what I've seen. Haven't seen a lot live, but you know, the bowlers are having to work a lot harder to get wickets because that's what we have to do in Test cricket, right? Do I see Australia going the other way? No, because I think that ultimately that kookaburra ball is going to probably be the standard in Test cricket, even eventually in England. This is short and just a single, as predicted as well. This is Stanekzai, who's bowling over number 5. So yeah, I just think that ultimately you'll probably have a consistent ball used in Test cricket, if not most international cricket. And so I don't see Australia going the other way. All right, this is in the air. Hasn't gone too far at all. And it's gone. Well, there you go. The spin twins doing it again. And Iqbal Hussain takes the catch. But you know what? I'm loving the support for this youngster in this side. Sajjad Stanekzai, just mentioned he'll be representing France for the first time in about a week. So it's a really big vote of confidence. Again, kind of middle length. Batter tries to make something out of it. All he can do, hit it straight to Iqbal. No disappointment. Balbignon just behind the 8 ball at the moment. They lose Dhavalingam for 19 and the score 41 for 3. It's a very good question though, Chris. By the way, I'm not anti-Duke ball. I just think that they're not used as widely. That's why. Yeah. I do think actually the Australian team, or the Australian Sheffield Shield, once tried the Duke balls for a round. Well, what a shot from Thayaparan first up. He just launches it over the leg side. Maximal. That's the thing with Sajjad Stanekzai. He's going for a few more runs. And his spin twin, kind of older spin brother, Dawud Ahmedzai. He does chip in with wickets. Now, it's too short. That's the one that he won't be able to get away with. That has gone many a mile. Maximal. You see the cars have actually been brought back a little bit. I'm glad that van didn't leave it about 10 seconds later. Yeah, good start for Thayaparan. Don't get too much better than that. Static Side was hit for 2 boundaries before, came back with a wicket. I think it's just missing. Had a good look. That looked like a slight wrong in there as well. This one's hit to the leg side boundary. There's Rahula Mangal. And that'll take us to the end of the 5th over. The score is 54 for 3. Time for some in-game analysis. And I will say the importance of variety in the attack is something we've talked about a lot before. I think President 11, in fact, they've got those 2 spin options. I still think they've got Zain Ahmed up their sleeve to bowl as well. He's a pretty useful left-arm spinner, in addition to a hard-hitting opening batter. So, variety is the spice of life. Just gives you options, and we saw it towards the end of the last game. They had plenty of options to bowl those last couple of overs. Plenty of good options. Here's Mr. Universe back to bowl the 6th. Gets the first one past. So, Shane Wanakula-Saria is batting now. Tahaparan, though, in the driver's seat at the moment. Chris Smith saying Kookaburra acquired the British cricket ball manufacturer, the Readers ball. Remember that? Alfred Reader and Co. in 2002. The Readers have been one of the leading manufacturing suppliers for over 200 years. This is a good example of a ball that might have got a bit of the line, but these days that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I suppose things change as the game moves forward, Chris. I think general feedback, the Kookaburra ball is pretty good at that first class level. This one's chopped onto the pad of Tahaparan. Once again, Ahmed's eye, not going for too many at all. Took 2 for 11 in the first game of the day. Could do something similar here. 2 to come in the 6th. That's a quicker one. Not out. Maybe main camera would be good here, but I'd love to see how this comes out of his hand. Because his runner just loads up and he just launches his wrist and puts lots of pace on the ball. So just have a look at how he bowls this. So it's not over the wrist, it's out of the front, and he just pretty much goes bang, snaps the wrist. For me, okay, it's close, but it looked a bit high, hit him above the pad. Nice ball over. There's another one. So Mr. Universe does it again, and he's loving life at the moment. It's a pretty interesting one. Just watch the gloves of Kanasane. Make sure he doesn't encroach. He was close last time, so it might be worth a little bit of a look here. But for now, looks like it's out 55 for 4. This will be an interesting replay. Let's watch. Does he encroach here, or is he all right? He's got a little bit of buffer zone to work with. Yeah, he's fine there. No problem at all. So, Chayam, he runs at Darwood and won't be able to ever get back. And Darwood Ahmedzai, well, take your 2 for 11 from last game and you improve it. 2 for 9, his figures. And after 6 overs, 55 for 4. It's kind of a wild shot, though. And you've got one more ball to go from a guy who's kind of on fire. It just probably wasn't the time for Wanakula-Saria to play that shot. Again, more handled by Kanasane. You see there that he's got a good tactic because he does tend to reach out a bit, Lingiswara and Kanasane, which is fine. But he actually started a good kind of 8 to 10 inches behind the stumps. So then he had the ability to reach and still not encroach. By that I mean, get in front of the stumps before the ball had passed it, or even get to the side of the stumps before the ball had passed it. The law says you have to remain wholly behind the stumps until either the ball's hit or hits the batter, or until it passes the stumps. Right, here's Rahula Mangal. Oh no, well, kick it. Oh, well. What a way for Rahula to start. He is just going to slot it into the back of the net. I really don't know where Thayaparan thought he was going here. Check it out here on the replay. Just takes off, says go, and he says, well, I don't really want to go because I think you're in trouble. Look, bang. In the end, it is a classic goal. What about that from Rahula, who was on the bench in the first game? Doesn't waste too much time getting into the action. He'll kick a run out to get us going here, and really Balbignon a long way behind in this ball game right now, 55 for 5. Thayaparan, good hitter, but just kind of had his momentum curbed, and then Rahula Mangal into the side for his brother Ramatullah. Good old-fashioned kick run out. See it from time to time. See more of the miss, though, than hit. Baraksai was good late in the piece against Drew yesterday. And, okay, we've got a 5-run penalty here. Baraksai took too long to face up, so it's getting even worse. Yeah, you got 60 seconds to face up at the moment. This next one will be a wide. So you might have wondered what that was for. It was a 5-run penalty because Baraksai wasn't ready to face, and the key word there being to face. I don't know if that was a wide or not. In the 60 seconds. He's bowled him. Oh, it's even worse. So basically, it'll be a -4 play because it goes run out, 5-run penalty, wide, wicket. I don't think anyone gets that sequence of events. Papignon, they're in a lot of trouble here. 56 for 6. And here's the thing. Those 5 runs, you might wonder, okay, how come they haven't come off their score? You never actually take runs off the score in cricket, but you'll add runs to the other team. So when President 11 come out to bat, they'll actually start on 5 runs. Well, it will be a golden duck. That's kind of worse than that, really, because he's actually gone into negative territory, hasn't he there, Baraksai? What a difference a day makes. Rahula, right on target. Cracking shot, though. What a shot to start your innings. Vitu was the hero yesterday. They need something big from the captain here. Just sucks up the pace and puts it back with interest. Very confident drive to start the captain's knot. Baraksai. Probably won't be the last to get done for the time. You see he was adjusting his helmet there. Just wasn't set, was he? Now this is another one that's going to go even further. Maximo Vitu. Surprised they've waited this long. Well, he's waited this long to bring himself out. Very well struck offside for 6. Yeah, if you have that kind of, I call it the Angelo Matthews problem. For example, you need your helmet adjusted slightly. Just face the ball first. Edge, and that'll run away for 4 as well. So, well, they start to get ticking here. Mangal will go for 19. Although I suppose take off the -5. Maybe it's 14 in the over. I guess it's 15 at the moment. Not quite the over yet. Yeah, so even if you probably face up and say you back away as the bowl's about to bowl, that might be kind of a way to get around it. I suppose you let the bowler come into play. But if you sit there and you're fiddling with your helmet and you're taking longer than your allotted minute, you're going to get pinged. But anyway, that'll take us to the end of the over. So after 7, it's 71 for 6. Bearing in mind, though, that President 11, they will start on 5. So they will essentially already be 5 runs into the target. Here's a look at the upcoming events. We got up to Estonia before. in 2020, actually, for a 2-day series. It'd be great to be back there again before too long. Netherlands is going to be really exciting with a 3-way T20I series featuring the full teams of Netherlands, Ireland, and Scotland just before they go to the World Cup in USA and the Caribbean. Well, some bonus stuff. Interesting also, they broke up the spin twins this time with an over from Ruhula. Actually worked out pretty well. Now they go back to Sajjad Stanikzai in the 8th. Yeah, also in the Netherlands, we'll have the Dutch club finals day, 2 semi-finals and a final that will determine who will represent the Netherlands in ECL 25. It's hit down the ground, hit pretty straight, and that's going to beat the fielder, so Kumaran gets his first runs. Takes on the spin. Same thing, Stanikzai, he's got that good wrong, and we've seen the one thing that probably Dawood Ahmadzai and Stanikzai probably lack a little bit is that kind of big spinning leg spinner. Goes around the wicket now. And it works. Hits the top of the stumps. Has Kumaran swinging right across the line. That's one of those ones that with the bowler going around the wicket, you got to block the stumps with your pads. Shouldn't really be getting bowled because you shouldn't be LBW off a normal length ball. So Stanikzai has got the knack of biting back. It's a really good quality that the teenager has. If he does get hit, doesn't seem to rattle him. This one's a good old-fashioned kind of Shane Warne into the footmarks job, really. Swings across it. Now you can see maybe his body position here. That's pitching miles outside the leg stump, so you just got to use your body and your pads as a second line of defense there. Kumaran basically leaves the window open, and Stanikzai drives right in. 7 wickets down now. Balbenion, 76 for 7. Anuruddha Munasinghe, the lefty, comes out. And crunches a drive first up. I love the depth in the batting here in France. So here's it pretty much every team, even when you get down to kind of number 8, number 9, number 10, they can all still hit. And they're very, very comfortable with the bat in their hand. He's staying over the wicket. This is Vitu, who really is the key to this innings. It's a slot machine. 77 for 7. Leg side will be called a wide. Didn't get any of the pad on the way through. Vitu hits, runs. Dawood can't pick it up cleanly. I love the way he's kind of mentored his younger spinning colleague, Dawood. Last ball then for Stanikzai. Another good performance from him. He's always kind of attacking the stumps. He doesn't bowl too many short ones. Just the odd one. But another testing spell from the 16-year-old. 2 for 23 will be his figures. And after 8 overs, Balbignon, they are 80 for 7. And like I said, really, it's only worth 75. With the President 11 to start their innings on 5 due to that time penalty conceded by Barakzai. And some people might think that's harsh, but I think, you know, for rules to work, they need to be enforced. And you can't really have the judgment in it. If he's ready to face in 60 seconds, there's no penalty. And if he's not, there is. I think the players have been pretty well kind of warned about it. Most are jogging out there very quickly. Hussain comes back. First one. Oh, is he nicked this? Well, they think so. They're asking. Bounces off the keeper. But it's come down to, does the umpire think there's an edge there? I'm going to say it was really close. And I think now the decision's been given. Let's have a look on the replay. I don't know. To me, okay, I thought he may have hit it. The keyword being may. Oh, yeah. And then it's a rebound catch. It was close to the bat. But what a random bit of cricket that is. And they love it. They were absolutely sure. And I don't really think that you can really use the technology to tell one way or the other here. Maybe. So if the umpire says not out originally, then I think it's got to stay, not out. Maybe we can have one more look at it. But there's no real big deflection one way or another. Let's have a look at this one here. Yeah, and I think you hear from the cheer. That tells you all you need to know. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Umpire might have originally felt that there was a little touch, but then you wonder kind of what all the fuss was about. Then it bounces off Kanisane, ends up in the safe hands of Husnain Afzal. Muna Stinger, bizarre dismissal, out for 2. And the score is 80 for 8. So I think with Balbignon, this is reminding me a little bit of what happened on opening day. Match 5, they could only manage 95 with the bat, and not taking the point away from that. This is again, I think, so giving it wide, but there's no way this is completely outside the line. I think it's half on the line, half in. This will tell you the story. But they've been pretty consistent with those. Vinusant, the new batter. Tap and run here. What this does do for President 11, you don't want to get ahead of yourself, but effectively, they could be chasing something in here. And then a real opportunity for them to take a 4-point win and put a bit of space between them and the rest. At the top of the ladder. Just go back to that caught behind. The likely thing is the umpire. Oh, well. Oh, no. That's hit the edge of the pitch. Now they're thinking of a third. As luck would have it, there's about 3 or 4 different backup fielders. It goes to one of them. I was going to say, probably what's happened on the court behind is that the umpire felt it was out, felt like he would like some confirmation. So, saying, is there any reason that it's obviously not out? The third umpire says no, you stick with your decision. Anyway, Vitu, he's still left there holding the baby, but he's going to smack this one over the offside. Maximo! Just kind of stays leg side of the ball and makes really good contact there. It's exquisite timing from the skipper. Couple to come in the 9th. Well, they go on the hit. Good effort from Kanisane to try and make something out of nothing. I suppose flip side of what I was saying about Presidents chasing all the points. Balbignon, even if they can't win this game, at least taking a point in the scheme of things. I think for them, qualifying for the 5 is going to be pretty important. If you don't get top, then 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are all kind of the same. I suppose, unless it rains on finals day. The ranking would matter, but otherwise 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all the same. You're 3 games away from the trophy, so making sure they hold on to their points critical for them, I think, as well. As we get to the end of the 9th over, and Balbignon are 92 for 8. Just opening up across the link. Simon Harmer in the county game. Auditioning to be an ECN ball retriever. Oh, I would always be happy to put them in the yellow vest. Put Simon in there. Yeah, back at one with nature. All right, last overtime. Running out of resources here. Vinusant, can he just at least get to the other end? And here he comes back. Oh, he's looking at it a long time. Not out, though. I always felt this bounce outside the leg stump. See how you judge it. Yeah. I suppose what made me nervous there, umpire having a very, very good look. Did not move a muscle, but gets the decision right, which is the main thing. Big bite. Puts Vitu on strike. And he wants to here with 8 down. It's risky. Going to take it on. And, well, the gamble pays off. I like they do go to the keeper's end. They felt good throw there. You can kind of get Vitu, and potentially that saves you kind of 5 to 10 runs. But because he has to rush the throw, kind of pulls Kanasane away from the stumps. I want the same again, but just don't see any way he can get back. Finisart looks like he can handle himself with the bat, though. I'm saying that photo that he put in the chat was when the ball had gone over to someone's back garden, so it should have been 6 and out. What about a 6 and out rule in ECN cricket? Maybe when we're playing somewhere near the lake or something like that. Another one that pitches outside the leg stump. So once again, we'll see a leg by. Good enough to get Vitu back. This is one where it was an obvious, like, straight to an outfielder. I don't think I would run. I think I'd rather have Vitu facing the last ball. See if he can capture the last ball heroics from last night. If there's a chance of a 2, then go. Well, it might be even better because he's going to get a French cut. Ooh la la, très bien. As Vitu will get one of the more unconvincing 4s of the day, but a 4 nonetheless. And it brings up the 100 for Balbignon. I suppose net, they're only 96, as they have given away a 5-run penalty for tardiness in this 10 overs. So I guess they're 96 in a way. Boundary will make it 100 plus. And he digs this out, not going too far at all. They probably like the idea of 2, but never going to get it. So he'll finish 102 for 8, setting a 103 target. But with Presidents to start on 5, effectively it's like a 98 target in the 10 overs. Pretty good performance from Presidents just to get some of those key batters. Once again, you see them kind of changing their attack, changing their options, and I think that they're pretty confident here. A required rate of 14 and over to get them the 4 points. Balbignon, they're going to have a fight on their hands as we look back at the first half of the second game of the day. Balbignon, after their dramatic win over Drew yesterday, came out swinging, didn't they? No surprises there. They didn't have it all their own way. Jatusan was caught at square leg by Stanikzai. And Runa was living dangerously at one point. I suppose this is another one of those innings where no one could really kind of go on with it in a serious way. And I've got to also question how Vitu's coming out so low. The captain ends up 34 not out off 13. But Mr. Universe, again, he was incredible. This time 2 for 9 with his leg spin. Helped out by Sajjad as well. So once again, 4 wickets combined for the twin spinners. He's a real prodigy, isn't he? Young Sajjad Stanikzai. Occasionally gets it wrong. You can understand that at his age. But also, some of the shots, particularly wise, I think, given the situation. Warnakula Saria and running down at 1. And then it was time for a little bit of the old Zinedine Zidane special from Rahula. Just knocking that one with the boot onto the middle stump. Then he knocked out the off stump via the ball. So this is where it just had a problem because of those wickets lost. Kumaran swung all across this one. But late in the piece, KG Vitu with a fighting 34 of 13. This is a bizarre one, by the way, at the other end. How Munasinghe, a little touch on that, bounced off the keeper, ended up in the hands of Afzal. And Vitu scrambled as much as he could, 34 off 13 actually, with 3 4s, 2 Maximos in there. And in the end, they get up to 102, but a reminder that Presidents will start on 5 runs when they come out to bat on account of that first innings time penalty. 34 off Vitu, and he was able to do that late in the piece, getting them over the 100, but looking at some of the batters above him, I think maybe he needs to get back up there a little bit. Early on, Thavalingam and Jatusan, they kind of got them off to an okay start. okay probably being the word. 19 for Tavalingham, 10 for Jathusan. Apart from that, Parham with 13. But failed to get going. Had a lot of dot balls in there. Did whack 2 sixes though. As far as the bowling went, once again, Dawud Ahmadzai. This one included a maiden as well in his 2 for 9. 2 wickets for Stanek Zai as well. And singles for Iqbal Hussain Zahiri and Rahula Mangal, who only gets the 1 over. So they're kind of managing their resources at the moment. Dawud Ahmadzai with that maiden in the 6. It's kind of a fake maiden because it did have a leg bye, but there were no runs off the bat. So we'll take a break. So 103 will be the target. Effectively, they already have 5 of them. So 98 more required in the 10 overs. I think if they can go at 14 and over, they go in 7, they might be able to take all the points as well. Balbignon, they've made their bed. Now they have Talina join us in just a few minutes for the reply here in match 27. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back shortly with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Drown Cricket Ground, the DCG here, as we get ready for the second half of match number 27. This is President 11 going out to chase the target against Balbignon, who they restricted to 102 for 8 in the first innings. Now, a little bit of housekeeping because there was a late penalty in the first innings that went against Barrackside. Presidents actually will start on 5 runs. So the target 103, but the target to at least keep your point for President 11, if it all goes wrong, will be 72 because Balbignon can take all the points if they restrict the batting team to 71 or less. But I think the 7 overs could be on here because essentially they need 98 runs now in the 60 balls at 14 and over. And I think they're looking at it. Zain Ahmed out there with Lingiswara and Kanasane. Scores at 5 already. We'll stay at 5. Zain saying, hey, there's a run there. Kanasane saying, well, you don't know how fast I can run. Well, he's actually pretty quick, Lingiswara and Kanasane. He's a stocky kind of guy. Seems like he has kind of trimmed down a little bit since we first saw him on the network. Just kind of knocks this one on the head, and he's forced to stay at the striker's end. Zain Ahmed had all the time in the world to play that away for 4 runs, so they're up to 9 before we can really blink. Close, you know. Guy has a very, very good look. He thinks it's going down the leg side. I'd love to see this one again. It did seem to kind of swing into Zain Ahmed. Just do himself any favours. Stepping right in front of the stumps after it hits. Look. Oh, it's very close, but I can understand there's an element of doubt there. Is it just missing the leg stump? Next one. Back to live action. Well, I was going to say it gets past the fielder, maybe not. I'm pretty sure this is a clean stop from Barrackside. Well, gave up 5. I reckon he stopped a couple there. Just want to check that he takes off from inside the field of play. Yep. Great stop. Very athletic. And now he's only at -3. Nice work. This is Kumar. Does bend the ball around, doesn't he? He'll be fighting hard here. Got the President shirt against the President 11. It's a real diplomatic affair here in match 27. Just kind of waiting for the ball, seeing what it's going to do. Genuine swing bowler here. Kumaran. He only goes for 6 in his first over. With those 5 penalty runs, the score is 11 without loss after 1. 26 matches since the golden ball now. And this is match number 27 of the tournament. That's because those 26 matches are the first 26 matches of this tournament. We started this ECS France at golden ball 0 after the first ever golden ball final last Sunday in Portugal. Kanasane will get the chance to face up now. It's going to be Anuruddha Munasinghe to bowl the second over. Pitches up. Actually, I've got the third back there. I don't mind that as a field placing. The main issue you have is if you want to have it where you're taking them from, but especially with the batter not yet established at the crease, I hate to see them getting away with those kind of streaky shots. The other thing is that deep third is it's kind of it's a catching position as well. Great to see a lot of youngsters round this morning as well. This afternoon now, I suppose. A lot of enthusiasm for the game. That's what I've picked up since I spent some time in France. Belbignon fighting. All right, in the air. That's not really where Zone wants it. And has he caught this? Well, I thought it might have gone to ground, but he just was able to hold it on. Hold it to his chest in the end. Parent with a brilliant catch running back with the flight. It's a big hitter gone once again, a bit like earlier. Zone loses his shape, takes it. This is where I was a bit concerned. Did it pop out? But no, it stays in the mitts. Parent with a magical bit of cricket there. And Presidents lose their first wicket. 12 for 1. Sensational bit of fielding though. Belbignon just won't be put in the corner, will they? We saw Drew yesterday whack 160 plus off them. Not to have the game won with 2 or 3 overs to go, and then they just found a way. Here, it's kind of shoe on the other foot. Presidents should do this fairly easily, you'd imagine, but Belbignon gonna have to fight. It's a pretty good ball from Munasinger first up as well. Chops it into the ground, high to the fielder. They take the opportunity to scramble through for the run. That ball did go pretty high after it was knocked into the pitch. Sun's out now. Beautiful sunny Saturday in the French countryside. What more could you hope for? Doesn't matter where you're watching from around the world. Okay, short. Looks like to be the one for the over. Munasinger. Looks a bit shocked that's the bouncer for the over, but he probably shouldn't be. Kanasane not slam dunking too many basketballs. Without a trampoline anyway. Kanasane will muscle this down the ground. Probably had an idea this would have to be pitched up. So he's quick to kind of spring onto that front foot. Bang. Almost takes out Afzal at the other end. Quatre for Warren Kanasane. This one finds the boot of the bowler. Yeah. Risky kind of manoeuvre, but still pretty good over that from Munasinger. He only conceded 6. So we had 5 to start with on the board, and just 6 in the first, 6 in the second. And having to fight very hard at the moment. Presidents 17 for 1 after 2. See that Presidents already at the top of the table, but they have played more games than anybody else. Belbignon, if they could grab this win, well, they would actually join Presidents on 16 points at the top. So a few of these games critically important in determining the pecking order. Remember, the top 5 will make it to finals. The top team goes straight through. Straight through to the final as Kamaran comes back. I think just misses the mark again. This one's high-ish, but it seems to be dropping. Might be an interesting one to look at for height. Does have a high waist, doesn't he? Afzal. One was okay, but the next one isn't so okay. Paul Kumaran, who gets swatted away to the leg side boundary. And you can see he's trying to get that ball to swing. Kumaran, good seam position, but just has the direction wrong in the first place. A lot of greenery around this ground. Edge, and it's just too spicy for the keeper, Vitu. It's going to run away for 4. had next to no time to react here. Probably look easy in slow motion. But look, huge swing, and that edge really flies. Almost gets there. Vitu, you could argue maybe he's a bit close, but I suppose Kamaran's not the quickest bowler. Most of the pace on that edge actually came from the bat speed of Afzal. He likes it, and he's been gone. He's been given out. So Afzal had the thick edge that ran away to the boundary, and the very next ball gets a feather on one. Vitu takes a regulation catch that time. And just losing his shape. Look at the head position there, just falling away. And yeah, got to kind of hit a bit straighter there. See, then he practices the right shot, but yeah, hasn't quite technically been where he's needed to be in that 3 position today, Afzal. So that's the second wicket down. Kamaran with the breakthroughs, 27 for 2. Nasiri, the new batter. It's pretty well put together, doesn't he, as well? He hit 31 off 10 in the first game for Presidents, and was their top scorer in match 26. So we're hoping to put a big dent in this. Thing is, at the moment, that 7-over win's not looking particularly likely, is it? In fact, they're only just going at the rate. That's even with the penalty runs to start with. This one is drilled, and that's going to be for Kanasane. No, he's a very good hitter through the line. You can see it there. Full toss, probably an attempted Yorker. And he puts it away to the boundary, end of the power play. 32 for 2 after 3. So they need kind of like 17.5 and over, something like that, to get the 4 points from here. They'll be settling for the win, especially against a team that's very much in the hunt. Have a look at the 1 run over. Ahmedzai actually technically a maiden to the bowler, but had a leg by in it. The Presidents just managed to pick up wickets when they needed them in that first half of the game. Munasinghe bowled a good first over. He'll bowl over number 2. As a unit, can all their bowlers kind of replicate these efforts and keep Balbignon in the contest? Nasiri, again, love the swing of the bat when he bats. Everything's coming through nice and straight. High elbow there as well. Just looks good, doesn't he? Kanasane hits it straight up in the air. Well, bowler wants it, keeper wants it, keeper takes it. And so Kanasane is going to be the next to go. This game is very much alive. Balbignon, well, they'll believe they can win from anywhere after what happened yesterday. This time they're trying to manufacture a low-scoring thriller. And now they have 3 wickets to show for their efforts. Top 3 back in the shed. And you can see how much it means to the bowler. Munasinghe, well, he's amped. Captain says, well, that's just my job. I'm going to do it. And Presidents 11 are 33 for 3 now in the 4th over. Disappointment for Kanasane, who just kind of dropped that left shoulder, tried to smash it over the leg side, wasn't able to get it anywhere near the middle. New batter comes out, Abdul Malik Jabakel. He'll just start with a 1. Oh, great bit of fielding on the dive there. I wonder if this would have been out. I mean, it's a double dive. Fielder dives, batter dives. But I'm loving the energy out there. Let's check it out. Oh, yeah. I think the batter would have slid home. Spice in this game at the moment. Start losing the handle down the leg side, Munasinger, but get another opportunity to take a wicket. And you can see, confident with the run in between the wickets. No hesitation there. But ones can only get you so far, even when you're chasing 100. Battle of the Reds here. Well, this is not where the batter intended it. And that's going to be another wicket down. Abdul Malik Jabakhel, the next to go. Munasinger, that's 3. President's 11 falling away in this chase. It's 36 for 4 now. Just held up very late on that. So late, it actually goes down to deep third. And Jabakhel goes for just the 1. It was a nice catch there by Paramaguru Aruna. He just took it kind of knee high coming in. They need someone to stand up here, don't they? Rahula Mangal into the side here. Replaces his brother in the number 6 position. Presence still ahead, but only just. And he is going to just nail this one between the fielders. Great effort there at backward point, but to no avail. Acrobatic attempt, but 4 runs. End of the over, 40 for 4, but what a great spell that is from Munasinger, who ends up with figures of 3, I should say, 3 for 14, and you can see Presidents just not quite where they need to be yet. They still have 6 wickets in hand. They still have 6 overs to bat. Around the mark. Rahula Mangal, also a very talented cricketer. A bowler that bats a bit, but at this level, he's more than comfortable in the middle order. Later, Peter Handley, hopefully you're well. Astaya Paran gets a bowl. Strays on the legs first up. Nasiri puts him away for 4. Nice strike. It's a genuine kind of whip off the pads. So right now it's 8 degrees in Dreux. But the sun's out. Whenever the sun's out, it always feels a little bit warmer. Maximum temperature expected of 10 degrees. Getting there slowly but surely. Hope you're well, Peter. This one hits him high. I just think it was probably going to keep climbing over the stumps. Maybe a little bit leg side-ish as well. Check it out next to Spring Media. Yeah, I think that's heading over the top. Really good understanding between the batters. Yeah. As soon as there's anything on it, just take off. We'll win the race. Sometimes it takes batters a long time to kind of do that, and they can give up a couple of runs and over that might be there otherwise. Pretty handy in a low-scoring game as well. He's flicked away. Get 1. Run rate required's been in the 10s pretty much the whole time so far. All right, this one is hit straight and is hit far. That's a really good shot when they needed it from Nasiri. Here goes Maximo. Stands and delivers. 50's up now. We see that run rate required drop down below the 10. Now leans on this. That beats the fielder as well. That's a clever shot. He let it come to him late. And for that reason, it goes behind point and ends up easily beating the fielder. So that'll take us to the end of the 5th over, and the score is 56 for 4. Well, time for some in-game analysis. I'm just going to give a bit of macro analysis here. Now, as far as these matches in the preliminary stage between teams that are all in the running for the finals, you realize they only play each other once. It's not like a double round robin like we have seen in some tournaments like Portugal recently. So when you meet each other, not only are you playing for your points, but you're playing to keep points away from your opposition. And this is a really good example of that. So finding that consistency, finding that kind of energy to get you through the group stage is critically important, because there's going to be some very good teams that are going to miss out. Leg side, this will be called wide. Misiri coming off that good knock earlier on, 31 off 10. Shine Warner-Soria has played a lot of cricket for France. Just can't get it right at the moment. Pushes this down the leg side for another wide. Just falling away in his action a little bit. Drop ball. That'll help. Oh, that one. Bit of a teaser for the fielder. Warner-Soria coming through in his follow through. Just kind of punching through it. Still plenty of work to do for Presidents. Slow ball, really good variation. And this bowler and batter, they played a lot of cricket for France together. Warner-Soria and Rahul Mangal. They know each other pretty well. They have a similar role on the side as well. Bowlers that bat a bit. Whipped away nicely by Rahula. He likes the idea of two, but it's not quite on. An old-fashioned arm wrestle here. This isn't a 160-160. This is a team battling to defend 100 and maybe finding a way to do it, though this one misses the mark. That'll be a wide. That's a good example of a wide, even under the new interpretation, because it's missed the line completely. It's judged when it passes that first horizontal line, the popping crease. He's struggling with his control. If it does well to actually kind of get a glove on it and make sure it doesn't go to the boundary. It's going to be 2 more free runs though. Last ball of the 6th. Takes off. Oh, we can see another kicked run out. As Rahula will remember that very, very well. Probably got in the way of a wide there. Was heading weight on the leg side. After 6 overs, Presidents are 64 for 4. Let's remember that 5 of those are penalty runs that they started with. So if you take that out, they're actually 59 of 6 overs scored. So they're going at under 10 and over throughout this innings. This is a real tricky 4 overs for both teams. Can only be one winner in this game. Sun's out. Mohamed Barakzai, well, he was the player that cost the time penalty come back with the ball. First one is hit and hit pretty well. Maximo. Nasiri picks this up off a length. Gets it into the gap. It would have mattered, I think, in the end. Let us. And we're away in the 7th. Barracks, he would have been disappointed to give up that time penalty, but he did come back in the field. It's an acrobatic stop earlier in this innings. This won't help. Sprayed down the leg side. Balbinian on the front of the shirt. That's the word for people from Bobigny. That one gets off the keeper, but it's backed up, so it's just a single. It does seem assured now that Balbigny have done enough to at least take a point out of this game. Hello to Christopher Ward, nice to have you with us. Now there's the uppercut, and that's going to disappear. I think that's gone all the way. I want to have a look at this. That's been given 6. Maximo confirming here. Yep, that's definitely over the line on the full. Barrack size horror game isn't getting too much better at the moment. This is the over where Presidents are getting well ahead in this chase. So now Balbigny given some chance, but not much of a chance. Just 4% from here. It's this one to bite. Everyone's having a go at the football in this game, it sounds like. Sunny, but still single digits there, Chris. Speaking of the temperature. Push and run this time. Asiri doing the job. Gotta say, may consider lifting him up to 3. Afzal struggled a little bit technically in the 3 slot. Maybe it's just decision making, but I think Asiri, I'd rather have him there sooner rather than later. Do like the fact that Afzal's left-handed though, so that's in his favour. That takes us to the end of the 7th, and it's 80 for 4. You never know that both teams are getting at least a point out of this one. Paris Knight Riders back on the field in the next one. Saw them playing in the first game of the day. And PUC have arrived, led by William Singh and the experienced campaigner Wasim Bhatti behind the stumps. PUC, they're 4-1, and they'll be pretty keen to make a statement today. That's game 3, starting in 40 minutes from now. Is this a thick outside edge? And, well, it's a wicket when they least needed it. Nasiri, once again, he makes a start, but he's going to have to go. Once again, it's Paramaguru Aruna runs in. He's got a good pair of hands down there. A disappointment for Jamshed, who's going to have to go, but he gets his team in a pretty good position. Goes for 27, and the score now is 80 for 5. Second catch to Aruna down there. I'll bring Malik Zada to the crease. Tavalingham gets a wicket with his first ball that he bowls. Just a single here. Peter Handley saying he's been doing a bit of lurking in his warm front room while he's been watching ECN. Yeah, all the workers. All right, Rahula is just going to open up the offside and he's going to get it. Maximo! Well, he's not really going through the 7 stages of grief after losing his partner, Nasiri. Rahula is a talented youngster. Down to 16 off 15. Gets it back, but can't beat the bowler. There's a lot of people looking forward to Riders versus PUC game. PUC, I should say. See this wide. They've got two pretty challenging games against the Night Riders and then against Balbignon back-to-back. That's their Saturday. Balbignon and the Night Riders playing 3 today. Right, that one's hit. It's hit very well. That's got some legs. Maximal. Things are formality now. Just kind of in the slot. I like that he goes kind of through the line here. He's comfortable going offside. 9 of 13 now. And of course, goes still well. One more time. I don't see them losing it from here. We will go to a 9th over though. And it's 94 for 5 after 8. It's an interesting kind of worm. I have a feeling that might not take into account the penalty runs they started with either. Wanakula Surya is going to get over number 9. Got to have such a good over here. Maybe you can keep it to kind of 3. Malik Zada is new to the crease. Ball, but looks it straight to point. Well, that's win. It's all about just trying to stay alive now, trying to win the little battles. They've done well with the time. Yeah, Balbignon. 9 overs to bowl, 9 minutes to bowl this. It's a straight, gets a fair piece. But, oh well, can't quite reel in the cap. Now we're going to take 2. Depends which way you look at it. The spinner starts down the ground. I mean, looked like it could burst through his hands and go for 6. So that would have been a disaster. Almost sticks. He does knock it ahead of him. And we'll get back for 2. And now, we've got to have a run out here. We will. A little bit of panic there from Malik Zada, who's just trying to get off strike. Rahula, he's seen it before. Of course, earlier in the game, he kicked one of the stumps in a similar situation. He's not interested there, puts up the big stop sign, but it's too late. Well done to Wanakula Surya. Bursting into his follow-through, very quick to get the jump. And even gets around the ball, and he recognises the situation. Malik Zada, so far, have we got a cliffhanger here? Ooh, I like this, but umpire doesn't see the edge still. Dot ball's a dot ball. So here, he can hit a long ball if required. Seven off 8, just hanging in there. I feel like one boundary settles all the nerves. Good bowling. Wanakula Surya is very, very clever. I wonder what the tactics are here. Do you even want a single here? And if you don't, then you're pretty much saying to Zahiri, look, have a free swing, hit a boundary. Okay, even if this is a dot, don't worry, I've got this covered. I'll be facing up in the 10th. But just go on. I don't think they're running here. I think that's what that chat was about. And they do run. Interesting. That whatever the chat wasn't what I thought it was about. That it'll be Zahiri to face up. They'll need 6 off the last, 97 for 6 after 9. That was a brilliant, brilliant over. Cheyenne Wanakula concedes only 3. It's exactly what we were talking about. I said it was 9 required off 2 overs. I said, if you can have someone bowling over like 3, That's exactly what happens. And I hate to say it, but 5-run penalty. It would be great to have those runs back. But they've known all the way along, I suppose. Remember, if we do have a tie, 102, 102, we will go to a golden ball. Batting team will have one extra delivery to get 2 runs or more. Cavalinger gets the last. And that ball, let's have a look at this again. I feel this goes straight over the line. Again, it's a bit of a killer for the bowler. Straight over the line, but called anyway. Now it will be all academic because Nahiri says, don't you worry, I can handle myself. And he goes game, set, Maximo to take the Presidents home. And in the end, they will do it with 5 balls to spare. Good game. Another good game. Balbignon just a little bit light on. In the end, likely those penalty runs for the time probably don't make as much difference as you'd think. But credit to Balbignon. They fought every inch of the way. A few people were getting some tingles in there. Got to admit, I was kind of there as well. But in the end, the final score will be President 11, 104 off 9.1. Balbignon 102. Coming up in around about 30 minutes time, we'll be back with the Paris Knight Riders back on the field against PUC, Paris University Club. And the news from the toss there is that PUC have sent in the Knight Riders. Interesting decision. Expect them to be on the hunt for a 5th win when we come back with match number 28. Paris Knight Riders. Did see them earlier. They went down by 14 runs to the Presidents. And Presidents end up with back-to-back wins here first up this morning. And that actually ends their involvement on day number 6. So I'll be pretty happy with how they've gone, but it wasn't a sure thing. Zain Ahmed just losing his shape a couple of times and ended up being a pretty good catch to get him by Thayaparan. And we saw the old big edge, little edge to Afzal. And Jamshed Nasiri came in and he looked very, very good today. He doesn't get a big score. Kanasane would go for 9. Just continued to take wickets when they needed them. Love the enthusiasm from all the player groups we've seen here in France. This was a nice catch to get Jabakel. Singer came on, made a big difference with the ball. But Jamshed Nasiri with his 27 off 14, along with the 26 not out from Mangal, would essentially be the key innings in this chase. Aruna with another good catch, got rid of Nasiri. Brought Malik Zard around. He scrambled a few extras with Mangal. Just didn't quite have enough on the board in the end of the day. Balbignon. Might have been a different story if that one had stuck. Great effort by Vinusant. Then the old unnecessary one late in the piece, Malik Zada. Just trying to get his partner back on strike. But Zahiri came out. I mean, he's a pretty decent guy to have in the number 8 position. Just slammed the ball out of the ground. 5 balls to spare. President 11. They will take 6 points out of a possible 8. But 2 wins out of 2. Entrenches them for now at the top of the table. 27 to Jamshed Nasiri was the key innings there, along with Mangal. Rahula Mangal into the side for this game, 26 off 13 for him. So here's Zahiri with a nice little bomb at the end to finish things off. As far as the bowlers went, I think they fought really hard. It was outstanding, 3 for 14 in a losing cause. 1 wicket to Kumaran with his wobblers, and Tavalingham picked up a wicket with the first ball that he would bowl. But ultimately, that 102 just doesn't stand up for Balbignon. They will take a point out of the game at least. So we'll take a break. The first ball of match 28 will be in exactly 30 minutes time. PKR sent in by PUC. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. Back with more action. Still 3 full matches to go here on an ECN Saturday. enjoy the break. We'll be back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Drua Cricket Ground. Geez, we've had a couple of really close contests today. To start the day, it's day 6 of this European Cricket Series, France. And coming up next, match number 28, the Knight Riders, well, they're back. They're taking on Paris University Club in the next game. A little while ago, the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, was with the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss. I do have some toss news for you anyway, and that is
Paris University to call. Tails. Tails is the call, and it's a tail.
Why bother having me tell you when you can see it with your own eyes? And it was William Singh that won the toss. And he's elected to bowl first, so kind of bucking the trend. Most teams liking to put runs on the board in this tournament, but PUC, I don't trust them too much. They might just feel they might be able to run through the Knight Riders here in match number 28 with their strong bowling. They're Knight Riders. They're so close yet so far in the first game of the day, match 26 against the President, who put 127 on the board against them. They were only able to manage 113 in response. So Knight Riders, just the one win out of the 4 matches they've played so far. Paris University Club, 4 wins out of 5 matches. And their only loss was to Drua. A rematch of that Group D Finals Day thriller back at the Khartoum Oval. So Knight Riders expect to see Shahzad Naseem out there with Wahid Ahmadzai opening up. Pacha Khan's had a really good series as well. For PUC, though, Usman Shahid listed to open up with Zafar Iqbal. Tahsinullah Safi listed at 3. I like the idea of him batting a little bit higher. And Mukhtar Ali Gulami's been a little bit out of form, so he might drop back into the 4 spot. I suppose we won't know until we see. And Wari there listed at 5. Zika at 6. William Singh batting very low there, but they got depth, that's for sure. And PUC, big favourites in this one. And Knight Riders, well, have shown that they can kind of buck the odds. To be honest, I think that's almost the same percentage they started. It's the President 11, yeah, it was 17% right then. So they're given 17% here again, and that's a game they really pushed to the wire. Well, there's Wahid Ahmadzai at the non-strikers end. It'll be Naseem to face up. And PUC in their signature purple. Looks like Zafar Iqbal is going to get us going. Welcome back to everyone after a little bit of a break. No matter where you're watching from around the world, great to have your company. We're starting with spin. Knight Riders with the stick. First one just worked away, but straight to the fielder. Taking a bit of a risk there. Cross-batting a ball that was on the stumps. Now in the air, uncontrolled top edge. Fielder comes around and, well, he takes a catch. And he has a few juggles along the way. So it'll be a duck for Naseem. A second ball duck and a horror start for PKR. They're turning the key, but the engine hasn't fired yet. We didn't have to wait too long for our first wicket in this match. The decision to go for Zafar Iqbal, paying immediate dividends. Disappointing for Naseem. Haven't seen Derek yet today. Might have been having the day off with Rico, who knows. Nice catch, though, by Mirwais Dolatzai in the circle. 0 for 1 then after just 2 balls. Oh, it doesn't waste a lot of time, though. That's the main thing. And Fahim Pacha Khan is coming out in the first over. Zafar Iqbal's a bit of a mystery spinner, I suppose. Could open the bowling and the batting in this one. Right, it's another false shot, and this time the bowler wants to do it himself, and he will. So it's going to be a golden duck for Pacha Khan. That's all really for the Knight Riders, as Iqbal's on a hat-trick before we've even really gotten going here. See Zafar very quick to call everyone off that. Well, there's Derek. We're just saving the golden one. Pachkam, worst feeling in cricket, really. But like I said, same thing. Hasn't wasted any time. Zahiri of present 11 was the last to take a hat trick. Did that on Thursday in match number 19 against the Royals. Will we have another name on the honour board? Iqbal to come in. Talach likes to swing as well. Notice Talach was responsible for a time penalty the other day, but it's quickly out there this time. Keeps this one out. Interesting, it's the same situation with Talach coming to the crease. After 2 wickets and 2 balls, this time he was ready for it. Being careful here. Iqbal has been right on the money early on. It's 5 balls now without any score. It's only a start, but what a start for PUC. That's the first ball that's a bit of a loose one, to be honest, but even that's hanging up in the air, and that's going to be caught. Wow, how about this? A triple wicket maiden to get us going. Unbelievable start for PUC. And this one, to be honest, I think it was a bit of a loose one. But it's Tahsin Ul Asafi that takes that, going back with the flight. Judges it to perfection. And a ridiculous start. 0 for 3 after the first over. Well, welcome back, everybody. Just looking at that French side. Looking up and down. I mean, Mukhtar Ali Ghalami is listed in the French side. Of course, not everyone's eligible to play national team cricket for France that you might see in the series. So watch out for Ghalami. Probably see him coming in the second half of this game. Probably number 4 spot where he was listed. But how about Hungary and Romania? What do you think of their squads released today in anticipation of the ECIs next weekend? So they're going to stick to spin. Usman Shahid is going to bowl. And we'll get a run. And spare a thought for Wahid Ahmedzai. He's already onto his 4th partner, and that's the first ball he's faced. Hello to Miriam from the PUC Club. Nice to see you in the chat. Hopefully you're well today. Wali Khan gets a hit before I think he was intending to. Still think you got to attack here. I know it's a bit counterintuitive, but I just feel that if everyone keeps attacking, somebody's going to come off. And we'll just kind of knock yourself to a 60 or 70 here. This is a miss hit, and it almost carries Zikr Ali, and then has to quickly justify why he hasn't run in and taken the catch of the century. I think that Usman Shahid sees the funny side of it. Ahmedzai trying to get away. And tossed up, he takes it on. You can see that Shahid's tempting them to play a loose shot here, or play a risky shot. Hello to Wayne, great to have you with us, as always. Hope you're enjoying your weekend. 3 for 3. Let's push through, so you can see Shahid mixing up his pace, getting good fielding. You can see why they made it all the way to the European Cricket League. They're a pretty well drilled outfit. That Carter experience probably just makes them even more confident, and it's kind of drilled them even better than some of the other teams here. And, acrobatic attempt there. Well, it's not quite a triple wicket maiden, but it's not too bad from Shahid, who concedes 5 in the over. Doesn't take a wicket, but after 2 overs, Paris Knight Riders are 5 for 3. And right now, I might be searching for the jumper leads. Paris Knight Riders 1 and 3. You can see they kind of really want the win here. It's probably worth risking, or risk it for the biscuit kind of thing for PKR. Paris University Club with a good couple of matches here. They'll take on PKR here in match 28. They'll also play Balbignon in match 29. good couple of performances, could get them right back up to the top. As this is Tasinula Safi coming up to bowl the third. Got to say, I'm pretty surprised that they don't go back to Zafar Iqbal. I know that I've seen him or whatever, but the guy's on a triple wicket maiden. Wouldn't you want to get him while he's hot? Not that Tasinula's a bad option. Angled in. I mean, miles outside the leg stump, but intercepted by the batter. Knocked for single. That being a weekend, nice little crowd has built up today. No, the Emma will be watching. I know Miriam's watching right now. Now Safi gets worked away, and there's going to be the first boundary of the contest. Yeah, again, I'm just a little bit surprised they put the pace back on the ball. I'm sure, you know, you can bring Zafar back, but it feels the game will change by then. It's a different energy. It's a different flow. Wally Khan's going to have to hustle, but forces a fumble from Abdullah Anwari. And Miriam sounds very, very upbeat in the chat. I wonder why, Miriam. Could be the fact that 3 wickets were captured before a run was conceded by her team, Paris University Club. Not a bad shot by Ahmedzai. Just knocks this into the gap and gets 4. Straight through the line. So, yeah, I think what we're finding out in this series is, yes, okay, power's important, but also technique's pretty important to deal with what's actually some pretty challenging bowling at times. Last ball to power play. Slower ball, picks it up and snaps it. Great shot. Maximo into the trees. Finally, a hit in anger. It's a great start from PUC, but it's only a start. Slow ball's picked and sent out of the ground by Waheed. After 3 overs, PKR 21 for 3. Well, absolutely nothing scored in the first over. 5 in the second, 16 in the third. That's why I would have been tempted just to keep Zafar on. It was so hot. But still, plenty of cricket to play. End of the power play means up to 5 outfielders can be used from now on. Now they do go to Zafar for his second over. The thing you would say is, okay, he does have the protection of 5 outfielders now, but didn't need him in the first over, did he? Got William Singh as well with some spin. Lots of options. Even got someone like a Mukhtar Ali Gulami with some spin as well, potentially. PUC would love to turn this into a 4-pointer. It's just been devilishly accurate so far, hasn't he, Zafar? Gives the batters plenty of time, but it's in an awkward spot that he's been putting it, kind of an in-between length. That one, though, is a fraction too short, and that very, very well. I have to check this one because it was pretty close to the line. Let's have a look. Make a final call. Did it make it? I think it did. Just, yeah. It went so fast and flat. That's why I think slow-mo was helpful. Maximo. Now again, this is a little bit of length given, and well, fighting back. That always takes out one of the youngsters. But Maximo, back-to-back. Well struck, but that pays to pay attention. Whoa. Maybe they were watching all the way. Gotta get pitched up again now, Zafar. Better. See? Drawing the batter forward. That's what you want to do. Don't let him just kind of sit on the crease. Predicting 102, which is competitive. Nicely handled out there by Mukhtar. Oh, keep it. Is that a bail catch from the umpire? Well, I'll get an overthrow. Oh, the umpire caught something. Can't be a bail catch. Maybe it's just... Actually thought he was going to catch the ball off those stumps. Oh, look at this. That's just his counter. Thought for a second he'd caught the ball. Look at this. Yup. Okay. Probably good that he misses it. Otherwise the umpire might have been forced to choose which end to throw to. Could have been a bit awkward. Anyway, Iqbal can't quite find the magic over. But still, brilliant figures for him all up. 3 for 16 off his spell. And the Knight Riders are 37 for 3 after 4. Well, in the end, it's not the worst possible for first 4 overs. Not the worst possible first, though. Hello to Jeff. He said, it's cold in Sydney today, but he's off to the Philippines next week to play some lawn bowls. And watch some cricket too. Well, I've got to say, I've got a proud tradition of lawn bowls in my family. My grandfather, he's 91 years of age. He's been playing for 60 years. We're a champion lawn bowler. Now, perfect time for William to come on. It's like death by 1,000 slow bowlers at the moment, isn't it? But you see, the other thing they're doing, they're getting through the overs really quickly. So before you know it, bang, the innings is almost half over. A little nick on this one, and it's going to be the end of Wali Khan. Great take there by Wasim Bhatti, the evergreen keeper, who just kind of rides the bounce here. So that kind of mini partnership is broken at 38. And it's the captain that does the job. Kind of hanging outside the off stump. And Paris University Club, well, they're loving being back on the park here. That was that kind of front of the handball. You could see a little bit of a touch there. Wasim doing a great job. As always, behind the stumps, but still. Well, he can't. Part of the resistance, but he'll go for 8. Scores 38 for 4. Mohammad Javed comes to the crease then. At the number 6 position. Oh, wow, that almost gets through. I don't mind seeing a slow-mo of William. Probably won't give us time to load one up, but he's not a big kind of turner of the ball. But it's all about the in-drift that he gets most of the time. This one leaves a bit too full. Again, he won't really get hurt. Just a single. Javed's off the mark. Another tied over. I think you stick with the spin while it's working. Just misses the mark. It's a good example of one that I think does it get a bit of the line or not. I feel like it might have got a little bit. Might have a second to watch this. Probably just misses. Now, this is hit away. Staying to the gap, but Tassinula kind of closed the gap pretty quickly. Yeah, the other thing about spinners bowling, if you're not hitting them for boundaries, just in minutes, the innings ticks by. Sometimes I think as a batter, you're not actually calibrating yourself in balls, you're calibrating yourself in minutes. I'll come back to that in a second. This should just be a single as well. So it'll be 5 overs down and 42 for 4. I remember, it used to be the old, after the second drinks break in a 50-over game, it's around the 33, 34 over mark. The players would kind of change their mindset. I suppose for us, it's a bit like the 5th over, end of the 5th over, where you change your mindset sometimes. As we have a look at the ECS calendar, and yeah, Brescia is the next stop. Estonia after that for the first time in 4 years. England for the first time ever, then back to Cyprus. Czechia, Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Rome, Austria, Croatia, 2 weeks at a time before we break for the ECC. Of course, 2 divisions in the ECC this year. Malta and Spain before we head back to the Carlton Oval to finish the year in the ECCW. Great year of cricket, and we're only still starting our journey. Back to pace now. Abdullah Anwari going to go for a single first up, and that's all they'll get. Yeah, so I remember we used to love trying to get as many overs in before that second drinks break in a 50-over game with spinners, however you can, because you just felt that they were still in a kind of pseudo-careful mode. And so now into the second half, PKR probably realise, we got to get things moving here, guys. But it really has come to the second half very, very quickly because they've gotten through their first 5 overs in about 17 minutes. And Wari just gets knocked away to the leg side for a single. I love the enthusiasm of the fielders. Oh, jeez. I think he gets his bat down there. One more time, maybe. I think they're happy with it. Again, he backs away a long way. Oh, that would have been out as well, The last one was touch and go. I think he did just get his bat down, but have a look at this. There was a run there, but Wahid doesn't really slide his bat. Have a look. When this would have passed the stumps, he was out. Oh, misfield. I don't see two from. That'll find its way to the boundary. Dolatzai won't be too happy about this one. Took a good catch early, but this one was fairly elementary. You don't have to be a body language expert to know that Amwari wasn't thrilled about that. He's been quite straight here, but maybe it's because he's not really being clipped away with any authority. This will take us to the end of the 6th over. And the 50 comes up during the over for PKR. 51 for 4 after 6. Yeah, Jeff saying in the chat, I have a 93-year-old playing. Yeah, my grandfather, originally born in Scotland. He started playing there and moved to Australia when he was probably around 30 years of age, playing there, maybe his early 30s. Very competitive, but social sport. You don't see it played all around the world. Lawn bowls, a bit like cricket. Some countries where it's known, some where it's not as known. A lot of continental Europe, we see more kind of bocce or pétanque, they're called in France. All right, this is in the air. And how far is it going? Not that far. It's well held there by Abdullah Anwari. And Javed can't move the needle too much. And they brought back Shahid now. So, yeah, the spin attack has been doing the job. Again, a little bit surprised. They didn't go straight back to William Singh, but he's just kind of managing his bowlers pretty well. Doesn't mind giving them a bit more of a gap between the 2 overs, William Singh. So the Knight Riders, at the moment, they're a bit in the dark, aren't they? They're 51 for 5 in the 7th. Javed Zadran can't give the ball a thump. Starts by just helping himself to one to deep mid-wicket. Stands tall this time, Ahmed Zai. He's been there the whole time. He's on to his 6th batting partner. Zadran, how attacking will he be here? Will he roll the dice to Usman Shahid? He does, and he gives it everything, but can't get under it. And just a single. Abdullah's good fielder back there. Reads the bounce well. This one's driven pretty straight. Oh, well, you bigger guy up, and it's not too long before he lets you down. Really, there were two fielders that could reach that. And Wari won the race, but he kind of kicked it away from Gulami. Cuatro carreras. The Paris Knight Riders finally have something go their way. Came in kind of Kate Winslet style in Titanic. Unfortunately, across the line it goes. Field me like one of your French girls, as they say in the classics. Anyway, this is too short, and Shahid knows it 6 straight away. Maximo! A couple of counter punches there from Ahmedzai. Without him, they'd be in all kinds of trouble. Still in a bit of trouble after 7 overs. Paris Knight Riders, 64 for 5. How excited are you for the ECC? First time we've had 2 divisions as well. The Challenger Division will feature 11 teams, all vying for the Challenger Trophy, and also one of 2 spots, promotion spots into the Premier Division in 2025. Premier Division this year consists of 21 teams, 4 groups of 5, plus the reigning champions, England 11, who have automatically qualified for the championship week. Join us for the ECC starting on the 23rd of September. A 4-week ECC window. It should be a brilliant spectacle once again. All right, well, this is a thick edge flying away. And I don't think anyone's catching that. 2 fielders give it a crack, but they won't be able to pull it back. 4 runs to start the 8th over. William Singh coming back to bowl out. Got a great first over, William. Took 1 for 5. Don't really get him this time either. So William Singh bowled the 5th over. Had 4 singles and a wide. Did pick up a wicket in there as well. Caught behind by Bhatti. Again, little in kind of slinger, kind of locks up Ahmedzai. Just operating so quickly here as well, PUC. Oh, close, but I think the foot stays down. Have a look. They've got now 17 minutes to bowl 8 balls. For a second, was it ever out? Not really. Not in any serious way. Good keeping, though, by Bhatti. Took a great sub against Sturt to get Nabi early in the piece. Right in the air. William wants it himself. He's running back with the flight, but he gets called off it by Anwari. So that'll be another wicket. And so now it's Ahmedzai. He's going to have to go. Gets outfoxed by William Singh. Good communication there as well. Anwari saw that William wanted it, but he said, hey, boss, don't you worry. This is my job. I'm coming in from the outfield. Actually gets taken on the kind of edge of the circle in the end. So Waheed going for the Maximo that would have brought up his 50. He'll go for 44. 69 for 6. Good fighting effort, though, from the opener. Last ball, the 8th. And it's Gul Mohamed Saleh that comes out, and he went to score off this. So William Singh, brilliant couple of overs. In fact, they're twins. 1 for 5 in each of his overs. 2 for 10 in total. And it's 69 for 6 after 8. And just have a look at the clock again. 17 minutes to bowl an over. And to be honest, we just took 4 minutes off the clock for this tournament. So last week, that would have been 21 minutes to bowl an over. Operating with spin, kind of pushing through while they're ahead. Well, that might look like it's a high run rate. It's not that high because the scale's only 10. Currently going at 86 pace. 87 anticipated by the supercomputer. Back to pace then, and it will be Anwari to bowl the 9th. Really, we've got all day and Sunday to bowl this, but I still think they'll be trying to push through. They're well ahead in the game at the moment. Chris asking, which one is the group of death? A lot of people saying Group D. I mean, that would make sense. Group A or Group D, I suppose, in ECC. Down the ground. Charlie Kalami does the fielding. Keeps it to 1. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, Group A with Ireland 11, Scotland 11, as well as France, Portugal and Guernsey. It's a pretty tough one. But then Group D has 3 of last year's Championship Week teams in there. This isn't going off the square either. Might try and turn this into a run out. In the end, doesn't quite pick it up, but just a single doesn't hurt PUC too much. Now, the other thing is, in that Group D, the 2 teams that aren't Championship Week teams from last year, Sweden and Norway, I mean, they're really good teams as well. So with just the top 21 ranked sides taking place, there's no easy groups. All right, well, this is going backwards. So is Bharti. He takes the catch. And it's going to be a 7th wicket. And Wari breaks through for the first time. And believe it or not, that's a 46-year-old wicketkeeper. I mean, you wouldn't know it. The spring in his step. Look at that. It's perfect technique. Perfect technique. Takes in front of the eyes. And then has a bit of a laugh with Shabir. He said, I might have been able to reach that. He said, don't you worry. I've got the gloves. Not my first rodeo. And the 7th wicket falls. PKR 71 for 7. What do you think, Chris? Having said that, groups B and C, they're not easy either. They're very unpredictable groups as well. Swing and miss this time. New batter. Coming out there now, Shakil Ahmed. Last ball of the 9th over. And he's bowled him. That sums it up, really. It'll be a 2-ball derrick for Shakil. He actually hits this pretty close to the middle of the bat, maybe on the inside edge slightly, but then onto the pads and it just rolls onto the stumps. So I really could have got anywhere. Check it out in the replay. Just watch the way this deflects. He clips it onto his back leg and then just kind of rolls into the wickets. Anyway, Anwari will take it. It'll finish the 9th over as well. Anwari with very good figures of 2 for 11. And the Night Riders 71 for 8. Remember, they were 3 wickets down without scoring in the first over. And they've just lost 3 for 2 just then as well. So, last over to come. Tassinula to bowl it. He kind of does Gul Mohamed Saleh for a bit of bounce. They've got to be thinking 4 points here. PUC. I'm sure they will be. That's not a bad shot, though. Oh, well. What a great catch. I was just waiting to see it in the car park, but Anwari had other ideas and flashes a smile. He's really clever here. He doesn't jump because he's not sure. If he jumps, he's not sure where he's going to end up. So he just kind of plants his feet and puts up the hands. Judges it perfectly. PKR down to their last batter. 71 for 9 now. Great take, Anwari. He's been a bit of a ball magnet, hasn't he? Safi to try and finish things off. Pawak, though, does pretty well to get bat on it. He'll get a single. Over to Imran Zadran now. PUC mean business, don't they? Tempted Yorker. Comes out as a low full toss. I'm going to think it too, but I think with 9 down, can't really afford to take too many risks between the wickets. Don't want to leave balls on the table. Oh, what? gives it the old college try, backs away. Doesn't look like the worst with the bat, Kabawak, actually. We've seen impressive depth from most teams here in this European Cricket Series. Goes the bouncer. And they're wondering, is that over the head? That sidearm might be an interesting one here. But I think that will do it. It'll be 73 for 9. No, not even close. So that will be the end of the 10 overs. 73 for 9 off the 10. So yeah, for sure. I mean, you're looking at kind of 10.5 and over. So I think that is definitely where the thinking of PUC is going. Disappointing effort from the Knight Riders, but again, just a little bit of a gulf between these two teams, it looks like. But you never know, you're like in the big city, even though we're not quite in the big city here, in Dreux, just out of Paris, and it was Paris Université Club who came out, and it was 1, 2, 3. Before you knew it, Zafar Iqbal, he took a triple wicket maiden in the first. This was the third leg of it. What a great catch taken by Tahsin-ul Safi, running back with the fly. And Shahid followed up with a good over. A bit surprised they didn't go straight back to Zafar Iqbal. They did bring back in the fourth. Wasn't quite able to recreate the magic. That kind of rear guard effort. Ahmed Sai along with Wali Khan. The umpire almost looked like he was trying to do some fielding there, just instinctively, but they had to work hard for pretty much every single run, didn't they? And then the rare misfield, that one was Dolat's eye, but did take the one that mattered early. Always playing from behind. I think Anwari, he was excellent in the field and also with the ball. He was probably the best of the paces with his 2 for 11, although this probably wasn't his best moment. Bit of an own goal. Waleed, well, he battled bravely, didn't he, on the way to 44. But eventually he would go. William Singh was outstanding with the ball. The PUC skipper with 2 wickets of his own. Bharti turning back the clock. He's a guy that looks like he has a good 10 years of cricket left in him, to be honest. He's in good shape. I love his kind of natural talents behind the wickets. Late in the piece, Anwari took another catch, this time on the leg side boundary. And although they do bat out the 10, it's only just, we see all 11 Knight Riders in that innings. 73 for 9. 44 for Ahmedzai stands out, doesn't it? Because nobody else able to reach double figures. But nothing that stands out there for me is how quickly PUC got through the overs. Had something like 14 minutes to spare. And also, they only give away 1 wide in the entire 10 overs. So good teams, they don't give you too many for free. Really good team effort from the 5 bowlers. See, all of them in their 2 overs go from between 11 and 18, all in the wickets as well. Zafar Iqbal with that triple wicket maiden to get us started. William Singh was great though, 2 for 11. Likewise, the work of Abdullah Anwari with 2 for 11. But shout out as well for the twins, Usman Shahid and Tahsin-ul Safi, because they took figures of 1 for 18 each. We'll take a break then. 74 required in 10 overs for the win, but 74 and 7 would get PUC a crucial 4 points. Remember, if they could make it at the top of the ladder at the end of the group stage, they would go straight through to the final. It's a big prize on the line. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. The chase will be on when we return here in match 28 in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
On a Saturday afternoon as we get ready for the second half of the middle match of the day. That is match number 28, and this one you're seeing Paris University Club coming out to bat against the Knight Riders. Just 73 on the board for 9 wickets. The Knight Riders had a terrible first over, didn't even score. So I think what we're really looking at here is if the batting team, PUC, can chase his target. 74 is the target. In 7 overs or less, they'll take all 4 points out of the game. Of course, 4 points on offer in every game. The winning team typically gets 3 and the losing team gets 1. But if it is a thrashing, in that you can beat a team in 7 overs, or if you are batting first, you can keep the opposition to 70% or less of your score, then that is considered a thrashing, and that means you steal their point. You'll get 4. Your opposition will get none. So almost ready to go. PKR. I mean, if they could even just walk away with a point here, they'll feel like that's a winner, I think. Shakil Ahmed, the captain, to get us going. And this is in the air, and it's going to be a royal duck. Well, right off the end of the bat, chase what might have been a wide. Usman Shahid's going to have to go. What is it about these first overs? That's basically 4 in 7 balls in first overs. So, well, we know that in France they did away with the monarchy pretty famously back in the day. But we are going to see some royalty here, as it'll be Royal Derek activated, as Shahid's going to have to go. There he is. It's none for 1. That's the way it goes sometimes. Mukhtar Ali Gulami comes out in the number 3 spot. He did actually list Tahsin Safi in at 3, but Mukhtar's been a little bit out of nick. I think they're pretty keen for him to get some batting. What a start for the Knight Riders. And this one sneaks inside. No edge on it, but no run either. Another big outswinger. Just watch it curve with that seam. No real foot movement there. Just kind of lurching with his hands at the ball there, Mukhtar. And Emma will probably be watching. Hello to you, Emma. Another good outswinger. This is in the air. That's another one. Well, you wouldn't believe it. That's 5 wickets in the first overs of this game without a run being scored. And it's going to be a 2-ball duck for Mukhtar Gulami. Well, they put him up there to ideally get some batting into him. But you see the bat turns in his hand. It's just a shape as well that does him. Ali Khan takes it, and Derek's back this time. It's the regulation variety, and Paris University Club, as they say in the classics, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and right now they're none for 2. Oh, well. Tahsin Safi gets the nod at 4. He might as well be opening, really. Shakil with 2 poles. Oh, and he almost gets a 3rd. I've seen a lot of things. I don't think I've ever seen both innings of a game be triple wicket maidens. It's a really, really good piece of swing bowling. You see what they need for the bonus point there? Started at kind of 10.5 and over. It's gone up already towards 12. So he was able to scramble the first run, so we won't have a maiden in the first this time, but not far off at the moment. Zafar Iqbal, well, he's the guy that actually bowled that first over of the game, taking 3 wickets without conceding a run. Set the tone. Put the Knight Riders behind, have never really been able to claw their way back in any serious way. Another good outie. And that will be the end of the over. Well, it's only 3 for none, but it is 2 for 1 with 1 run for 2 wickets in the first over of the reply. 27 matches since the golden ball, because this is match number 28. Yet to have a golden ball on French soil. And that would be magnificent. Not so sure I'm feeling the tingle in this one. Maybe if there were 3 or 4 more wickets, you'd have my interest. I'm interested for other reasons, though. He says Faridon Kapalwak. He's going to bowl over number 2. A little bit short. Safi jumps on it, and he's going to put it out of the ground. Maximal. I'm going to say Tasidullah Safi really, really impressed me in the ECL. Just made for it. It's a great opportunity to see some other French domestic players that we've never seen before, because Drew winning in 2023 meant that France got the automatic winners qualifying spot plus a spot for another domestic team. He's going to wait. PUC can thank Drew for that. And then actually almost knocked him out of the race. Good outie and dung out by Safi. And like I say, if PKR can take a point out of this game, I think they'll take that as a kind of pseudo win. Still with plenty of matches to play in the series. Still got 7 to play after this. As this is up, and that's going to be out of the ground. Maximal. A little bit short, a little bit wide, and Safi jumps all over it. Yeah, so, pardon me, they're not playing 7 more. Of course, in this series, we'll play 10 total. So, they'll play 5 matches after this, Knight Riders. Again, picking up points in losses does help you scrape in. He goes upstairs. Check out the height of this one. He cannot believe that's been called. I've got to say, I thought it was around about top of their head. It's supposed to top of the head. Oh, I might see that one again. We've got time. Close. Touch ball. Now, back to A, and going to be gone. Snuffy, key wicket. Going to soften him up with the short ball. Kapalwak comes back, tempts him into the pull shot. And a fairly simple catch taken there by Shakil Ahmed, the skipper, who's been in everything early. So in a sense, 3 quick wickets for both sides in this match 28. PUC not falling as dramatically, but still find themselves kind of struggling to get going in any meaningful way here. 14 for 3 now. Kapalwak has a wicket. The experienced Wasim Bhatti, the wicketkeeper, coming to the crease at number 5. I want to know, I know that Miriam's watching. How's Miriam feeling? Any nerves here? Could we see 73 defended? Surely not. That's a really good ball. I mean, it starts with the ball, and they've been right on the money so far. Both opening bowlers kind of similar in a way, shaping the ball away from the right-hander. So he kind of tempts him into the shot here. Just look at the seam. Beautifully bowled. We'll get through the field, but handled by the sweeper. End of the second over, 15 for 3 after 2. Credit to PKR. There might be 1 and 3 at the moment. You can see them there with 6 points, but I don't know. They always just seem like a good team out of luck. Yeah, that kind of heartbreaking loss. The other, where they went down by 5 runs. Played their way back into the game. PUC, though, they'll have ambitions of getting right up the top of the table. By the end of the day, could do that with a couple of wins. President at the moment, sitting up on top of the table. 5-point gap, but a couple of extra games. Right now, Bhatti is going to show what he can do. Lovely little clip away. He'll go maximal. Shaquille comes back to bowl it out. No surprises there. And for all of this, pretty much still on that rate for the bonus point. This one sneaks inside. Okay. Back to the plan. Outside the off stump, just nipping away a little bit. Shaquille. Another couple of wickets can really give them some hope. This one pulled a little bit too wide and will be called. Gives them another opportunity to take a wicket though. I was going to say, I love the comment from Martin Foster a little while ago saying we need a backwards Derek for when there's a 5-run penalty, and it's basically worse than a duck in a way. Tries to pull this one. It's pretty good running though by Zafar. We see straight away, it gets away from the keeper. He'll get home. And Wasim hears his call, trusts his call. And get through for a bye, changes the strike. That's pretty well bowled. Again, using that outswing, and Iqbal hasn't had too much of the strike at all. Despite opening up, that's only the second ball he's faced. We're into the last few balls of the power play now. This is your shape. Try and hit it with the swing. Try and punch it over cover or even point. Don't try and fight it. This one will be called. It's been an interesting one to look at. And we know the French umpires have had their own kind of take on the wides at times. But the interpretation going forward, does this get some of that blue line or not? It's your call at home. Pretty close to the mark. Anyway, in the air, very, very high and taken. So Archer Khan has taken some outstanding catches in this series. This is pretty much regulation. And so there's that 4th wicket. It's going to be a duck for Iqbal in the end. A 3-ball duck. And actually, all top 3 go without scoring. Here's Derek. So, DC making pretty hard work of this, although they have a few runs on the board. So far, was great with the ball, but unfortunately with the bat, couldn't produce. 24 for 4 now. Zika Ali comes out at number 6. And the first team in this game loses 3 wickets for 0 in the first over. And the second team, Paris University Club, they lose all of their top 3 for 0. I don't think anyone was expecting that. Last ball to power play. In the air. Is that travelling though? Oh, what a catch. Unbelievable catch out there from Wahid Ahmedzai. And it's a golden duck. So whatever you can do, I can do better, says Shakil Ahmed. And Zafar might have got 3, but he's got 4. And 5 wickets fall in the power play. Is there drama afoot? That's a great catch from Wahid, not only for taking the catch, but also basically robs Zika of a maximal. And Shakil is on a hat trick that he'll never be able to take, because that's the end of his 2-over spell. At the end of the 3rd over, it's 24 for 5. What do we think here? I still think Paris University Club, they're confident that they have the batting to kind of still handle this and still bat fairly naturally. Because if you get more conservative, sometimes it causes you more problems in a way. I still think, you know, you've got 4 overs to get 50. And 12 and a half and over. Still very much on for the bonus point here. But they need a partnership. And William Singh's not a bad guy to come out at all at number 7. He's a guy who could easily be batting 3, 4, 5. Probably could be. It could bat anywhere, actually, William. Ramazai just going to strays onto the pads. That's going to run away to the boundary. It's not a good start. Just a little bit surprised as well, given the game situation. They didn't go back to Powerplay, who was getting that ball to swing. I suppose the first thing is get through 7 overs without losing. So if you've got a swing bowler swinging around, maybe bowl him out. Now Bhatti gets a little bit funkalicious. He's going to get 4 more. A really clever shot. Again, good eye. Doesn't try to hit this too hard. Spots the gap in the field and makes the most of it. Bhatti. 15 already. Done by a pretty good short ball from Wahid Ahmedzai. Well, down the wicket. Just a single this time for Bhatti. Wow, how about that? Timber! William Singh, it's another duck for B, and their captain gets castled. Someone load up Golden Derek. You see 33 for 6 now. And if you look at it one way, we're talking kind of 4 points for PUC. I mean, what was it to even get a point? If the bowling side here, PKR, can get these 4 wickets for less than 18, then they could get 4 points if they keep them to 51 or less. It's a good rock, though. Really, really good bit of bowling. And that is the 5th duck in this innings. 33 for 6. Abdullah Anwari having a pretty good game. Side this time. Watch by Anwari, get the wide. Terry Richmond's come back from karaoke. Let us know how you went, Terry. Geez, got an interesting game here. Top Anwari will just get a single. Hey, what I love about this series. So you have some high-scoring thrillers, but you can also have low-scoring thrillers. So I just think that there's quite an even amount of talent between the batters and the bowlers. So bowlers having their moments, bowlers with some utility here. 35 for 6 after 4 overs. But have a look at all those wickets falling in the 4th over. Plenty of cherries. 5 wickets for just 1 run across overs in this game. A few people mentioning the Pashto language that you're hearing from the Knight Riders. They're a very proud team. Again, either team could get the 4 points here. Or obviously we could have a 3-1 result. Anwari pushes and will get a single, hand it back to Azim Bharti. Because you feel if they could get Bharti now, maybe trying something inventive. Let's have a look at 36 for 7 and how that looks. Real kind of nail-biting stuff. Well, ball shot, this gets just over the fielder and runs away for 4. And normally if you can hit it over the head of an infielder, there's normally a gap behind him. And so it works out this time. Wasn't quite out of the screws from Wasim. But his experience coming to the fore here. Chipped in with a really handy 20. He's got half of the runs. And he's actually batting at number 5. Wasim Bharti. Well, this is in the air, though. Nervous moments. It's been taken. Well, there you go. It's 4 and out for Wasim. 7th has fallen now. PUC making a meal of this chase. And it's Pacha Khan who comes on and just gets a kind of thick, hanging kind of outside edge from Wasim Bharti. Check it out. Never in control of that shot. Flew up in the air. And Shazad Naseem did the rest. So Bharti goes for 20, but no more. 40 for 7. I wonder now, if you just said to PUC, here's the 3 points, do you want it? They'd probably say, yep, we'll take it. They need 34 in 15 balls to get all the points, but they're running out of batters quickly. Here's Haras. He's going to just stand and deliver. First ball, only a single though. Really fascinating game here at the moment. Ball. 41 for 7. That scoreline, you've got to give credit to the Knight Riders. They're always fighting, aren't they? You've got to field with them a couple of times. Things not rolling their way in this series, but we know that there's a lot of heartbreak in the European Cricket Series as well. Just the nature of the format. We'll get one here. And that will take us to the end of the 5th over. 42 for 7 after 5. Haras will keep the strike. Just mentioning some of the upcoming events. And you'll see that a variety of formats there as well. Some T20 cricket coming your way. Kind of May, June, July, August through the northern summer. We're going to try and get around and cover some of the international T20 stuff. Both men's and women's in amongst those kind of regular ECN tour locations through France, Italy, Estonia, England, and then Cyprus. I think the one after that will be Czechia. We'll be in Prague. All right, here we go, 6th over. It's a full ball from Wahid Ahmedzai. That's probably running away for 4, and it is. So, attempted Yorker. A bit lucky from Anwari, really. Like I said, this 4 points is still on. That's the funny thing. As long as you get there in 7 overs, doesn't matter how many wickets you've lost. You're 28 off 11 to do that. The weirdest 4-pointer I've seen, though, I think. That one is put down. Tough one. There's Javed Zadran there. He gets 2 hands to it. Oh, imagine that, though. Would have been an 8th wicket. Oh, maybe it was more just the left more than anything. And now there's an 8th anyway. So, what a game. Like I said, the Knight Riders, well, if they could clean up the tail here, bang, bang, well, they could actually take 4 points out of this one as well. It's an insane game 28 here in Paris. Have a look at this. I mean, it's full toss, really, more than anything. Just misses it, loses his shape there. Should be a harass. Yeah, this has been crazy. It's been pandemonium in Prague. Pandemonium in Paris, I should say. Prague's coming up at the end of June. I won't get ahead of myself. Terry, I like your song choices. Here's the thing. Imagine your PKR, if you can go bang bang before PUC reach 52 and take all the points. They'll be beside themselves. Oh, just tries York again, but gets a little tickle on it. Well, there's the 51. So they just need one more run to guarantee a point, PUC. That's the thing, though. I mean, they're still kind of on, in a way. I don't think they're too worried about the 4 points now, but they're 23 off 8. Bold. And that's what you got to tell yourself here. Just 2 balls away. If you're PKR to defending 73, just a while since we've seen 73 defended on the network. Doing that side, give you a good look at his stumps here. Plays inside this one, end of the 6th. Wahid Ahmadzai's had a pretty good game. 2 for 20. His bowling figures 51 for 8 after 6. So, I mean, now they need 23 off this over to get the 4 points. I think they're just settling for the win here if they can get there. Well, this is pressure, though. If you think it's easy, grab a bat, head out to the middle of the DCG right now. You'll feel like there's a kind of tornado that you're in the middle of. Just got pressure coming from all angles. Parcha Khan, 1 for 7 in the first. Mari worries about it this, and foot fielding is done. I'll get to. With that, we know that PUC take at least a point out of this game, but they want more than the point. The run rate required to actually get the win's not really an issue. It's just, can you bat out the 10 overs? 17 wickets fall in this game for 126. Oh, interesting. When I see it's from side on, they're saying is that out. But let's have a look. Side on will tell the story. Has it bounced before or after the bat? My instinct was it was a bump ball, but Fahim thinks it might have bounced just before. We'll have to go really slow here as it goes past the bat. Let's have a look. What's it telling us? Here comes the ball. Big moment here. Or he hits it down into the ground again, I think. So it goes down. So it actually bounces, hits the bat, and then goes down again. So that's the one there. You can see it goes down, hops up. Great work from our crew at Spring Media. It won't be out. It will be a dot ball. That's the way it looks. But, I mean, the other thing is I noticed that it bounced before the bat. And sometimes it might just scratch on the way up, so it looks like a bump ball, but it's not. And he'll survive. It was one of those ones. Actually bounces twice. Once just before the bat, once just after. All right. What a game. There's a miss. So, yeah, suddenly you run a ball when you've only got 2 wickets in hand. It's a lot more difficult than it normally does. PUC actually fall behind in this game for the first time. Pachakan. Rolling cutter, hits it very well. Maximo! Watch the percentage fly as well. Big blow from Anwari. Pachakan tries out the kind of slow rolling cutter and regrets it. Gee, that's a really good shot of that strike from Anwari. They actually got about 24% just off the back of that one hit. I mean, PKR, no one gave them a prayer when after one over this game, they were 3 out for nothing. It just shows you that's a start, and yeah, bad starts can be overcome. Let me just remind you, maybe they had an issue there with the scoring, but I think they've sorted it out now. Just remind you, they're still 2 balls away from winning here, PKR. And respect the good ball now. You've got down below, run a ball. You don't have to be crazy. In fact, your best play now is to be conservative. Just kind of pick up these 14 with a minimum of risk. I'm not saying you don't go for something if it's there. If it's there and it's asking to be hit and it's in your zone, you can go for it. But don't go looking for trouble. I'm just checking how many left in the over here, but I think there's just the 1 left. Armando is saying, oh, what a game. Yeah, well, love good old-fashioned driven. Think of the run they decide against it. Probably would have made it, but they went to no. Shaquille was going to fumble. End of the 7th, it's 60 for 8. 14 runs required off the last 3. Well, this is a great game, and I'm sure this will be a great game as well. Match 29, getting going in around about 45 minutes' time. PUC return, going back-to-back today on day 6, taking on Balbignon. And I can tell you that Balbignon have won the toss. They'll bat first. So PUC will be on the chase again. And they kind of got the yips in this chase. Looking forward to that one. 45 minutes away, like I said, from the first ball. Okie dokie. Shazad Nazim to bowl this one. So 5th bowler. Creeping up PUC. 14 to win. 2 wickets the Knight Riders need. Just has a look at him. He's kind of got a traditional cricket kind of feel, doesn't it? Run rate doesn't appear to be an issue, but again, if you go uber conservative, maybe it does. He runs out of patience here. That's the other thing. You don't want to be giving away any extras at this stage either. You don't want to be giving runs for free if you're PKR. Naseem, pretty good so far. 14 off 16. Anwari's the key here. Goes for this. Big swing of the bat. And it's going, it's gone. Maximo! Again, I like the decision-making from Anwari. He's not going at everything, but if it's in his zone, he feels this is, he goes at it. You've got to admire the fight of the Knight Riders. Also trusting Daulat Zai. Go for 2 here. It's a quick turn. Really good running from Anwari. If we can just show this from the main camera, you'll see how quickly he's in and out of the crease. Good, what I call kind of secondary backup. Let's have a look. You know straight away there might be a chance for 2. He sees it still going. He's bang. He's in. He's out. Makes it easily. Now with 6 to win. This is in the air and it's game. It's set and it's match. What a game it is. Unfortunately, I should say, for the Knight Riders. They do a really good job. Maybe I just want to have a look at this one, but seemed to me like it did carry the line. I think everyone out there is pretty confident about it. Maybe we can have a look. But Anwari is going to get them across the line. He's pretty confident. He's ready to shake hands. But it looks comfortable in the end, doesn't it? But it was anything but for PUC. It looked like the fielder went right back to the line and couldn't pull it back into the field play. So a 6 to finish, and PUC, they'll get there with 2 wickets in hand and 13 balls to spare. They'll take 3 points out of that. Knight Riders, well, at the beginning when they were defending 73, we said it'd feel like a win if they were to get one. Probably doesn't quite feel like a win, though, in the end. Coming up next, match number 29, starting in about 50 minutes' time with Balbignon to open up with the bat after winning the toss. Means that PUC will be on the chase. Join us for that one, but right now, let's have a look at the old Paris pandemonium, because this game had 17 wickets in 18 overs. And it started not quite the same way, but not far off, with 2 wickets and just a single run in the first. Playing from a place of pressure. And then the wickets just kept on falling, didn't they? It was such a strange kind of innings before you knew it. And actually, they lost 5 wickets in the power play. Just no one seemed immune. All top for ducks. We actually had 5 ducks in the innings. And credit to the Knight Riders, they fought tooth and nail. And we saw a fair bit of attacking flair as well, but Wasim Marti, 3 fours and a Maximo in there, and he holed out. And then we saw a couple of really good bits of bowling, scatter the stumps. Abdullah Anwari, though, he'd be really important towards the end. That was a bit of a hairy moment for him, because it looked like might have just kind of scratched about the way up, but I think that it showed that it had just gone into the ground off the bat. Again, the benefit of the replay there, just making sure we got the one spot on. That was pretty as a picture, though. Murray seemed to have ice in his veins, didn't he? As he would strike 3 Maximos in his 31. It's just kind of patient. That was the last one. Disappeared for 6, and for all their efforts, the Knight Riders will be disappointed that maybe they just couldn't get those last couple of wickets to pull off an unlikely defence of 73. Well, Derek was busy in that innings. He was wheeled out 5 times as the top 3, as well as the 6 and 7 went 4 globes. Fathi with 20 after Tahsinul Asafi made 13, but it was Anwari that essentially gets them home in the end. 31, not out of 16 from Zerlat Sai to pull them across the finish line. 4 for 9, Shakil Ahmed, great effort from the captain in a losing cause. 2 wickets for Wahid Ahmedzai, who also can hold his head high after that game. Kapawak and Pachakan kept their team in it as well. Naseem couldn't quite get them through that 8th over. They couldn't quite finish him off, couldn't they? They certainly gave him a scare. Many hand to Mr. Maximo for ECN. Then we'll take a break back in around about 35 minutes. Take you into the next one. PUC, well, they'll be in the Hall of Mirrors, but they will emerge, and I think that will be a tough task for Balbignon, who'll be keen to go the double after Balbignon were able to knock off Dreux. And this time yesterday, can they knock over the other ECL representatives? Find out when we return in just over half an hour's time to the Dreux Cricket Ground here on ECN for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Still 2 matches to go here on ECN Saturday as we'll head into match number 29 next. Paris University Club, well, they survived a bit of a scare in match number 28, but eventually dragged themselves across the line against the Knight Riders. Powerplay, well, they've had a pretty interesting time of it here as well. They weren't quite able to hold on in the second match of the day. That was against President 11. A little bit earlier, the Sheriff Charles Croucher had the two captains. Let's see what happens in the coin toss for match 29.
Innings to call. Heads is the call. And it's a head.
Charles Croucher's played a few shots today as well, hasn't he? But Balbignon, their captain KG Vitu, has won the toss. And he has elected to have a hit. So expect to see Tavalingham at the top of the order. Sathanatha Sivam Jatusan has been pretty good up the top as well. Both of those coming off half centuries yesterday, but they weren't able to make more than 102 earlier on today. And also they suffered a 5-run penalty in there, which just kind of put them even further behind the 8 ball. But PUC, they had their own problems, didn't they, in that last game? And were chasing only 74 to win. That was against the Knight Riders. They batted themselves into a big hole. In fact, they were 40 for 7 at one point, and 8, but eventually they were able to drag themselves across the line. Two kind of teams that have had some success in the series so far. See PUC go in as slight favourites in this one, but not too much in it. I think PUC really impressed me earlier when they were bowling first. Obviously, they started with a triple wicket maiden, so that was pretty useful. But they really got through their overs quickly, using a lot of kind of spin options. And now just waiting for the clock to tick over. And this guy was incredible with the ball. Zafar Iqbal, 3 wickets without conceding a run in the first over last time. He'd love to do something like that again. I suppose then the issue for PUC, none of their openers, well, none of their top 3 actually, were able to score a run. So, interesting game, low-scoring thriller. But anyway, here we go with match 29. And Iqbal has been so good at kind of dropping it on the old sixpence, as they say in the classics, as C-cut. Expect him to bat in the middle order for Paris University Club. Goes after this one though, leg side, and it's going to get through the fielder. Nice effort out there. That's Abdullah Anwari. He was critical in that last game. 31 not out to get them across the line that time. It was the ball that gets across the line despite his best efforts. He's a very good fielder though. His second time today, he's kind of gone the horizontal slide and hasn't quite been able to keep it in the field. He's run short and wide, and that's going to be in the gap. That's going to be 4. So Balbignon just pouncing on a couple early. Balbignon, it's the name for people that are from Bobigny, which is it's like a small, I guess we'd call it like a suburb where I come from. And this one from Tavalingham. Chops onto his own body. Kind of overcast conditions at the moment. It's pretty tight stuff at the moment from Zafar. Well, there's one of the most interesting throws you'll ever see from William. Has a bit of a laugh. We've got this in the replay. We have time, but he goes to hand it off. Instead, kind of pops it straight up. Go back and have a look at that if you like. Last ball the over. Oh, that could be gone, you know. I just got a feeling, yeah, the umpire's already said that's out. Not even waiting to get confirmation. It's a premeditated charge, I think. And Iqbal just kind of sees it coming. And I wonder if the foot was even back the first time. Yeah. He's gone pretty close to breaking the plane. We've got that one more time, but yeah, think it was reasonably clean. Does he ever break the plane of the stumps here? Oh, it's close. Again, he has to stay wholly behind. Probably get the benefit of the doubt there. And says, yeah, you're out. Okay, so 9 for 1. Iqbal does it again. Aruna batting the 3 spot. We'll just play this one away. Won't get a run. End of the first. It's 9 for 1 after 1. Of course, this is the European Cricket Series, the biggest cricket series on the planet, with over 1,000 games across the year. And you can see some locations we've already been and some that we'll be heading to over the summer months. I suppose, yeah, another month or so of spring, maybe another 6 weeks of spring. Maybe let us know in the chat, where are you looking forward to us going this year? I like that Croatia's been moved up a little bit. It was pretty cold when we were there, a little bit damp. We went after ECC this time, essentially 6 weeks earlier. Sticking with spin, Usman Shahid to bowl the second. This is the combination that worked well last time. Just weather-wise, 10 degrees, so they have hit the maximum temperature now. Hello to Trip, good to see you, watching from the USA. A few thrilling matches already today. Shahid. It's lifted up with the spin, and that's going to travel Maximo. Nice hit first up from Jathusan. Sachinantasivam Jathusan did score a critical half century against Drew yesterday. What a game that was. The chase of 162 completed off the last ball. So he shows he can handle himself. And when the quality of the bowling is up, I love the balance between bat and ball, something I said earlier. Here in France, seen some high-scoring games, seen some low-scoring games. Steps across, gets outside the line though. No hesitation, I'll get a leg by. Don't think there was any bat in that. And good backing up from Aruna. He'll take a strike now. Goes after it over the infield. That'll be 4. Or will it? Yeah, it was 4. Pretty good effort on the chase there by Tassin Ulasafi. Not really timed to perfection, but good enough. Tossed up, low full toss from Shahid. One hopper out to Gulami. Gulami's a guy I'd love to get a few runs. And he goes after this. He hangs in the air, a long-time fielder, making his way back, but won't be able to get to it on the full. William Singh with a good chase. Can't stop the 2, though. As that will take us to the end of the second over. Balbignon, 23 for 1 after 2. Looking at the table, PUC, they got the job done, but not in the fashion they were planning to, I think, in that last game. Had settled for the 3 points. So they're now clear in second place. With a win here, they'd actually go to the top of the table. President 11 currently occupying that spot. Of course, teams will play 10 games here in the preliminary stages. And the top 5 make it through to the finals. The top team, though, they go straight to the grand final. William Singh comes on to bowl the 3rd. So, yeah, again, a little bit surprised maybe they didn't go back to Zafar Iqbal. Williams not a bad option. Bowled really well in the last game. Have a look at that. In slant that he gets, the kind of in drift that he gets. William's been around for a long time now in French cricket circles. Again, I don't know if you've got a slow-mo of this. Probably won't give us too much time to get a replay, but he doesn't really look to spin the ball a lot, even though I think he can. Similar again here, but he just got to, sometimes it comes out kind of, it's a little like a one-finger ball, but he just tends to get through his overs really quickly. You see here, not wasting any time. I just think he's always rushing the batters. If you can rush a batter, you can rush them into some bad decisions. Again, this isn't going too far at all. A fancy one from Bharti. But this is very William Singh at the moment. We've had 4 dots out of 5, and the other one was only a single. Look at the way he bowls. Yeah, it's kind of, it's almost seam up, kind of rolls out, maybe the middle finger even. No, just hit him down the bottom of the bat. Maybe we've got that replay one more time then, because, yeah, that's actually taking a chunk out of the bottom of the bat. But have a look at the grip that William uses here. We'll slow it down as much as we can. So it's not really, normally you'd be spinning it right to left, but is it that middle, it's just like a middle finger, see? Or is it that, it's like the one finger anyway. I think maybe it's the forefinger, but yeah, the one finger ball, and they just, Corey calls them nudie nuts because there's really nothing on them at all. Thick edge, that's going to run away for 4 though. So still a good over, but it finishes on a bright spot for Balbignon. And at the end of the 3-over power play, it's 28 for 1. Great shots there from our crew at Spring Productions. The thing about William, though, I'm a bit surprised people don't get across and try and smack him over the leg side, because that's the way it's moving. But it probably would require you to make a kind of bold and very definite movement outside the off stump, which has its risks. But he is typically not bowling too many balls that are hitting the stumps. He bowls a lot, and he kind of hangs out to the left. 28 for 1, though, after 3. 3 overs of spin. It's a real tactic. We've even seen some teams be quite successful bowling 8, even 10 overs of spin. Just kind of rushing the game. Also depends what kind of quick options you've got available. Here's a pretty good one in Tahsinul Safi. His first ball. Yeah, he's going to sneak in. Remember, new interpretation, which I suppose we're transitioning to. Hasn't been necessarily fully implemented yet, but the line belongs to the bowler now. Outside that off stump, give him a little bit of leeway. Now this is pulled away and is straight to the fielder. That's Mukhtar Ali Gulami down there. Well, I don't think that went cleanly in to the middle of the hands, but he takes the catch. That's the main thing. Tahsinul Safi breaks through for his first wicket. He's a triple threat, isn't he, Safi? Mukhtar sees he's got room to move, and then, wow, shakes it like a Polaroid picture. So Aruna will be the second to go. He's dismissed for 6. And Balbignon, 28 for 2. This will bring Manoharan Thayaparan to the crease. Pretty good one first up from Safi to Thayaparan. The clock on your screen right now starts at 36 minutes. So essentially you have 4 minutes and over. So you've got 36 minutes to get through your first 9 overs. You do get a wicket allowance of a minute per wicket, though, because it takes a minute for a new batter to arrive. That's well bowled by Safi. He's a real excitement machine, isn't he? Walks and almost kind of yorks himself here. Chathusan. Safi, he made the top 12 of the ECL in the end. He's a guy coming up to his 26th birthday. Gets that just inside as well. So another really tight over. So if he breaks through with the wicket, just 2 off that one. And at the end of 4, it's 30 for 2. Looking at the run rate. Well, a bit underwhelming at the moment. You just got to kind of put those 2 wickets out of your head. You need to be productive in these middle overs. Balbinio had an interesting ECS campaign. It started with a good 4-point win over the Super Kings, Villeneuve Super Kings, in match 2, holding them to 82, chasing it down the 7th. They had a washout game. They were on top against Royal 94. Had them 70 for 5 in the 9th, but that was the end of that game. Well, this one might have got a little bit of a bat onto the helmet here, actually. A pat onto the helmet. Don't think it's that close for LBW. Yeah, a bit of a messy one. He'd worked down the ground, but he's got that one covered. Yeah, Balbinio, they started with 3 matches on opening day. They had a 4-pointer and then a no result, which is worth 2. Then they had a no-pointer when they got done by the Vipers, not even making it to the point total. That one is struck over the offside pretty powerfully. And Sam Williams coming into the action. Well, you can see from how Sam's dressed. You know, he might have hit the peak temperature of the day of 10 degrees. It's still pretty chilly down there. But Maximo. First one of the contest. Yeah, but anyway, we then saw Balbinio. Wait for this. It's up in the air now from Daparam. And a sensational bit of fielding by Gulami takes the catch. He's such a good fielder. He's got the second catch of his match here. And this one was a lot more complex. Shahid with the spin to win. We've got a 6-and-out situation. Tries to drag it from outside the off stump, but excellent dive and slide in from Gulami. And that will be a really good breakthrough at this stage. 37 for 3 in the 5th. Yeah, but Balbinio, we saw them again on Friday, played twice. And then they scored 4 points against Parasalmi, 140 to 73. We had that thriller yesterday where they were able to overhaul the target of 162 against Drouet, the European champions and French champions. 163 or 161. Did it off the very last ball. Great catch there by Gulami, though. Shahid with his offies. 2 to come in the 5th. Kamaran just quick to drop it and run. Take the 1. Well, this is lifted up in the air. And, well, it's good off his feet there that time. Tamwari's caught pretty well today, but really needed to get a dive and made it real tough for himself. It's got to go down as a chance. But it will take us to the end of the 5 overs. 39 for 3 after 5. Time for some in-game analysis. I think the thing here is, I think Balbinio, they need to continue to attack. I know it's not being made very easy, but it seems like their middle order is playing a little bit careful here. Probably still worth kind of playing your shots from the get-go. Easier said than done, I know. PUC talked a lot about how they've been getting through their overs very, very quickly, which I think is important. And Wari comes on in over number 6. Now this one is hit straight to the fielder. It's another wicket. Tedikula Shazad this time takes the catch, and Wari doesn't waste too long before getting it on the action. Just the worst shot, really, just picked out the fielder. Nicely taken down there. Again, I know I've hit 10 degrees, still not necessarily balmy weather. Fairly new ball. New batter comes out. It's Barakzai, and he will not be late this time. Knocks first ball down the ground. It's funny, we tend to focus on those 5-run penalties on batters, which, okay, it's natural because it's a bit unusual. You don't really see it too often. But, you know, we don't spend that much time dwelling on, for example, a minimo, like a 5 wides, which, to be honest, is just as bad from a bowler. Oh, steps across and just delicately flicks this round the corner past the fielder. Cuatro carreras. Quatre. As fielder couldn't get down to his right quick enough to make that stop. Yeah, but isn't it interesting? Like Barakzai, everyone was quick to hang stuff on him, understandably. I mean, he cost him 5 earlier, but yeah, I mean, like I said, bowlers give away 5s all the time. No one seems to blink. All right, short, dug in. Now this time it's going to be away from the fielder. Yeah, nice shot. I'm just checking if it's 4 or 6. It's been given 6. Let's see what the replay says. Lift it up and out of the ground. 6 runs. Maximal. Great work once again by our crew at Spring Media. They're all over it. And Wari tries out the short ball again. Wow. That's a beamer. It's not going to be out. But yeah, Kumaran left the bat hanging there. He was pretty keen to get the body and the head out of the way. That's understandable. This kind of illustrates why these balls are unfair. It's just not where the batter's looking. It's not cricket. Free hit then. He gives it plenty of bottom hand, and that one is out of here. Maximo. So that'll be the end of the over. 57 for 4. The 50 coming up during that over. So Anwari does take a wicket, but he's also pretty expensive. The beamer ends up costing him the 6 off the free hit as well. And it's 57 for 4 after 6. But PUC have been very good at getting through quickly, at not giving away too many extras. I mean, it's a rarity. Just the 1 wide, the 1 no ball in this inning so far. And he gave away the 1 wide in the earlier game as well. All right, goes through this, but it's high. Barakzai could be in trouble here, and he will be. Nicely taken out there. That's Tassinulla that takes the catch. Zafar Iqbal comes back. He's been in the wickets again. Spin to win for PUC. Looking pretty in purple and looking pretty impressive here. Certainly haven't had any issues with the ball today or in the field. Barakzai. I suppose at this time, I know he makes 1, but at least he's in the black if you're watching the earlier game. Hey, Dave, not really feeling that well. That's no good, Dave. This has just worked around the corner. This will be 1. But anyway, hopefully you recover quickly, Dave. Probably good to get home, I suppose. There's a reverse. She gets a little piece of it, not quite the whole thing, but he'll get 4. It's almost like an edge which is dragged. See that one? Just swings really hard. Bhatti. I reckon the keeper had a bit of a smirk on his face there. That's always very disconcerting as a keeper when the batter does that. Steps outside leg, but misses out. Good to see Marnus in there as well. Miriam, of course, is supporting her team, PUC. Kumaran will just work this out for one. Again, good spell from Zafar Iqbal. Following up his work in the last game. He took 3 for 16 off 2. Third here in his last ball. No, he won't. Instead, the ball's going to disappear. And so, Maximo to finish for Zafar Iqbal. Entertain the fielder. It was great effort out there from Sadi Shahzad, but that'll take us to the end of the 7 overs, and Balbignon 69 for 5. Plenty of great cricket coming up. Hey, I've got to invite all of our English-based viewers and UK-based viewers, I suppose, for that matter, to the ECS in England, Monday the 27th of May. That'll be our first ever meet and greet day there at the Wimbledon Club. First ever ECS England. It's actually been planned for over 4 years. First time it'll happen. Anyway, French cut to start the 8th over. We're going to come back for it too, but I think he's going to be gone. He's run himself out here, Kumaran. Now I want to have a look at it, but I just think he knows he's a dead man walking here. Didn't really need to take on the second. Barty says, what do you think? I think you're out. I've got to say, I don't see him making this at all. Well, so he's trying to hold, partner's trying to hold him up. Barty goes one hand, bang, and see you later. I've got this from the main camera, but I wonder at what point did Kumaran think it was a good idea to go for a second run. You see here, just kind of made up his mind without. His partner was trying to help him out there, wasn't he? Warnakula Saria saying, hey, I don't think there's a run there. Are you sure? But Barty, have a look at the keeping. Gets the other side of the stumps, goes one hand. Again, that's such a good heads-up play from the keeper. Improvisational. Now, that is one time that I think you can go, don't forget that camera 4 again, that you can go the other side of the stumps because the throw's coming in softly. So he actually goes in front of the stumps and says, well, I think I'm quicker to go fetch this than to get behind the stumps. And that's the reason that he's able to get the run out. Anyway, Warnakula Saria, he'll be the next to go. Oh, wow, William Singh comes on. He takes a wicket now. And so both batters depart within one ball of each other. William, with that old one finger delivery again, does the trick. This time Zafar Iqbal in the play, in the field. And Balbignon are 70 for 7 in the 8th over. Yeah, so wicket keepers, I think with experience, they know they've got a whole bunch of tools they can use. So I think sometimes these days, maybe because I'm a bit of a wicket-keeping nerd, I hear all things like this is the right way to do it or this is the right way to do it. For some things, that's probably true. But for things like receiving the ball from the field, you just need to have a whole bunch of tools in your toolbox and select the right one for the situation. Munasinger gets a hit at number 9. And I think he really summed that up well. Bounce throw coming in, not a lot of pace on it. Go get it. One hand would be quicker to get to the stumps. It was coming pretty slowly, so one hand was a fairly easy take. Munasinger gets off the mark at the second attempt. But again, I mean, Barty's 46 years old, but you can see he's as good a keeper as we see on the European Cricket Network, really, in the ECS. Driven away. And just a single there. Munasinger has another go, but he picks out the outfielder as well. End of 8 overs. And the score is 73 for 7. Maybe PUC, I think, in the 4 points again. That was a difficult kind of chase last time. In fact, it was exactly 74 they were chasing last time. That's how many they're chasing at the moment, but still 2 overs to play. And Wari to get over number 9. All happens in the ninth, as they say in the classics. Forced off the back foot, late on this, and he's going to be gone. Tassinul Safi takes the catch. And Muna Singer just kind of got a bit beaten for pace there by Anwari. Feet went nowhere. He liked the idea of kind of hitting it leg side, but because he was late on it, kind of changed his mind at the last minute. In the end, wasn't really trying to hit it anywhere in particular. Just kind of ballooned for a simple catch. Siva Balasundram Dayunan comes out in the number 10 spot. And the overs has become a bit of a concern now as well. Not seen too much of Dayunan so far. Again, gotta love this PUC attack, the way it's so well balanced. Pace and plenty of spin options. Oh, that one is edged away. They got the fielder down there now. It's pretty smart. Ali and Wari. You can hear them just getting behind the big right armour. Pull onto the leg. I don't think that took any of the pad. Bit of an uncomfortable one. Again, Anwari here could just go bang, bang and finish it off. What a cool Surya. Decent bat. And just whips this away. But he's found the fielder and they've caught so well, haven't they? Teddy Kulishazad does it again. Robs Cham of a Maximo and it'll send him packing for 9. 9 wickets down now as well, 76 for 9. And really, really good catch. Kind of keeps an eye on his feet as well. As soon as he lands, quick look down. Okay, no need to panic. PUC have been a bit of a masterclass, haven't they, in the field and with the ball today. Batting, not so much, but they'll get another chance before too long. So Maheshwaran Mayuran is the number 11. First time we've seen him in the series. That's not too bad. That's his first run. Takes us to the end of the 9th. And Balbinio, after winning the toss and batting, hasn't really gone to plan. They're walking sticks, 77 for 9 after 9. And after seeing what we saw from PUC's batting the last game, maybe Balbinio will feel, okay, these guys, they're human. They're probably lacking a bit of confidence with the bat. Well, a lot of them. We had 5 ducks in the PUC innings last time. 10th over on the way. Safi to close out. Can finish it with a wicket. Oh. Well, Safi's kicking not as good as Rahula Mangal's this morning. This one's actually out over the sideline, but it'll be no run. He's back anyway. Safi's full of energy, isn't he? Tailor-made for this form of the game. Big swing. I'm going to take it on. Bharti will have a pop. Oh, then almost like an attempted double play there. They don't get either end, and they'll concede a run. That'll be a bye. That would have been out. Second one wouldn't have been. Be a wide. So just creeping up now. They've set 80 at this stage. You see, I think pretty happy where they're at. Duffy's off 8 balls, you know. It's a bit about on this though. They'll run away for 4. That's a nice shot by Dayunan. You have to be quick with your hands here, quick with your eyes against Safi. a lot of back lift, just kind of jams the bat down on it, lets the ball do the work. 4 runs up to 83 now. This one pretty much straight over the line will be called. It's been the way it's been. Oh, Emma, Dave and Miriam. Interesting stuff going on in the chat right now. Yeah, it's a swing and a miss, but at least they've more or less batted the 10 to 84 now. Again, I think PUC, let's say it's 84 or 86. It's about 12 and over they'll need. About a par run rate, actually, to take the 4 points. This time, they're hoping to be doing it with a minimum of drama. Big swing and a miss. So they will bat out the 10. Oh, last one is going to hold up. But what did this hit? Was this the glove or was this their helmet? I thought it was off the helmet. So I was giving the thumbs up. You okay? Have a look. Slow it down a bit here. Yeah, straight off the noggin. That'll be a leg by to finish. That won't be out. Barty kind of knows it's not off the glove. Yeah, I don't think there's any glove on the way through either. I think obviously he's fine. Just kind of gets off and runs straight away. So 85 for 9 will be the final total. And it'll give a chance to go into the halftime break. Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. As PUC kind of found that magical combination of early wickets and pushing through their overs quickly. Worst throws I've ever seen from William Singh, who quickly just disappeared back into the bushes. Meanwhile, had a tight bit of work from Barty to that stumping. And yeah, despite the best efforts of Balbillon to get something going, really they struggled, didn't they, really? Chathusan with a 4 and a 6. He scored 15. Gulami took a couple of good catches, including that one. I mean, they did try and keep attacking, but they weren't given too much oxygen to breathe. And Gulami's second catch was a class effort, sliding in. And then it just seemed that balls kept finding fielders. Chathusan would go. And it got a good mix of pace and spin, like I said. I think particularly the spinners have been dynamite for PUC today. It was a bit of a dangerous one. It woke Kumaran up. But yeah, down the stretch, really able to get too much going. That was an interesting bit of improvisation from Kumaran. 39 off the first half. They do get 46 off the second. I love this bit of work from Barty. Just identifying the situation, and the run wasn't really there, to be honest. Kumaran just ran himself out for no good reason. Not before he put a useful 23 off 9 together. Outfielding was outstanding from the men in purple. There's no exception with Sadiqullah Shirzad taking a couple of good ones. Go back to the drawing board as far as the football went. And then we had the old foot stop, 1 try, 2 try, a spike from Safi. We didn't want to throw it for overthrows, so kind of pulled at the last moment. Hey, credit to the tail. They're kind of flying the flag. They weren't expecting to have to do that much work. But Dayunan hit a nice boundary towards the end, but really, they dried up. That 4 in the 10th was the only boundary in the last 3 overs, as Balbillon kind of stutter to 85 for 9 off the 10. 23 for Kumaran, but he ran himself out needlessly. Yolatzai was able to return the ball to Wazim Bhatti, who did the rest. Chathusan, 15 early in the piece, the only other batter to reach double figures. And unfortunately, Vitu, who's been a hero lately, he had to go first ball. Again, good team effort from PUC. All of their bowlers going for between 8 and 22. This time, Safi I think he was the most economical with 1 for 8, but not far behind was William Singh for 1 for 9. The wicket takers, 3 for Abdullah Anwari and a couple for Zafar Iqbal. Takes him to 5 for the day. Usman Shahid also picked up a wicket with his off spin. We'll take a break. Back in just a few minutes. 86 will be the target. And that, of course, will be required in 10 overs for the win for PUC. Can they do this in 7? I think they'll need, it'll be 12.28 and over to do it in 7 and take all the points out of this one. So plenty of action still to come. Can Balbinion mount a little bit of French resistance and return to the Direct Cricket Ground in just a few minutes for more European Cricket Series.
European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Drua Cricket Ground, halfway through match 29 here on day 6 in this European Cricket Series France. First time we've ever been in France. Loving our time here so far. Some really good cricket on the field as well. So once again, PUC chasing double digits. 86 is their victory target. If they can do that in 7 overs, that will take 4 points out of this game. Conversely, if PUC were to collapse, then Balpignon could take all 4 points if they could restrict the University Club to 59 or less. Now, that seems pretty far-fetched, but when they were chasing 74 in the last game, it looked at one stage like they might not even take a point out of that chase. Regular openers out there in Zafar Iqbal and Usman Shahid for PUC. Having a bit of fun in the chat during the break, just stirring the pot a little bit. And yeah, Emma's in there. I mentioned a very good fast bowler. Actually saw her at the ECL. Supporting her partner Mukhtar Gulami. So Kumaran opening up. You know that he likes to bend the ball. Now we're going to get our first boundary, so not wasting any time. Hang on with it. I think they like their chances this time. Feel like probably all the bad luck out of the way in the last batting innings. Paris University Club. This one kind of bites in. It's right off the end of the bat. This is from side on. Have a look at where this actually hits. It's a crazy kind of shot. Look at this. So early on it. It's right off the end of the bat. Anyway, Shahid will get a hit now. That's a good one, though. Does really get the ball to swing around, Kumaran. Good cricketer. A bit of a wink. Obviously, Balpignon planned to have a lot more on the board, but you never know. Pick up a few early wickets. Oh, it's pretty classy, though, from Shahid. This is going to carry Maximal. I really like this shot because this is one way to counter the in swing, is to kind of go inside out. I know that seems counterintuitive, but if you're going with a straight bat, it kind of actually gives you more of the full face facing the ball. Mix that onto his pad. So that takes the end of the first over. And PUC are 11 without loss after 1. 28 matches since the Golden Ball. I don't know. Will we have one today? I don't know. It's been a strange day. A few close games. But never had a Golden Ball on French soil, of course. First time we've ever played ECN cricket in France. Players, when it comes down to it, I know that every country's got its own issues, but I think when it comes down to it, the players are really what it's about. And I think the players have really enjoyed the opportunity to play in this European Cricket Series. Munisinger will bowl the second. And Iqbal is just going to launch him straight and launch him a very long way. Maximal. That's a blast from Iqbal. Now you can see what they need for the bonus point. 69 off 35 at less than 2 a ball. I think they like their chances here, PUC. Now, there's a bit of length on this, and they'll be pulled away Cuatro mas, 6 and 4, hungry for more. Winnesinger having a bit of a tough start. He was great in the last game that they played. Winnesinger, 3 for 14 off 2 overs. Wasn't quite good enough. They went down with 5 balls to spare in the end. Swings in a lot as well. They can work for the single. Leg by, yeah, leg by signal now. Speaking of Emma, though, and her bowling, I know she's also a very good softballer. I played a bit of softball as well as baseball. Played softball. Yeah, not that long ago, actually. As this is turned away, that'll be 4. He gets into his work. Yeah, good to see plenty of youngsters around today. That one will be fielded off the field. It's a busy facility here. I like it. I like to see that community feel. Obviously 11 sides taking part in this ECS, but there's a lot of cricket happening all around France. Pretty good pace there from Winnesinger. Beats Shahid upstairs, and puts him back on the back foot. Angled in. This time's well cut off in the circle. So won't get a run there. And that'll take us to the end of the second over. PUC have got the jump though. They're 26 without loss after 2. So imagine if they could get a 4-point win here. That would put PUC up to 21 points. Would mean that even if they drew 2 games in hand, if they were to win them without any bonus points, then that would mean PUC is still ahead. Remember, the top team gets straight through to the final. And I mean the final there. Teams 2, 3, 4, and 5 will have to play a couple of games before they can reach the final. Team 6 and below will miss out on the finals altogether. Anyway, Kamaran comes back. And that into a disappear over 4 runs to start the 3rd over. That's the thing. You can kind of whip across it. That's also a good way to play in swing. It kind of depends on the length and what kind of batting shape you are using. Kind of stops his shot here. Happy to take a dot. And I think from this position, you're crazy if you're not going after the 4-pointer to chase it in 7 overs or less. This time he does turn and go with this swing, and that's going to disappear. Maximo says carreras. Just showed a bit too much of the ball to Zafar there on that length. But yeah, I love to see the youngsters. There's that extra space here at this ground where they can play their own game. See the plastic stumps out and things like that. Another one into the slot, and Iqbal puts it away. And speaking of that game, it gets interrupted by the flying grizzly ball. Back-to-back sixes as Iqbal rolls the dice. Comes up with the goods. Down to about 10 and over for the BP win. Uh-oh, more trouble. Maximo. Well, I would say this over. Maybe if you're in that area, take your eyes off the side game and keep your eyes on the main game for your own safety. Sets up for that. This is where Kamara needs to deliver something a bit different. I think maybe something a bit fuller. Don't let him do the same thing to you again. 48 on the board now. Last ball of the 3rd. He wants to. It is a bit fuller. You know, that's into the gap. That's going to be 4 as well. So the 50 comes up. Iqbal's ticking. And really, they're in a great position to take all the points now. PUC 52 without loss after 3. That's the biggest over of the game by far. Magical third. Shahid will get the right of reply here. Facing up in the fourth over. Into the power play. Onaharan Thayaparan to bowl for Balbignon. I'm just saying there's a bit of big hitting going on around the world. He saw it on ECN first. That's what I'll say, Marnus. No, Zafar, that's the backing up of a guy that wants to strike back. I think Thayaparan is a similar kind of bowler to Kumaran as well. Normally just slide the ball into the right-hander. Yeah, now I think Iqbal probably just getting a little bit carried away with that one shot. I suppose it has been productive. That one actually did go away a little bit from Thayaparan this time. Yeah, well bowled by Thayaparan. Just getting the outswing going at the moment. It's working for him. Iqbal needs to work a bit harder. Different strategy here. Ball swinging the other way. Trying to open up that offside as well. Well, he will to an extent, but it'll be gone. So credit to Thayaparan, who bites back. Again, Balbignon, they're not in a bad position to qualify for the 5. But it's a game like this. If they can get a point out of this, it just helps their chances a lot. Thick edge there. Iqbal with a pretty decent. Right, he'll have to go for 41 off just 15. And the score is 53 for 1. Balbignon at the moment, they're 4th on the ladder. So yeah, you don't want to suffer too many 0-pointers if you want to stay in the 5, put it that way. Here's Mukhtar. Chases one, and I think he is just outside the wide line. It's been an interesting call. Again, just starting to look at wide slightly differently because remember, if it takes any of that line, it's okay. That's one that it's very hard to tell, but I think benefit of the doubt still goes to the batter, so still should be a wide if there's doubt. Nice outswinger. Thayaparan's got him going here. Emma, of course, will be in the chat. We're watching this innings closely as Mukhtar comes to the crease at number 3. Could use a few runs, really, Gulami. Now he turns on it and smashes it for 4. What a confident way to get off the mark. Just a fraction short there from Thayaparan. Gulami makes him pay. End of the 4th over. 58 for 1 after 4. Miriam looks like she's off for a little while. Obviously pretty confident that PUC is in great shape. So 3 overs to get the win if they want to take all 4 points here. Trip was feeling confident. I think it might be over by the 5th, but then thinks he's jinxed. Zafar Iqbal, well, maybe he did, maybe he didn't trip, but still think PUC, not a question of if they win. It's how much they win by now. As we see something really dramatic. Here's Munasinghe. So he won't get a run here. So this is where Balbinion's got to fight and scratch for this point. They've got 3 overs to bowl. They need to bowl who they think their 3 best bowling options are in those 3 overs. Just try and extend the game to an 8th. If they can do that, then At least take a point out of it. That's a fraction short, and Shahid turns on it, gets 4. Good batting. This thing has just been occasionally a fraction short. And the umpire. Oh. I want to collect that one on a cold day like today. But well, we've seen umpires almost get hit, but not actually get hit. Long may it continue here in front. Now, have a look at that. Oh, great effort out there. But just gets away from the fielder. We'll have a look at this one, but it's gone all the way. Maximal. Inside out. Great effort, just pitches across the line. There's Jathusin out there. 18 off 15 for the BP now. Slight miss hit from Shahid, but we'll get a single here. 17 off 14. Could be heading for another early finish here at the moment. Looking forward to the last game. And the other day we had the mayor of Dreux in. We have some more dignitaries conducting the coin toss in the last match of the day. Kalami gets cross and whips this into the gap. 4 runs. Really good shot. And the crowd's been part of the action a fair bit in this innings. Yeah, Saravana Durairaj, the CEO of Cricket New Caledonia, is involved, as well as some of the other dignitaries. Marie-Hélène Connu, the General Secretary of Cricket New Caledonia, and Prebu Malane, the President. So we'll keep an eye out for that right now. 74 for 1. And analysis here is for Balbinian. If they can hold on to their point, it's worth its weight in gold. I think they're one of the teams. I have them kind of on the border. Will they make it? Won't they make it? I suppose time will tell. Maybe we can have a look as well at the fantasy dashboard for match number 30, which is coming in around about 55 minutes here on the European Cricket Network. It's the third match of the day for 2 teams. We'll come to that in a second. Wow, lift it up. 12 off 12 required. Won't quite carry. Oh, lucky for the backup. It'll just be 2. Just hasn't happened here for Balbinian. It's the old sideways spinner. One of those slices. Ten off 11 then. Waits on it and just works it away for 1. PUC, of course, experience from the ECS. Pretty familiar point system. It's pretty easy when you're batting second. You just know. Never really changes. 7 overs or less. Up in the air. Well, that is a pretty sweet looking hit from Shahid. Maximal. And now just 3 required to take all the points out of this one. Yeah, so we've got about 55 minutes, I think, until the first ball of the next one. We'll come to that in a second. Right now, it could be all over. This is going to be a wide. There's a bit of a disagreement. Kalami probably wondering if he's going to be able to face again. That'll make it 2 off 9. But, yeah, last game of the day coming up. It'll be Paris Knight Riders taking on Balbinian. So, Balbinian will have a bit of time, I think, to set themselves for that one. Hasn't been their day so far. Gets a little bit creative. Kalami this time says enough's enough. Oh no, that could have been ugly. Kalami saying, look, you've had your go. I want my go. We refused the last one, so give us this one. And also, Shahid's resorting to left-handed. Kalami saying, come on. Fair's fair. We almost saw a bit of a nasty collision. So that ties the scores. No edge on that. Yeah, so here's the thing. The two teams playing in the last game of the night, they're the two teams that have 2 losses today. And so one of them will suffer 3 losses in the day. It kind of sinks the campaign, doesn't it? Very hard to come back from that. One team will have kind of a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, any score wins it. Kalami. This time, again, they're discussing. Oh, yeah, that's going to be out. And that'll take us a little bit further in the game. These two had a funny little kind of, I don't want to say like power struggle in this last few balls. They're saying, oh, you're going to face, am I going to face? This would have been the winning run. But you see he's out. He's out by a couple of meters, really. So a bit of a sad end for Shahid, but a bit like a footballer getting substituted out towards the end of a game a few minutes early. He'll get a nice little ovation from his teammates. It will be the end of the 6th over. 27 off 13 for Usman. 85 for 2, all tied up at 85. They're coming up in the last game of the day. Will be Paris Knight Riders taking on Balbinio. We've got a little bit of an extended break once again before we get to that one. Information I've got is that we'll be getting underway on time. And that will do it. So, all over Red Rover. In the end, they'll do it in 6.1. So they take all 4 points out of this one. And so, got to feel for Balbinio. They've got a tough game coming up against the Knight Riders. There'll be 2 teams desperate to win. So basically how this day has gone far is that President 11 won both the games they played, 1 and 2. PUC won both the games they played, 3 and 4. And 2 teams have basically copped 2 losses in the day. They're meeting in the last game of the day. So stay tuned. If you look at our website, you'll find out the teams as soon as they come in for that as well. But yeah, the race was on, wasn't it? To see if PUC could take all 4 points, and they kind of got the jump this time, didn't they? Through Usman Shahid and Zafar Iqbal at the top of the order. And Zafar was particularly brutal on the in-swing of Kumaran. And people just trying to have a nice, quiet, casual game over there. But we're constantly getting interrupted. Eventually, see slight change of attack and a bit of outswing hunted Iqbal, but yeah, umpire was under attack. Shahid went on with it. He'd ended up scoring 27. It wasn't a bad thing that Gulami got a hit 13 off 9 with a couple of 4s. In the end, they couldn't really decide when they wanted to run and when they didn't want to run. They kind of had the 4 points in the bag, you felt. See, look, Usman, he knows that if he doesn't run, that he'll get to face the next ball. And then he says, all right, if you want to run, let's run. But I kept the game alive. But not for too much longer. Gulami knocks the first ball of 7th for a run. And PUC take all the points there, chasing down the target of 86 with 23 balls to spare because they chase it before the end of the 7th over. They get all 4 points. Nice innings by Iqbal, though, 41 off 15. 4 4s, 4 Maximos in there. As far as the bowling went, well, they tried their best, didn't they? I think Thai Paran was a breath of fresh air. 1 for 15, his figures. So, you know, only got the 1 ball. The openers just a little bit too expensive to really give Balbinio any chance of keeping their point. Okay, then, time for a break. We'll be back in around about 45 minutes with the last game of the day. And it will pit two teams that badly need a win against each other. It'll be the Paris Knight Riders, hoping to take a win into the night against Balbignon. Which team will emerge triumphant in that one? Join us in around about 45 minutes to find out. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with more action to come. Just one game to come, maybe some random questions, maybe some food chat as well. But join me after this extended break for the last game of Day 6, live here on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the last match of day number 6. It is the European Cricket Series France. Look, some magnificent aerial views there of the Dreux cricket ground. So the last match of the day will actually see two teams doing battle that have played twice today but do not have a win between them. So this really feels like a must-win for both of these teams. It's Paris Knight Riders taking on Balbignon. And it was wonderful earlier that we had a few of the dignitaries, the General Secretary of Cricket in New Caledonia, Marie-Hélène Connu, as well as Saravana Durairaj and Prabhu Balani, and a few other special guests were present with the officials and, of course, two captains for the coin toss for match number 30.
Balbinians to call. Heads is the call. And it's a head.
So there you go. It is a win for Balbignon at the toss. Again, great to have those dignitaries in from Cricket New Caledonia, of course, a French territory. And right now, these two teams have some territory to make up, don't they? With just a bit of a horror show, to be honest, from them today. But having said that, they have been competitive in patches, just not too much to show for it. The Knight Riders have been sent in. And I'll be curious, got the whisper that Talach might be up the top for this game. You know, he likes to go hard. Imagine Hamazar would keep his spot. We'll see in a minute. Balbignon are considered 65% favourites for this one. Let us know what you think about it. Asif and Atif will be the on-field officials in match number 30. There is Wahid Ahmadzai. I feel like Balbignon, one of the reasons they wanted to field first here is because they have batted first twice today. It just hasn't really worked out for them. They scored 102 against President 11. That didn't stand up. They scored 85 against PUC. That didn't stand up. So it is Talach who's going to open up with Ahmadzai. Kumaran's going to try and mend a few. Lights, camera, action. Here's the start of match number 30 live from France. Big swing. Talach has this. It's hard to describe. He's almost like a secondary backlift. So it comes down a bit and then he kind of goes back a bit and then really kind of puts the wrists at it. See if you can pick what I'm saying here. Down, up, down. He will get some bat on this. I'm just going to sing. I don't know if you got the, maybe from side on. You'll see what I'm talking about here. His bat kind of, he has one backlift and then he has a little bit of a wobble. So look, comes up and then down, up and then down again. So it's just a little bit of an interesting quirk to his technique. Ahmadzai nails this, but straight to the fielder. And what it means is he becomes quite a wristy player. He's got that little kind of extra flourish. Brian Lara is another guy that probably had that kind of technique. This one's the attempted outswinger, and it's going to be a no ball. Kumaran almost exclusively has tried ball in swingers today, but this one goes the other way and gets away from him. Now, free hit coming up, an early opportunity for PKR. Free hit, but this will be a wide, so the free hit will stay in play. So it goes back to his stop ball. A long day for these players as well. And you have to play three. So it's particularly for the Knight Riders who played the very first game of the day. Been here the whole time. This one is a fraction short and it's maximal. 6 runs, so the free hit's cashed in. Ryan just gets a little bit too short there. Easily slammed away over long on for 6. I suppose Balbignon, they haven't been here all day. They had their first game in the second match, but they also have to play back-to-back. Having said that, their last game against PUC didn't really go the distance as their total was chased down at the start of the 7th over. This is an uppercut, and it's not quite off the middle, but it will be 4 runs to Ahmadzai. Kumaran just struggling to find that right length. Hello to Trip, and apparently Kitty and Emma are watching too. Hello to you guys. Hopefully all's well in your part of the world. It is the last match of the day, so feel free to shoot a few random questions at me if you feel like it. Pretty sound to hear Mr. Maximo taking you through the weekend. Rico will be back on Monday. Now this one is hit to point. They won't take a run there, so even Stevens in the first over. 13 without loss after one. I know that a lot of people excited for the internationals, which will be taking place next weekend. Looking at the French team, pretty big president, 11 presidents in that side. Action Jackson behind the stumps, he's always exciting as well. Hungary have a couple of new names in there as well that I haven't seen before. Adam Gall, Matt Ainsworth in there. Romania. No Taranjit Singh is probably what I took away from that, but plenty of experienced campaigners in there. Some young guns like Luca Petre. He's a really good player. I just think he's the future of Romanian cricket. Anyway, Muna Singer is going to bowl the second over. It's a good ball. First up. Hits the bottom corner. Muna Singer with a nervous look at the umpire, but that was completely fine. Talach. He's fun to watch with that kind of extravagant load up. He does like to smash it. He misses out that time. The table's really livening up at the moment as well. Knight Riders find themselves 5 points outside the 5. Balbiniol, well, they're inside the 5, but they have played some more matches than the teams around them. Big swings, he actually steps away. Don't see this from front on. You see, that's the other issue with him here is that left foot. See how he takes that step outside leg, but the ball's outside off. Does make it difficult to kind of access them if the bowler's accurate. Same sort of issue. This time it's not handled cleanly by Vitu. The keeper and the captain, of course. Barbignon. Players hailing from the Bobigny region. Just outside Paris. This time, the change of strike does the trick. See, Ahmedzai gets it pretty close, but he won't be able to keep it in the field of play. Good effort out there. That's Kajantanan, who actually does pull it back, I think legally originally, but in the end he actually escorts it across the line. May have touched the line with his foot before it went over. But anyway, score up to 18. Last ball, the second over. Step away, push, run. That's the end of the second, and the score is 19 without loss after 2. Yeah, Talach sent to the top of the order, but more missing than hitting so far. He's 1 off 6, but he won't have to face up. Quick look at the table so you can see Balbiniol, they're in the 4, but I mean, some other teams will have the right of reply, like the Vipers, like Royal 94, even Sarcelle, who could catch them with a couple of wins. Knight Riders, well, they need to make their run. You feel if they don't win this one, it's a very, very long and improbable road to the final 5 for them. So Kamaran, I suppose because he's a swing bowler, you know, he's got to get the ball while it's new. Wahid Ahmedzai faces up. It's a much better ball from Kamaran. Not the greatest result though. Well chased down though. Come back for 2. But that's the kind of length I think that might force a mistake. It's not that easy to kind of go after that. more or less half volley, hit into the gap. And at that time, the ball will win the race once again. Ahmed Zayed, a real difference maker early on here. Didn't really hoop that much, just a touch of swing, I suppose. Nice effort, but Dayunin couldn't keep it in the field of play. Now goes a bit shorter. It just kind of defensively worked away. All right, Talach. Well, he might as well swing for the fences here. I mean, he's used up 6 balls. No point going into your shell now. He's got 3 balls left in the power play. This is what he's been set up there to do. He's been set up there to go over the top. Only problem is he hasn't hit too many yet. He tries, but only get 1. Oh, this is a good random question from Kroom. Say, what's the longest journey you've been on to play or watch a cricket match and it's been called off? Great question. Kumaran gets hit too long on for a single. I've got to say, this one, I don't have an obvious answer. I suppose playing in Western Australia, you didn't have too many washouts. Waits up and Talach will get the 6 that he wanted. Maximo. Again, watch that little second backlift here. Yeah. Over you go and says, yeah, get up. He's frustrated that he hasn't been able to make the impact that he wanted to at the top of the order. But in the end, they kind of pull it out of the fire a little bit in the power play. 34 without loss after 3. So feel free to put your answers to the random question in the chat. Longest journey you've ever been to play or watch a cricket match that's been called off. Oh. I suppose the longest when I was playing in Perth would have been around about like a half an hour drive. And yeah, I mean, look, we have had days, I suppose, on the European Cricket Series, and we've made the journey, I suppose. Yeah, we had a bit of a sad 3 days, actually, in Championship Week in the ECL in 2022. So that's probably, what's that, 30 minutes from the hotel? But I'm sure some people have some really good answers to that. Maybe you do, Kroom. Dayaparan to bowl over 4. He's been good at getting that ball to just nibble away from the right-handers. Just misses the mark first up here. Vitu marshalling his troops from behind the stumps. Babinho, skipper. Another one. She's going to be called. This is the difficulty, I suppose, with judging it. Let's just put our new interpretation hat on here. Does this get some of the line or not? You know what? Probably not quite. That's one of those ones, if there's doubt, still got to give it a wide. That's a really good delivery. Watch this one. This comes in towards the stumps, kind of forces the batter to play. And look how much this swings right to left. Really good shape. Ahmed Zayed's a guy they'd like to see the back of soon. He's been the only real in form right rider today. And he goes after this off the end of the bat, holding up in the air. And more safely, they'll come back for a couple. Not really in control of that at all. Right down towards the toe of the mat there. Wahid Ahmed Zayed. Step away, they hit, they run, force the fumble. Looking down at the bat, that wasn't out of the middle. Set some vibrations up the blade. Yeah, well bowled. I like Dayaparan. It was kind of, I suppose, unassuming, but he bowls one side of the wicket. Occasionally misses because it swings too much, but not a bad spot to miss at all. Talach has been troubled by the ball outside off. Completely lose his run there, though. Another wide. Misses the mark. Trip saying that almost all the kiddies watching just missing Skylar. Well, hello to Skylar. When you do cross paths with her. Talach. He's got 2 balls to hit another 6. Otherwise, I think it might make a tactical change. He said that maybe it's just good bowling from Thayaparan, and maybe he's going to give Talach an opportunity against whoever's coming next. I suppose the question is, if you're going to replace him, then with whom? Will you replace him? I still think Vitu will be thrilled with this start. Well, there's an edge, and it's going to go for 4. Let's see this one from behind. It takes a big deflection, but it's the bat speed. It flies, really, before Vitu can react. Slightly wrong-footed. You might say, well, why isn't he further back? But then there's a few balls that aren't really carrying, so has to make a choice. In the end, we'll get 4 runs off the last ball. 44 without loss after 4. Thayaparan with a really good over there, but unlucky not to pick up a wicket. It only goes for 10. Remember, these 2 teams playing their 3rd match of the day, and both these teams have lost their first 2 matches. They've both had the same story today. They've lost to President 11, and they've lost to PUC. But they meet here, desperate to get a W out of day 6. And here's Shayam Wanakula Surya to bowl over number 5. This one's called a wide. Again, wouldn't mind a look at this. So starting to try and judge these by the new criteria. Does this get some of the blue line or not? What's your opinion? It's very close. This one angles in. That's an edge that's going to go to the right of the field, and he's not able to get down. That's Aruna down there. He's done some good things today, but he'll be disappointed. I think he was pushed a bit finer after that fine edge, but really gets there and it's straight through the Jake the Pegs in the end. Romansai moves to 30. We didn't deserve 4 there. Next one goes upstairs. They haven't quite been able to get the breakthrough yet, though, Babignol, despite trapping the batters at times. But with Talach opening, it means Naseem is pushed down the order. I wonder if they might still go with Pachakan next. Hit straight and actually hit pretty well. That's going to be 4. Midside jams down. Wanakula Surya almost hits his Yorker. Keyword being almost there. You can see just had to kind of throw the hands through the ball. Just misses the stumps. 50 comes up, and the 50 partnership between these 2. Now we're going to see Ahmedzai lifting it up and over cover. Maximo. So Knight Riders just kind of hanging in there. That's a cracking shot from Waheed. Follows up with just a single. Wanakula Surya, the guy we've seen playing a lot of cricket for France. Right, Talach, he's batted through the first 5. He's only going to face basically 2 overs out of the 5. Lifted up, and this is one that he likes because it's more in his zone. It's straighter in the arc, out of the park. Maximo to finish the 5th over. And PKR, when you look at that, not looking too bad. 66 without loss after 5. ECC coming up in September and October. 4 weeks of cricket at the Cartermore Oval, the home of European cricket. And I had a question earlier, what are the groups of death? Well, I said A or D in the Premier Division, but in the Challenger Division, what group would you rather be in? There's a question for you. Is there a group you'd rather be in? To me, they look pretty even. Obviously, you've got a 16 group and a 5-team group just with a 11-team format this year. But, yeah, what do you think? Give us your thoughts, ECN European Cricket Network. As Ahmed Zai is going to punch this one away, and I think that's gone for 6, you know. What a really good uppercut that is. Just times the absolute cover off this ball. Yeah, Maximal moves to 47. Ahmed Zai just stays a little bit stiller, doesn't he, at the crease? This one will be a wide. Remember, that line now is static on the offside. That's why the line's been given back to the bowler, but the line won't move. It's kind of the trade-off there. And quietly, PKR have just crept into the lead in this game. Paran, though, makes a good adjustment. Just have the feeling this has Thriller written all over it. Last game of the day. Saturday Night Fever, live from France. Just a single here up to the leg side. Show him doing the fielding. Now a big swing and a miss as Talach. Yeah, he's almost batted 6 overs now, and he hasn't handled the outswing particularly well. Groom's got an answer to the random question. Come back to that in a second. It's better. And he gets 4. Talach. Yeah, I think the reason he has more success here is he doesn't try and hit across it. Kind of meets it, hits it straight, gets 4 runs. Yeah, you can see that. I mean, it doesn't get much straighter than that, really. It's a wild swing, though. Bowler will back it up. You can't accuse him not trying to score quickly. End of the 6th over and 78 without loss. Yeah, Kroom saying he had some friends travel to Lancashire for a one-day game in 2022. It was a 6-hour journey there and back. But it was the only day of cricket called off that summer. The year of their heat wave. Oh, to go all that way and for it to be called off because it's too hot. That doesn't seem like cricket, does it? Kroom says went to Derbyshire and all got in the queue with the fans. Saw Alistair Cook driving the other way, which is a bit weird. Turns out the game got called off as someone had COVID. That was only a couple of hours. Yeah, well, I suppose that's the other thing I had. I wasn't playing at the time, but I heard in the Australian season where there were games called off at kind of the lunch break during COVID. They said, look, there's been a case. We're locking everyone down. That's what was happening in Perth at that time. All right, over 7. That's a spicy kind of delivery. First up, this is Kajan Thanan, who is getting an opportunity here. He's a guy we haven't seen too much of. I liked what I saw there. Ahmed Zai will move to 49 with a single down the ground. Talach is just, he's been breadcrumbing this innings. Every time you think you might be able to retire him out, he'll whack one. 22 or 15 now. 2 4s, 2 6s. Big swinger from Kajan Thanan. So good signs there, but it will swing wide of the line. Have a look at that. Wind predictor hovering around the 50-50 mark. time it's more or less straight. Talach is going to put it up and over the top. Maximo! Doesn't really swing this one. That's why Talach gets it, I think. Balls that have actually moved away from him. He struggled to play this shot successfully. For 137 at the moment, according to the win predictor. Can't do too much with this one. He's enjoying being out there as well, you can tell. That's what you like to see as well. It's like a hand, right? Didn't see him bowl in his only other appearance. That was against the Vipers. Again, see, that outswing's kind of doing Talach in. He's so tired, I think, from just swinging himself hard. He's had so many massive swings. Batted now pretty much 7 overs. Now this is high. And can anyone get under it? It's a mile high, actually. Barakzai will take the catch. So Talach will bat 7 overs and won't be able to go any further. Again, it was that outswing that does him in the end. And he tries to counter it by kind of making a big movement outside the off stump. See? That step across. But he still kind of gets done by the ball curving in the air. Picture perfect technique from Mohamed Barakzai down there. And finally, Malmignon have something to show for their toil. It's 86 for 1 at the end of 7 overs. Coming up tomorrow, well, we'll get to see Mitri back in play for the first time in a while. Same with the Vipers, same with Raw 94. Also, we'll see PUC. We'll even see CSPT Sarcelles tomorrow. So that's going to be a really fun day. And, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I count 5 teams in action on a big Sunday of cricket. Join us tomorrow, same time, 7:30 a.m. is 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. Yeah, we'll have 5 teams all playing 2 matches each. I believe that's the first time we've had 5 teams in play rather than just the 4 we typically had over the first week. All right. Singer comes out. Ahmedzai 49. Looking to bring up his half century and then some. Parchakan, I should say, comes in the number 3 position. He steps away and he will get his 50 here. Well batted by Wahid Ahmedzai. He raises his bat, acknowledges the applause. Pretty hard, and to be honest, today, riders, you know, they see technique compared to where Talach was trying to hit the ball, to go offside. Next one short, knocked away for a single. But again, I think it shows you why he's been a bit more quick head to Talach. He was swinging for the fences, but just struggling when bowlers bowl that offside line. He was kind of hitching his wagon to the leg. Well, it's a good swing of the bat. He's bat, and he can also go leg side, as demonstrated there. Maximo 6 carreras. This has a good, free, easy swing of the bat, doesn't he? Singer doesn't really get this one to get any lateral. He's a bit of a unit, isn't he, really? Yeah, this is up in the air, and it's gone. So it's going to be a 6 and out. Ahmedzai will hold out, get his steps away. Just kind of overpowered there. The ball got a bit big on him. Singer will get his man in the end. Singer's bowled a pretty good spell. That will be the second wicket to fall. Good knock, a 56 from Ahmedzai. Let's see if they can carry things further in the last couple of overs, but right now it's 94 for 2. "13 balls left in the innings." Really well batted though, Ahmedzai. I mentioned this earlier. Knight Riders, they always seem like a good team out of luck. I know his team will. I've seen warmer ovations, but I think that they might just be the strong silent type there. Appreciating the half-century from Ahmedzai. And his Javid Zadran comes out to bat. He'll just get the one. That'll be the end of the 8th over. Munasinghe, nice spell from him. Kamaran helping him out with that catch of Ahmedzai. 95 for 2 after 8. Can they find one last push? Again, Knight Riders, 15 and 15 will give them 125. They'll probably take something like that, you know. 2 overs either way. I mean, if you keep it really quiet, you might be able to keep it to kind of like 110 or something like that. Potentially a big last 2 overs for the batting side. Might still be 130 on here. All happens in the 9th. Here it is. Step away. I'll see this from front on again. You'll see the technique from the batter. Kajantana gets the ball well outside the off stump, but that left foot, it ends up so wide here. Look, the tram line on the leg side. That's not reacting to the ball. That's just a kind of a habit. It's a trigger. It's not really helping Zadran out that time, at least. This time, because it's straighter, he can get some bat on it. Well knocked down by Watercooler Saria out there. Hachakan. He took one of the best catches I've ever seen live the other day. He's kind of sticking the hand out in hope and somehow gathered it. This one we called a wide, but this is a good example of one I think that pretty clearly goes over the line. Sounds a bit like a broken record here, I know. But look. To me, I can't say that's completely outside the line. The new interpretation. But I will say they have been consistent. Consistently pretty harsh. Big swing and a miss this time from Pachakan. Albinio, I think they're pretty satisfied where they're at in this game right now. To be honest, the percentages haven't moved too much. In fact, it started 35-65 right now. It's still 35-65. Smashed into the stumps. Well, if he can pull a stump out, well, that won't be out because he's pulled the stump out with the hand not holding the ball. I'm sure they'll want to look at this, but this is about as clear as it gets. So you see, here's the rule. You need to, if the stumps are broken, so if the bails are off, you need to pull the stump out with the hand or hands holding the ball. I think he knows it's not out as well. And the thing is, the ball's in one hand, but the stump's in the other. Imagine it about as if it's just as if you're knocking the stumps out normally. You see he's got the ball in one hand and then he goes grabbing the stumps in the other hand. It's no different if he knocked off the bails with a hand that wasn't holding the ball. So it's fine if the ball's in both hands, then obviously it's a lot easier to do that. The funny thing there as well is he could have just knocked his stump out. Maybe they want to look at it one more time, but it's about as clear as you can get. He could have just knocked his stump out of the ground there and they would come out really easily. To be honest, Zadran kind of gives it up a bit easy as well. So he could have just slammed the stump out with the hand holding the ball. Well, that could be an interesting one to put up in the studio. What's your call? See how many people know that law. Some people say, well, how are you meant to pull the stump out when the ball's already in your hand? And I will admit, if you do have to pull it out of, say, a turf pitch or something like that, then you need to have very big hands. But you are allowed to kind of hold the ball in both hands and kind of then use essentially both hands to hold the ball and the stump. Then you can normally give it a good yank out. So, a little bit of everything at the moment as we'll get to the end of the 9th over at 98 for 2 after 9. Groom saying perhaps the bowler there, Kajan Thanan, knew exactly what he'd done. I don't think you necessarily prepare for those situations. But like I say, it's a bit of a myth. People think you have to pull a stump out, but you just have to remove a stump completely. Now, whether you do that by just smashing in this environment, smash a stump, it's in sand, it's going to come out. So could have picked up the ball, banged the stump, knocked the stump out of the ground. That would have been fine as well. This one does. It's mostly inside the line. So, Surya will get the call there. 98 for 2 then. 5 balls remaining. Pachakan struggling to get going. It's a bit of wood on this. Great fielding though. As Kachantanan in the action again. Prowls to his right to keep to a single.
Come on!
We've also seen different variations of that. Pulling the stump out. I've even seen that done, but then the bowler banging the ball together with the stump in the air. All right, sliced up in the air. Zadran in jeopardy. Oh, well. Juggle time. Just a single, though. Probably won't hurt them too much. You'd imagine. Let's change the strike, though. Probably should have been held. Had it all under control until he didn't. 100's up. Oh, wow. That's a painful one. And that looked like his bowling hand. Watercooler Surya has had this absolutely belted bat. And looks like he's in some discomfort here. You can see this from the reverse angle. But he's in a lot of trouble. I reckon this might have done some damage to his wrist. He's in a lot of pain. I can't see him finishing this over. Oh, you never like to see that at all. This is a danger for bowlers. I mean, credit to him. He stuck the hand out instinctively. But yeah. And I think he's going to go off. And it's either hit. It was so quick that I couldn't actually catch it. But it's either it might have hit maybe his thumb, or I thought maybe it hit above the hand. So they're going to need someone to bowl the last 2 balls. Oh, where does this get him? Oh, hate to see it. This might show it as well. Yeah, see, I thought it was kind of, see the thumb, it's kind of up towards the wrist. But I can tell you, he probably saved 3 runs there. I think he'd rather accept the 3 runs and have a fully functioning hand area. So Abhiraj comes on to subfield for 2 balls. And Barakzai is going to bowl the last 2 balls. Okay, so 101 for 2. They do get a single there. And, well, he'll be cursing the drop catch because it would have been a different batter facing if that had been taken. It would have been the new batter instead. Pachakan makes Watercooler Surya really uncomfortable. Pretty well bowled by Barakzai. They haven't used him at all in this innings. We can see he's a pretty useful bowler. Does have 3 wickets in the series. Last ball coming up. All right, not going too far. Might work out because they might get 2 here. Right now, we see another wipeout. They will get 2. That's all they'll get. So, a bit of chaos towards the finish. Wouldn't want it any other way. But PKR, again, just struggling to put a commanding score on the board. It's pretty close to the 102 they scored earlier against President 11 in the second match of the day, match 27. At this time, it will be 103 on the board. But yeah, the boundary's drying up towards the end. didn't see a boundary in the last 14 balls of the innings. So let's go back and analyse this. Ahmedzai was partnered at the top by Irfan Talach. I think the idea there was Talach, he likes to swing, fancying him to clear the infield. Okay, and he did occasionally. But also, there were plenty that he wasn't able to make too much contact with, and I think probably cost him a few runs in the end if you analyse the whole thing. A lot of balls getting hit back straight and hard. Wahid Ahmedzai, though, he was class once again. 56 off 28 balls for him. Eventually, there was a breakthrough. Barakzai getting Talach off the last ball of the 7th over. The opening partnership ended at 86. 50 came up for Wahid. Again, he's basically the reason I think they have this many on the board. But then he would fall. He was the second wicket to fall. And that left 13 balls left in the innings. And from the moment that he was out, by the way, this should have been out, but I think quick read of the rule book says that ain't out. And Sadran saying, hey, I don't think that's out. And eventually everyone said, yeah, we think you're right. But from the moment that they lost Ahmedzai, they never scored another boundary in the innings. So in fact, there were only 9 runs off the last 13 balls. That was uncomfortable though for Wanakula Surya. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. And a bit of a chaos too. Was the only thing that wasn't a single or a wide in the last 13 balls after they lost Barakzai, who essentially nurses his team to the 3 figures, but not a lot more. 103 for 2. Wahid Ahmedzai, I should say, with 56 off 28. You see he was able to strike 5 4s and 4 6s in his innings, striking exactly to a ball. Talach, well, he was right occasionally. Got 3 6s, 2 4s in there. But that means there were 14 out of his balls that were not boundaries. 5 were. Pachakan and Javid Zadran not able to do too much between them either. 9 off 14 combined. As far as the bowlers went, no one really went the journey. 1 wicket for Munir Singh. I thought he was the best of the bowlers, actually. Was consistently moving the ball away from the right-hander. A wicket also for Kajantanan. Well, he's got a bit of a case as well because his figures were 1 for 11 and picked up that big wicket of Barakzai, of Wahid Ahmedzai, I should say, at the end. And Barakzai, I should say, was called into action late in the piece after the late injury to Wanakula Surya, who we certainly hope is okay. We'll take a break then, and we will be back in around about 8 minutes, I'm going to say. 8 or 9 minutes, take you into the last innings of the day. 104 for Balbignon to take a win out of day 6. Will it be the Night Riders who go into the night riding high on the back of a good defence? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, back shortly with the final innings of day 6. Saturday Night Fever live from the Drur Cricket Ground. See you shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Last innings of day 6 here in the European Cricket Series. France, the first time ECN has ever been on French soil. So far, it's been a thriller-minute ride as well. So 103 on the board for Paris Knight Riders here in their quest for a win against Balbignon, who are coming out to chase 104 for victory. Now, if they could do that in 7 overs, it's about 15 an over or so, then they would take all 4 points. Counterpoint, if PKR can restrict Balbignon to 72 or less, they would take all the points. That's the bonus point system. I know that's some concerns there for Monaco Soria, but hopefully it's not as serious as it looked, as he took a nasty blow in the last over. Right now, though, it's going to be the captain of the Knight Riders, Shakil Ahmed, to get us going. Last innings of the night. It's getting a little bit overcast and late in the day now. But here we go. 104 for the win. Oh, no, he's changed his mind. And can you believe it? He gets away with it, Darvalingham. Almost could have been gone for a royal duck there. And that's the luck factor. No other word for it, really. Kind of almost... Well, he did try to pull out of the shot here. Hangs the bat out. Well, it looks awful if it had been caught, but it just got over the fielder. Shakil, a bit of a wink and a smile, saying that would have been quite a way to start. A bit close, you know, straightening down the line. Umpire, not impressed. This would be a really interesting replay. Could it have been that it was swinging too far and maybe missing the off stump? Let's try and analyze this one for you. Oh, maybe a bit high. That's all I can think. It was taking off. Nervous look from Jatusan. He's not the tallest, though. Oh. That was a very good shout. Umpire had doubts. Next one, they won't get a run. I suppose you could see it. It's kind of taking off, but Jatusan, he's not a tall guy. Maybe a bit lucky to survive that LBW appeal. Hello to Stoplight, I think, a.k.a. Helix, who's in Donegal in Ireland on holiday at the moment. Well bowled by Shakil. It's kind of a middle-of-the-road score. It's been a kind of a low-scoring day today. I'll try and give you some numbers out of day 6, but I know heading into today, I think it was 12.8 and over was the average run rate. And in this one, today it's been 10.4. So this is pretty much a par score for the day. Again, well bowled. I think bowlers have kind of got it right. They've been accurate. PUC in particular were great the way they used their spinners. So yeah, if you just go on today, the run rate is 10.4 and over. Going into this innings. This one will help a little bit though. Just hoiked away behind square. Cuatro carreras. Badly needed runs. Just pitching inside and over the rope. Takes us to the end of the first over. Not a lot happening in that first over. A single off the first, a 4 off the last, and nothing in between. Balbignon 5 without loss after 1. Well, if this is the par total for today, then I suppose we're on Golden Ball watch. Anyone tingling out there? 29 matches into Golden Ball. This is match number 30 of the series. It's a crazy last Golden Ball we had in the final in Portugal. Kapawa. Oh, he's going to trouble Darvalingham upstairs. I wonder how high this one is actually. Is it actually over the shoulder or is it kind of around armpit height? Check out the replay. Yeah, no. He isn't actually that high. Won't be a bouncer. Ambulance doesn't all up to the ground. Steps away, misses. Papiniel. This is a bit of a crossroads for their tournament. If you look at the table, they're sitting 4th at the moment. But after this, they will have played 8 games. That's more than anybody. So if you adjust for kind of games played, they actually equal 5th at the moment. Kind of right on that cusp. Final 5 format in this series. This is a nice little cutaway. That's going to be 4. So Thabalingham kind of again stays leg side of the ball, throws his hand through it, puts it through the point region. And that's kind of short of a length. One that bothered him earlier in the over. Misses out. Again, can't quite get that back foot back and across. Both these two have 50s in the series. If one of them could find one here, I think it puts their team in pretty good shape. Again, stays leg side of the ball. Oh, well. Just not reading the situation there. Needed to go to the bowler and had all day to do it. The bowler got a devil of a throw in from mid-off. Really, Jathusan should have been run out there. He went for the direct hit when he didn't need to. Saying, hey, come on, give it to me. But it was a nasty-looking throw, and the bowler just couldn't quite gather in at the end. Last ball, the over coming up. Again, goes in a similar direction. Kachakhan, the culprit. But he does make the stop. Last ball, the over. So another 5-run over with a 4 and a 1 in there. It is 10 without loss after 2. This is what I'm talking about. Balbion, I know they've got 14 points, but they've played more matches than anyone around them. In fact, this is their 8th game. After this, they only have 2 more matches. And for Paris Knight Riders, well, this is their 6th. We're just looking at the run home for Balbignon as well. They'll play Sarcelles in match number 48. So that's on Wednesday. And then straight away they'll play Mitri. Start of a new over. Over number 3, last over of the power play. And well, foot fielding done again. Imran Zadran this time. Bad spot to bowl first up. An uppish stroke. France is known for its football. Wow, it's a remarkable kind of standing sweep shot this time, and that's going to bring him a boundary. What a shot by Jathusan. I said he should have been run out in the last over, but he's still there. So makes up his mind on this length. He thinks he can get it on the full, and he does just. Worked away to the deep backward square leg boundary. The rate started at 10.4 required. It's gone up to 11.6 now. Now goes after it again, but it's not going too far. Straight into the hands of the fielder. So Jathusan is going to have to go. It doesn't survive too much longer than that botched run-out attempt. And it's Javid Zadran that takes the catch. Again, kind of looking for the leg side rather than hitting straight through the line of the ball. You know, it is a bit of a habit that he's got. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This time, it causes him to be caught at square leg for 8 in the score, 15 for 1. Shakil Ahmed with the breakthrough for the Knight Riders. The Knight Riders have lost a few close ones. Aruna comes in that number 3 position. He's held down today. And the other thing was with the Knight Riders, what are their chances of qualifying? At the moment, they find themselves in 8th position, but if you adjust for the amount of games played, they're probably in 9th place. If they could have 3 points here, it would take them up to 10, and Still 4 games to play. It's not impossible for them. Lifted up, leg side. Going, gone. Maximo. Appeal just kind of straying onto the pads. It was well timed down to the ground. Good swing of the bat. Give Paris Knight Riders their run home. We've still got 4 matches to play after this. They play Villeneuve Super Kings, they play Zalmi, play Royal 94, and they finish with Drew. Not a bad run home for them, actually. And anyway, it's going to be a rinse and repeat job from Tawalingham, who puts this one in a similar area. Maximo! And how those 2 sixes can change the face of a game. End of the power play. 28 for 1 after 3. 5-5 and 18. That last over. Just spiraling out of control. So 5 outfielders allowed from this point in time. Let's see if Aruna can play a breakout innings here. This one kind of cramps him for room. Won't get a run there. This is hit down the ground and just be a single. It's got an injury update. It was the thumb actually of Shamwan Kulasaria. He's been injured quite badly. That's why he's getting some attention on site by the medics. And yeah, certainly would appear impossible that he'll return to be able to bat in this innings. But just giving our best thoughts to Sham. He's a lovely guy. I've always enjoyed watching him play for the French national team as well. Hopefully it doesn't keep him out of the game for too long. We all know there's risk involved in cricket. It's a very hard ball. It's getting hit harder and harder the way the game's going. You can see straight away he was in a lot of obvious discomfort. Now picked up over the leg side into the gap. That'll be 4. Aruna gets his first boundary. Barbignon just kind of settling the nerves a bit. Having said that, they're still quite, not quite up to the rate yet required. They're close. Now he's bowled. That one's actually smashed Bales. I think if we get a good slow-mo of this, I think we see more than 2 bits of wood fly off the top of the stump. Real top of the stump job. And Aruna goes 4 and out. But you see the keeper taking cover there. Just have a look. I just feel like it snapped a Bale in half. Slow this one down. Let's have a look. Yeah, there's a bit that flies off to the left and then 2 bits to the right. Maybe we can make it here. Look at the top of the stumps. Yeah, see, I see 3. I see 3 bits of wood where there were once 2. And look at that, you can actually see the end of the bale. Good luck, the spare bale comes out. Always pays to have a few spares on hand. Anyway, that was a classic timber. A bit of firewood for tonight, perhaps. Aruna goes for 6 and it's 34 for 2. Last ball, the 4th over from Kbalwak. Breaks through with that wicket. Off the pad. That will run away. Won't be an easy stop. And it won't be stopped in the end. So again, going with the foot. I mean, if you can dive with your hand first and pull it back, it's definitely a better strategy. But not all the players are kind of natural at doing that. See, get so close to the ball. To get that close and to not be able to stop it, it's pretty frustrating, especially in a bit of a seesawing contest. It takes us to the end of the over. So 38 for 2, Balbinio after 4. The blue line there is the kind of minimum line to keep your point in the game. The red line is to win the game. You can see that they're close to the rate, just a little bit behind. Ambulance heading out of here, you can see, with Shyam in the back. So, something you hate to see. I mean, when you have so many matches on ECN, you know, at some point, people are going to have injuries. But you hate to see it. Anyway, a little uppercut here from Tavalingam. Uses the pace expertly. And Maximo. 6 runs and pretty high grip. Gets a lot of kind of force through that shot, through that bat swing. And that one shot actually does take them ahead of the rate, ahead of that red line. Only just. Oh, well, he tries again. Similar shot, same result. Maximo. This one's a bit squarer this time. And look, he watches it all the way onto the bat. Knows there's a big gap there, picks the gap. Clears the rope. Once again, you're seeing the ability of a couple of quick boundaries to change the narrative. Second time in the innings we've had back-to-back sixes. Also happened at the end of the 3rd over. Try something similar. This time he misses out. This is Gul Mohamed Saleh, who is bowling the 5th. 50's up as well for Balbinio. Now he pulls, but there's no infielders anymore in that region. Fairly easy one. Don't see Balbinio doing this in 7, if they do it at all, of course. Feels like we've got a 3-point-to-1 game here to finish the night. Push and run, apparent. A new batter. This could have been out, you know. Had to hit one stump. Make for an interesting replay. I went straight away, but was there a run there? Don't think so. He would have been out. Survives to tell the tale. Tavalingam. Right, this is high. Might have been a slight change of pace from Gul. Oh, and he's dropped it. It's almost gone to his teammate. Oh, you wouldn't read about it. Fahim Pachakan has taken some spectacular catches in this series. I suppose the funny thing is, although he's not laughing, that look, almost goes to his teammate. There. And he does his best to react. That's Shakil Ahmed, his captain, that's near him. And it's hard to criticise a guy that's taken so many good ones in the series, but that would have been a real handy one at this stage. So into the 5th, 53 for 2. Looking at some of the upcoming events. Let us know what you're looking forward to. I'm looking forward to Brescia, which is a brand new ground, although we have been to Brescia a couple of times before. We've been to the Jandra ground before. This time it's the Gina Brescia ground. Estonia for the first time since 2020. We'll go to some new grounds in the Netherlands that we haven't been to before as well. Of course, to England for the first time. Cyprus, I know the plan is to perhaps get some cricket on at the new ground there as well. Anyway, there's subliminal advertising there to get you interested in day number 7. It's been an interesting replay for height, actually. It might have just been below the waist, but it was pretty on pace from Wahid Ahmedzai. Let's check it out. Maybe get it just before. Oh, yeah, I reckon that's a no ball. He's on his tiptoes. And they say, I think it's all right. Now he's going to get bowled. Oh, you know what? That's a bit unlucky. Okay, you could debate the last one. But to me, It probably was kind of on the border. Call could have gone one way or the other. The next ball, his middle stump is surgically removed. Again, just steps away. If you're going to keep giving the bowlers a look at your stumps, sooner or later someone's going to say, look, I'm just going to pitch one up and see if you can hit it. Similar body position to where he was able to cut all those fours or sixes away, actually. But this time, Wahid Ahmadzai, bang on target. The 50 has come up, but the third wicket's fallen now. 53 for 3 in the sixth. New batter comes out. So Jeevan Kumaran. He's down the wrong line here. Yeah, just interesting couple of minutes, really. Again, if you look, I mean, where's his waist? That's always a debate. He seemed to be on his tiptoes there, and it was just below the waist. I think I probably would have called it. I can understand that it's a 50-50 kind of call. Kumaran just happy to get out the way here. This is a really interesting game. Who's going to stand up for Balbignon down the stretch here? And they still need about just under 2 a ball. Well, that'll help. In fact, it'll be 2 runs for free, maybe 3 runs for free. I'm going to take it on. Keeper's not in position. That would have been out. There's no keeper at the stump, so he takes a calculated risk here at Thayaparan. So I'll get 3 for free. I think the keeper there needed to get back to the stumps a bit quicker, and so Naseem eventually sees the situation. But yeah, the keeper kind of torn whether he's going to chase or get back to the stumps. A latch behind the stumps for the Knight Riders, and this is going to be 4. Again, the foot fielding attempted. It's kind of the difference, isn't it, between some of the teams that are a bit more polished in the field. PUC, you can't imagine them kind of leading with a foot like that. Thayaparan survives a dicey extra run and then puts the next one through the covers for 4. Now he's going to get more run. He's rushed up here at Thayaparan, but he's going to get 4. Trying to out-muscle the batter with that quicker one, quicker, shorter one. And that will also take us to the end of the 6th over, 65 for 3. Gabe hangs in the balance. 39 required off the last 4 overs. It's been a topsy-turvy kind of day. We've had some surprises, had some kind of low-scoring thrillers. It certainly hasn't been one-way traffic for the batters here on day 6. Parcha Khan comes on to bowl over 7. He dropped that last catch, almost was caught anyway. What's that for a big finish? Takes me to the pad, but they won't get a run. Dot ball. Can square up very quickly. See, right now, Balbignon, about a 3-1 favourite here. So if you round this game 4 times, you'd expect them to win 3 times and PKR to win once. Is this the one for PKR? 2 dots to start the over. Now edged and gone. So Kumaran can't really move the needle. Tries to kind of whack this away on the leg side. And this time, it's easy as you like for Talatch behind the stump. So great start to this 7th over from Parcha Khan. He goes dot, dot, wicket. And after they kind of leaked 11 runs off the last 2 balls of the 6th, he makes up for it. is Barakzai. And just remember that they don't have Warnacore available to bat after that quite serious thumb injury that he sustained in the first half of this game. Barakzai gets a shot at 6. Solid contact, he'll get a run. The thing is, such a big game for both of these teams. Imagine, obviously, you spend a long day at the ground, 10, 11, 12 hours at the ground to play 3 matches and to walk away without a win. It really kind of sinks the morale. Both these teams have lost their first 2 games today. One of them will win their third. Edge, that's flying away. That's going to be 4. Thayaparan loves to throw the hands at it. Wasn't in control at all. Yeah. Third in the circle was powerless to stop that one. Just feel if they could get Thayaparan now. It'll just kind of throw Balbinion off a little bit. Get into the bottom half. This is one that he definitely should have gone with his hands. Okay, only concedes 1, but I mean, it's about hands height. So why not use them? Anyway, some things I don't understand. 71 for 4 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, we'll see 5 of the 11 clubs in action on day 7. ECN Sunday will start with PUC versus the Vipers. The Vipers will play back-to-back. Then Mitri will return to the Dreux Cricket Ground. Also, we'll see CSPT Sarcelles as well as Royal 94. Join us for Sunday morning action going into the afternoon as well, of course, but starting 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. And believe it or not, after this game, we're exactly halfway through the European Cricket Series. 12 days of ECS action. We'll have the ECI as the International Tri-Series this time next week. All right. 3 overs determined this game. Ahmedzai comes back to bowl the 8th. Paran will take a single. They think about throwing, but they don't want to throw an overthrow away. Now you can see already the percentages squaring up a little bit. Went from kind of 75%, now 65%. Pabignon. Kind of 2 boundaries and over just kind of ensures that you're getting the runs you need. Only 1's probably not enough. The fielding side would love a boundaryless over. This won't be a boundary, just a single. I just think these percentages are going to probably get back to 50-50 if we don't have a boundary in the next couple of balls. He makes pretty good contact here. Once again, just a single. Yeah, the supercomputer's been a great addition to the coverage, hasn't it? Tripp looks like he's off for the day. But you might want to come back and replay this when you get a chance. Looks like we could be in for a big finish here. Again, that's not going to go to the boundary. That'll just be a single. According to my calculations, I think that'll be back to, I'll say 50-50. Let's see what the computer thinks. It always takes about 15 seconds to kick in. 56. Will anyone go lower than 56? Not for now anyway. 55. Well bowled by Ahmedzai. Geez, he's had such a good day on a tough day for PKR. He's really stood up. Watch that. Balbinion. Percentage slide again. I think that might even take 52. Could be going lower. Just like watching the ticker on the stock market. PKR battling. Last ball of the over. Very good length again. Can't do much with that at all. So that was a class over. I know that Ahmedzai would have settled for 6 singles because that's exactly what happens in that over. So 6 off the over and the score is 77 for 4 after 8 walking sticks as we walk into a big finish here in match number 30. Just see the good work the last 2 overs, just 6 off the 7th, 6 off the 8th. They were 65 off 6, and now they're just 77 after 8. And I'll tell you what, if this is another over like the last 2, then they're going to need to do something magical to win the game. What happens in the night starts with a wild one from Imran Zadran. Interestingly, they're still favourites, but only just here. Balbignon. All right, goes for it. Does he get enough? Not quite, but very lucky for him. Doesn't carry to the fielder either. Just a single. These singles are not good enough at the moment. Just feel all the momentum here is with the Knight Riders. They're just holding on in the game. Oh, this one, though, will be a wide. Just pitches on the pitch. Zadran has just had his control failing him a couple of times. Now he's chopped on. So does make the batter reach for it. Thayaparan feels like he's a big wicket at this stage. I feel that that wicket is actually going to put PKR ahead in the game. Made the batter reach away from his body, a thick inside edge into the ground, and then takes out the leg stump. PKR, they've lost so many close ones. Can they win a close one here? Dragged onto the base of leg stump there. Bang. Over goes the castle. After having a few control issues, Zadran does the job. 80 for 5. Vitu, well, come the moment, come the man. He was the hero against Treux. This yesterday in the first one, goes upstairs. It's going to be called a wide. I wonder if this is for height. Looked like it was pretty much straight over the line. Both angles will be interesting here. So it does look like a wide for width. But what about for height? No, definitely not. It'll be the one for the over. Tough call. This one's definitely a wide. So again, interpretation. I suppose, like I say, they've been consistent calling balls that go straight over the line. But I think the idea is now that bowlers are meant to have that little extra bit of leeway. PKR have taken the lead now. It's going to be hit by Vitu. Vitu was the man on strike yesterday. Well, I'm going to take on a dodgy 2 here. Never has the ball there. He knows it as well. Now, bit of chaos as both stumps are down. Go for 2 here. Again, bowler kind of on the wrong side of the stumps here. Eventually gets in the right position, but it was a tough throw. See, he's definitely broken it with his hands first. And picks it up and takes out the stumps at the other end. Now suddenly you're looking 20 off 9. Oh, umpire clothesline. Haven't seen one of those today yet. That's because the other umpire wasn't quite in place yet. Balbignon back ahead. What a topsy-turvy affair. Again, sprays it too wide. Zadran. Just had to take a few deep breaths. Yeah, Vitu. What a moment that was when he sent the last ball of that game against the 2023 European champions out of the ground. Mobbed by his teammates. And Vitu, well, once again, come the moment, come the man. The captain stands up. Maximo! Still wonder how he comes out so low. He's got the responsibilities of captaincy and the keeping, but he could be dishing out a fair serving. A third helping of heartbreak to the Knight Riders here as the light fades on a Saturday night here at the cricket ground. 13 off 8. Now they go back to that kind of 3-1 favourite. Zadran hasn't quite got it right in this over. Vitu. Can he do it again? Still a long way to go. 8 balls left in the day. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Again,
we're seeing wides getting called that I think well, it's not outside the line, is it? Umpire makes his decision. 12 off 8 now. Now off the end of the bat. They're going to be running. But can it be caught? It is caught. And he stays just inside the field of play. What a great catch that is. He goes down, has a bit of a nap. Been a long day. That's Gul Mohammed Saleh out there. Looks like he might have just a couple of vertebrae that need to be realigned. Maybe a bit of cramp in there as well. So that will be a wicket as they get the key one of Vitu. He does the maximum damage, but he doesn't last to the end of the 9th over. He'll be the 6th to fall. 92 for 6 late in the day. New batter coming out will be Munasinghe. And left-hander will just kind of throw things a bit. Let's see if Zadran can make the adjustment because he's been very left this over. And left to the left-hander is going to be big wide down the leg side. Or smashed away. They don't have too many to play with here. 12 off 7. Looks like we're going to a last over thriller here in match 30. Pitches outside leg stump, so that can't be out. Actually gets away with one there, I think. So Zadran will finish with 2 for 15 off his over. We're going to the last. 10 for a golden ball, 11 for the win. Of course, if scores are tied at 103. Currently, they're 93 for 6. Albignon will have a golden ball tiebreaker in that eventuality. 2 runs to win off 1 additional ball. Some people say, why do we use golden ball? Why not a super over? I mean, the reason's pretty obvious here. We'll probably be doing it in the dark. But, yeah, also, just for time. Also, it kind of suits the format. People say, well, why don't you get one team to face one ball and one team to face the other ball? I don't really think that through when I see some of these comments because to swap over in cricket is difficult. It takes time. Anyway, 11 required off the last over of the day. First one's not going too far. We'll sneak through. Another kick job. Another leg bite. Yeah, so imagine, okay, so you bat your one ball, let's say you get a single. Then you spend 5 minutes swapping over, and the other team gets a single. What are you going to do? Do it again? A golden ball, I think it's been proven now. It's an even contest between bat and ball to win the game. You know, cheeky little lick of the ball. We can't get away with that too much anymore. Anyway, 10 off 5. And, bust through the keeper. I think this was nicked as well. Wait for the umpire. No signal. That was a dropped catch. It was an opportunity. Okay, it only cost him 1. Could have been 4 if he never got a glove on it. That's a fairly regulation catch for the keeper, Talach. Just got surprised with the pace of it. 9 off 4. We feel like every run could be crucial here. Need a boundary here. Where's it going to come from? Got a 50-50 contest. You see bowler asking, was that nicked? Umpire said yes. And bowler said, why did you have to tell me that? Munasinghe yet to actually hit a run. Let's hit one here. And it goes to the fielder so quickly, they'll just have to settle for the 1. 8 off 3 now. What a long day for both these two teams. I mean, Knight Riders, they would have been here for around about 11 hours at the ground now. Searching for a win. So about Albignon, though, playing their 3rd game of the day. Big swing and a miss. Oh, well, you got to give credit to the Knight Riders. Is this their time? Had some real tight losses. Credit to them in every one of their losses. They're on a 4-match losing streak. They've picked up points. Need to at least score off this one, Albignon. In the air. If you catch it, you can't really lose. Can they catch it? They can't. Now they're going to go for another one, and they're going to get it. So really, to be honest, it probably takes the golden ball off the table, for now at least, because they need 5 to tie, 6 to win. And to be honest, they haven't really looked like hitting a 6 for a while now. He did hit 1-6. That was Vitu, though, that hit it in the 9th over. And there was none in the 8th. There were none in the 7th, even the 6th. Last 6 before that was at the start of the 5th over. Back-to-back 6s. All right, Maximo for the win. And he goes upstairs, and it's going to be a dot ball to finish the day. So a thriller in match 30. Saturday Night Fever live from the Toronto Cricket Ground. And the Knight Riders, they finally snap that streak of 4 losses, and they hold on by 5 runs. The final score is the Paris Knight Riders 103, Balbignon 98, and it ends what's been a really rough day for Balbignon. And in fact, they only take 2 points out of the day. Have to cop 3 losses, and they fall to a 3-4 record with 1 no result. Knight Riders, well, they certainly finished their day a little bit happier than they did last time we saw them finish up a day when they went down in that heartbreaking loss to Sarcelles on Wednesday night. They lost by 5 runs. This is what's coming up tomorrow. PUC on the park first against the Vipers. Mitri will be back for only their 3rd game and 4th game, of course. We'll also see Sarcelles, Royal 94 as well. 5 teams will play 2 matches as we roll into day 7 tomorrow. 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. Join us for that. I'll be here to take you through all the action as we go back and have a look at the highlights. And it was an interesting kind of an innings, wasn't it? I mean, they did kind of get the jump, but really no one was able to stand up when it really counted, when the game was on the line. Jathusan, I mean, that was an inventive little kind of sweep shot, but kind of tried it once too often, didn't he? And David Zadran was able to take that catch. Tavalingham was important there as well. Lost another partner in Aruna as a bail was split in the execution of that dismissal. Kawak just rocking his stumps. This was almost a team catch, wasn't it? But in the end, it wasn't. PK out certainly didn't have everything going their own way. Actually behind for a fair bit of this chase, but they just found a way to hang in the game, to kind of choke those boundaries. Tavalingham, though, 34 off 18. He was a bit of a standout. 4 Maximos and a 4 in there for him. Paran, he also had a role to play. He scored 17, including 3 4s. But then they just kind of fell off the wagon, didn't they, towards the end. Kind of the closer they got, the further away it looked, didn't they? Some kind of botched opportunities there, so they were far from perfect. Because the old double stump throw down there. But yeah, it was a kind of drop catch in the last over as well. Vitu, that was the last shot in anger, really. And when he was caught, I mean, how important this turned out to be as a catch. Gould took it, stopped, drops, rolls, cramps. And Singer couldn't really hit too many. So a fair bit of football today as well, didn't we? That was the drop catch. Arik Zai swings hard. Was able to get it past the keeper. And this was kind of 8 to win. That made it 7. And went down to 6. But yeah, they couldn't quite deal with the last ball. A bit of a risk banging in short, but in the end, it's good enough to get to win. And for Balbignon, that is a bit of a horror day in their campaign on day 6 as they have to cop 3 losses. And in fact, take only 2 points out of a possible 12 out of the Saturday action. Tavalingham with 34 and Thayaparan with 17. The only 2 Balbignon batters to reach double figures. A few issues with wides late in the piece, but for the most part, they were pretty good. Paris Knight Riders just took a few crucial catches when they were needed, even though they didn't take everything. Barwak with 1 for 11, bowled really well, I thought. Pachakan also delivered 1 for 10. 2 wickets for Zadran in a pretty entertaining 9th over. Also wickets for Shakil Ahmed up front. And Wahid Ahmad with a pretty classy game. Gul Muhammad Saleh as well was pretty important. Though he didn't take a wicket, he did take a crucial catch there late in the piece. Well, I want to say thanks to everyone once again for your company today. Thanks to Chris Ward, to Kroom as well, to Miriam, who is still hanging around in the chat. To everyone else that's joined us today, thank you so much for your company. I do want to just remind you about those games tomorrow. Starting bright and early on a Sunday morning, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. And PUC kind of had the yips a bit today, but they still walked away with 2 wins. They'll be hoping to consolidate their spot. And it's a big day for the Vipers as well, because they're kind of on the cusp at the moment. They'd want to have a good performance against 2 other contenders. I think Mitri, they're a team we haven't seen too much of so far, but they look pretty solid as well. 1-1 through their 2 matches so far. Before we go, I just want to remind everyone that is watching on YouTube to like this video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. It does help us. I think we're up at 389,000 subscribers, so we're ticking along. Hopefully, we make it to 400,000 at some point this year. Also, big shout out to all those viewers on Fancode. Thanks so much for supporting European cricket. I know there's a lot of cricket on in the world today. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket. That's a great place to go to get some of the highlights, and there were plenty of highlights today. Also, I want to remind everyone about our website, europeancricket.com, and you can check out the squads now as well for the ECIs because they're up for next week. I want to say thanks to all the Blue crew on the ground there, to Spring Productions and Spring Media, all the players, officials, and a little shout out as well to Shane Warner-Kulasuriya. I know that he seems to suffer quite a nasty thumb injury, and I certainly hope that it's not too serious and that he recovers very, very soon. We see him back out there, not only in his club shirt, but also that of his country. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I'll be back with you tomorrow, take you through the weekend before Rico takes the reins on Monday morning. But for now, here's some of the best bits of Day 6. Thanks to our crew at Spring Media. On behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, stay happy, stay safe, and have a great Saturday night. But then join us right back here because ECN will continue with Day 7 tomorrow of the European Cricket Series. For now, enjoy these highlights and hasta mañana.